Imagine, if you will, a big fucking scary ape pulling you apart and killing you and beating you and biting you to death.
Fuck what we've been up to. It's time to talk about JoJo.
Time to talk about the Kennedy curse.
It's go time.
We got 2 chapters to cover.
It's
JoJo time. JoJo a go-go.
First off, I think it's crazy that 8 Kennedys died before Part 1 was written.
The Kennedy curse is a series of deaths, accidents, assassinations, or other calamities.
Calamities!
Involving... Calamities, even, is on the official Wikipedia. On the official Wikipedia for the Kennedy curse, describes it as calamities involving members of the American Kennedy family. The alleged curse has primarily struck the descendants of businessman Joseph P. Kennedy Sr., but it has also affected family, friends, associates, and other relatives. Political assassinations and plane crashes have been the most common manifestations of the curse.
Much like JoJo.
Much like the JoJos themselves.
Although, while their planes always crash, the JoJos, it never seems to be able to kill them, does it? No one ever dies in a plane crash. The plane just crashes and everyone's a little worse for wear.
You say that, but then you look at Joseph Joestar's plane crash, which happened prophetically before John's plane crash.
Before John.
And the first Kennedy death in August 12th, 1944 was that of Joseph P. Kennedy Jr., died when the military aircraft he was piloting exploded over East Suffolk, England.
Well, you know what happened?
It was an enemy stand.
No, it was a zombie. It was the zombies in the Royal Air Force. It was the same ones that got George.
Right. You're probably right.
You know, maybe George... Well, I don't want to say George cheated on Lisa and had an affair and has an extra kid that we don't know about. But maybe George the First has a cousin that we didn't know about. And that cousin is a girl who married somebody whose daughter married somebody with the last name Kennedy.
We talk about... We never really talk about the extended JoJo Joestar family.
This came about because we were talking about how in the world of Steel Ball Run, Funny Valentine replaced one of the American presidents, and we were speculating that maybe in the new Joestar timeline there is a stand called the Dead Kennedys. But funny. Nobody knows who Kennedy is.
Right.
Because he was never president in this timeline.
Played out completely differently.
Yeah, all the presidents are just completely random, silly JoJo characters.
You know what's interesting? Like, Metal Gear Solid... Metal Gear Solid gets very into this, and is like, the president is George Sears, aka Solid as a Snake. Like,
hell yeah!
That game would never let you go an entry without thinking about, like, oh shit, the president. You know what I mean? But that's like, it's political fiction. Araki's not interested in espionage.
It's just part of Hideo Kojima's special interests. Like, you are going to learn about the intricacies of the American political climate and socioeconomic issues facing.
Yes, but like a hilarious...
The Kennedy curse seems like exactly the kind of weird, somewhat supernatural seeming thing
just obtuse thing.
Just go super down the rabbit hole about.
Absolutely.
And the thing is, there's that line when George II is getting murked by that zombie in the little like midquel flashback thing. The only time we see young Lisa and George II ever. The narration says like, but alas, the Joestar men and the women they marry, their lives have short timelines. Like they're doomed to die young. But the story's fucking lying to you. It's pulling a punch.
Literally not. They're doomed.
Jonathan has died young.
Only Jonathan has died prematurely young. Jonathan and Jolene.
You get the feeling that it could happen to anybody. and it was our first protagonist, and he died, and so you're scared. But
Only ever
Joseph
happens-
lives to old age. Jotaro lives to old age-ish. He lives to middle age and only is killed
Middle
at
age.
the end of the universe.
Nothing bad happens to Josuke.
And
Okay,
Giorno.
but
happens to
Jotaro's a
Giorno.
freak who ages backwards.
Yeah, Giorno is just like, yeah, whatever. And then Jolene is the only other one who died prematurely, but she's not a man. So the curse technically bypassed her. That was just her own.
The curse saw her big dick energy.
It's
got
true.
confused.
There is no curse. Jonathan got killed early, and everyone went, "Oh shit! It could happen to anyone." But it's the greatest trick Araki ever pulled because he never does it again, and you still are scared the MC could die.
Yeah.
But it could have been his plan originally. But
What
then,
could-
like, it. But then, like,
he
it came.
But then he
I mean,
forgot.
Nah, maybe not.
I don't think he
Then he's-
forgore. I think he just realized what a funny character Joseph Joestar is, and thought it would
I
be
think
awesome
so,
to keep him
too.
around as like the
I think
mentor.
it would be really funny if he lived actually.
Right. I think
And
at
then,
the
he,
end of
and then he
part
tried to
two.
evoke it in the middle of part 3 by faking out killing off Jotaro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think at the end of part 2, Araki is thinking
And then
to
he
himself,
fakes
like,
out killing Joseph again.
right. I think he's killed Joseph, and he's written Joseph Joestar.
And then he
has died.
faked out killing Jotaro and Josuke at the end of part 4.
He sure did.
True. But I think at that moment where he writes that at the end of part 2, he's thinking to himself, "Gee, that was a fun character. I wish I didn't have to say goodbye to him. I wish I could use him some more." And then he was
Giorno-
like, "Wait,
Giorno-
why don't
it's-
I?" And then he
Why
kind of
don't
brings
I?
him in as almost the Hamon teacher Zeppeli type figure to the next protagonist, Jotaro.
Giorno basically gets crucified near the end of part 5, although technically that's Narancia in Giorno's body.
Yeah, that one's fucked
Yeah.
up. though.
And then he just goes back in. He heals himself up, and then goes back into his own body.
But that's
no
a
problem.
reference
Have you guys
Giorno
seen
to
the-
the resurrection of Christ.
See, Giorno is an exception for a lot of things in JoJo, which is part of the reason why I don't like him
Oh.
very much as a protagonist. But the biggest thing he's an exception to is the fact that I was never worried the first time going through part 5 that anything bad would happen to Giorno, and even if anything bad did happen to him, I wouldn't really be that bummed out about it, because he is the least interesting character in his own part.
Aw,
Damn.
man. Harsh words. for
And
the
on
Joy
that note,
Master.
let's talk about the actual chapter.
Yeah.
Let's
Let
talk
it
about
not
the
be said
actual
that I'm a
no.
hypocrite for cutting the weeks and then going off on this tangent about the Kennedy curse.
But the
Well-
Kennedy curse is awesome. That's better than anything my week would have come up with.
Well,
I would have just been like, yeah, I'm fine, kind of, whatever.
I'm fine too. I'll have much more interesting stuff to talk about next podcast because I'm going to Saguaro Man in like 4 days.
Oh yeah, that little
Stoked
fun
about
thing.
that. I set up my tent in the garage the other day just to make sure it was still good and it didn't have like holes and I still had all the poles and I still remembered
Make
how
sure-
to do it.
You had holes and poles, put poles
Yeah.
in holes.
Oh yeah. Oh, it
Sounds
was
like
great.
my. Sounds like my
a
kind of
sleepover
a.
at my house on a Friday
Yeah,
night.
sounds like my kind of a Saturday night, boys.
Yeah. So
Oh,
I've got a
yeah.
cool thing coming up, but my life is pretty much boring and ordinary. So we're skipping.
My life
talking
is
about
also
our-
pretty much boring and ordinary, and I'm just a little bit depressed lately, but that's okay. That's what we have these podcasts
Let's
for.
talk about JoJonomics.
I'm sorry.
Let's
pal.
talk about JoJonomics and Jodio's weird blowhole that I've been staring at on the cover of this.
His what?
His blowhole.
Oh, I'm looking at the chapter 13 cover because we got to hit that one first.
I know, but I'm looking at chapter 14 with his blowhole in the cover spread.
Okay, well, we'll get to that.
Oh, yeah.
Look at his blowhole. Look at
Sure.
it.
Well, he is a
Why does he have
water type Pokemon.
I don't understand. Araki makes it a point to show the weird indent on the top of Jodio's head. I don't understand.
Well,
Why he has a
Araki
blow.
also makes it a point to illustrate Jodio's weird ass fucking hair, and yet when he's upside down hanging from a tree, it does not experience gravity.
No, well, it's really gelled. It's really gelled down.
It's eggshelled down.
It's gelled down. Yeah, it's eggshelled down, and then he just presses his thumb extra hard on the exact center of his head.
Maybe
to form the
Maybe he's
blowhole.
got like a soft spot, like a baby. Like you could give him brain damage if you pushed on it too hard. Maybe that already
gonna be
happened.
part of his.
Are you saying he's some sort of cringe ass nene baby?
I'm
That's how
saying
they
he
awaken-
might have accidentally hit himself with a drop of November rain that was a little heavy when he was a kid.
I was gonna say no. That's how he awakened to his stand. Something
Hey.
dropped on his soft spot, and then it was like a defensive response. Like November Rain formed out, or jumped out
It's
of the
like-
hole.
Speaking of
It's like in
JoJo using
it's like in
November rain as a
Persona.
kid.
Shoot yourself in the head, get a persona.
Get a persona. Yeah, push yourself on the soft spot and get a stand.
I can't believe there was no pushback for Persona 3 telling a generation of impressionable gamers, shoot yourself in the head. You will get
Well, that game
magic
came out in
powers.
what, 2003? That was pretty much everyone was listening to Linkin Park and shit and Evanescence anyways. Like everyone saw that and they're like, "That's rad as fuck. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna get my fucking persona."
You know what? I think you're probably right. We were already in sort of a wanna watch me push 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids type of phase.
Exactly. That game. Genuinely, I think Persona 3 coming out at the time that it did allowed that series to become as popular as it did. I'm not even gonna lie. That was the perfect climate for Persona 3 to have been made and to come
Sometimes
out.
you just hit right at the right moment.
Yeah.
So I just realized y'all are way fucking louder than me on this recording. Oops.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Well,
That's me
normally,
adjusting
normally
the
we're
levels.
quieter than you. I notice when I'm
Yeah.
editing.
So usually I try and combat that by having you guys a little bit louder than me. But, you know, I don't know if it's working properly right now. Maybe we should just record
Well-
in 2 channels. Can
It's
we do that?
this is sort of a ramshackle operation we're running here, and we don't have much
Yeah.
time.
It's too ram and shackle. Hey, speaking of ramshackle, I'm gonna get my my podcast back up and running. My podcast. I'm doing that right now. The talk show.
Is the podcast not running? Oh no.
That's
The-
what we want to hear 5 minutes
God.
in.
The other thing that I
Oh.
used to do, I used to do a little talk show out at the bar. Like the joke is, we're doing the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, but we're just interviewing whoever fucking happens to be around, just whatever random idiot stumbles by.
That is true.
And it was a lot of fun. And I just met with my friend Jacob the other day about like getting new equipment and doing it again this summer, and I'm really really excited about it. And he
Shout
was
out to
like,
Jacob.
we were talking about getting the equipment and like microphones and shit. And he was like, "Oh, dude, that's a whole other avenue. You could like review the equipment, and like that's a whole other thing. You can make money that way." And I was like, "Yeah, that's a good idea for a video, but I actually don't want to become like a tech reviewer." And he was like, "Oh
You
no,
wanna
but it could be
become
good. It could fund.
ZCG's Tech Tips.
It could fund the content that we actually want to make on the side." And I was like, "No, I see what you're saying. It's a good idea, but like." It is my dream to have this talk show and to be a talk show host. It is not my dream to become Linus Tech Tips. It is not my dream to
No.
become a tech reviewer. Even if it would be lucrative, I don't really want to get wrapped up doing that.
I would rather have a lucrative Eric Andre style
Yes.
talk show.
The inspirations are like Eric Andre, but also like Between Two Chairs and its weird, horrible spin-off Between Two Ferns. Like just
Between
talk
Two-
shows with
What do you mean? What do you mean weird and horrible?
Sorry, I
Is that
said that
Galifianakis?
backwards. Between Two Ferns is the real thing. Between Two Chairs is some shitty takeoff of it that I saw on YouTube before seeing the real thing. And,
Oh, thank goodness.
It's like a no views thing that these two idiots did in their local library. But I thought it was great because it was like it was low to the ground. Like Zach Galifianakis is fucking famous. Like let's not
course.
pretend
Oh, yeah,
that that's
no.
not manufactured.
There's a certain charm, I think, when you can tell something has been made just from people who really earnestly want to make. That's how I feel about the first like 3 or 4 seasons of It's Always Sunny.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
whole show just looks so grimy.
It's great. I love Square
You
Sunny
watch
is what I
us-
call it. That early 4x3
Yes.
stuff. Square Sunny is my favorite
Yes,
Sunny.
I love the 4:3 aspect ratio and just the dingy. Like every episode, regardless of the content matter, you just want to take a shower after you watch it. You're just like, ugh, I feel dirty having watched that.
Also, I wanted to say
I was just
the thing
I was
from
just
a moment
kicking
ago.
around
Go ahead,
this-
Chris.
oh. I was just kicking around this mental image of Giorno as a tech reviewer
We're
YouTuber
gonna save Giorno on like a talk show between two friends.
and just resenting it because he, like, his dream of dismantling the drug operations of the mafia doesn't actually make any money.
Yeah,
This
who
is
would have
what he's
thought
gotta
being the
do.
mafia wasn't a lucrative business move?
Giorno, I am declaring war on anybody who sells drugs in our community.
And then Diavolo stands up. But Giorno, I sell drugs in the local community.
Be that as it may.
Yeah, that's him.
Be that as it may. But the
But
thing I want to go
Giorno.
back to from a moment ago is when you were like, whatever you were just saying a moment ago, like, I love watching a thing that you can tell is like genuinely raw and like they made it out of sticks and glue and spit, you know?
Yeah,
That's what our
ramshackle.
podcast is to me. That's why I've
Exactly.
always called it the little ramshackle podcast. We're the rammest and the shackliest. Because
Well, yeah,
It's
we
like-
just had a crisis of whether or not we'd even get to record this
yeah,
episode.
dude. Can I rant
Frankly-
about that for a
frankly,
second?
some-
Fuck the
some months
people who
it
make
feels like-
OBS. They have
Hey,
a
Frankly,
patch.
some-
This podcast is not sponsored by
This
OBS.
podcast is not sponsored. Chris, go ahead. I'll say
Some-
this thing about OBS in a
Some
second.
months it feels like this podcast is powered by the orcs from 40K. It's just like sticks and glue and duct tape and whatever other shit we can find,
And
just
dreams.
and stuck together with the power of dreams and wah.
Spit
Yeah.
and bits of mud. Exactly. But that's
There's
the
like
thing.
lint in there.
That's the thing that I think I love about us and that makes our podcast special and differentiates us is that there's a certain je ne sais quoi that you acquire by being genuinely ramshackle. You know what I mean? One of my favorite podcasts
Oh, absolutely.
of all time.
There is a very real charm to it.
One of my favorite podcasts of all time by the guy. One of the two guys was Charlie the Unicorn guy, Jason Steele, Film Cow. Jason Steele and Robert Benfer, the guy who made Clay World. They had a podcast back in the day called Knoxcast. And it was just like the worst podcast ever. Like they never had anything to talk about and it would just be like long awkward silences and stuff. But that became the humor. You know, like there's a moment in like episode 7 or 8 or something where Jason's like, yeah, people like to comment on our show. Yeah, you know, I really love the show, but God, these new episodes, they're just not good. Like the old episodes, that's where it's at. And I'm just a little confused by that because we've gotten that comment on every episode. So I'm not sure what you guys want.
We've gotten that on every episode.
The point is, they open a fortune cookie once, and Jason's like, this has never been done before in podcast history. We're going to open a fortune cookie live on the air. Well, not live, but live for us. And they open it, and you know what it fucking says? It says, there is no substitute for a genuine lack of preparation. And they're
For
both
a
like, holy
genuine
shit, that's what
podcast.
our show is. There's
That's
no
what our
substitute for a genuine lack of preparation.
No,
Destiny, man.
It's
you
destiny.
can't. Yeah, you can't fake that.
No, you
You
cannot.
can't teach that.
No, it's like the drunken fist. Like you just have to have it within you.
It's like the drunken driver. You just have to.
You gotta lock in.
You
Oh my
gotta lock
God.
in. You can't prepare to drunk.
You can't prepare. It's not something you prepare for. It's
not
just
something
something you do.
It's just something you do. You don't prepare. You don't wake up and say, "I'm gonna drunk drive today." You drink and then you get behind the wheel of a car. Consequence be damned.
Oh
And,
my
and
God.
then you take the 2 seconds to lock in.
And then you
Like our
lock in,
podcast.
and then you say, "I don't know where I'm going, but by God, am I driving there? And by God, am I drunk while doing it?"
Oh my God,
Uh,
dude.
I saw a bit from modern SpongeBob that actually wasn't that bad. That actually made me chuckle in the way that old SpongeBob used to. It's someone sent me. It's just a clip, and it's SpongeBob and Plankton and Gary, and they're like in a back alley somewhere off the side of the road. And SpongeBob just goes, "Oh, okay, Gary. You know, you can go home now. I'm sorry. You know, we don't need you here anymore. Whatever." And then Gary just like sighs and then walks off screen, and you just hear the sound of him getting into a car and driving off. And Plankton just stands there and he goes, "Was that his car?" And SpongeBob goes, "No."
Was that his car?
A good bit.
That was the
Was
best
that
playing
his
I've
cover?
ever done. That wasn't even good, but that was surprisingly close. Can I
Was that
read
his
to you a
cover? No.
fucking... I was going to save this for later, but since we brought up drunk driving, can I read something
Let's
to you?
go! The drunk driving cast is back.
Yes! Dude, we should get sponsored by drunk driving.
You get sponsored.
I already said that on a previous episode, but it's still really funny to me. Like, sponsored by a concept. Not even by a brand.
The concept of drunk driving.
I just think it's funny to be sponsored by a concept, even if it's a good concept.
Bud Light.
Right, even
Also
if it's a good
sponsored
concept.
by
Sponsored.
Tesla Motors.
We're not sponsored by like an anti-drunk driving like association. No, we are pro. We are pro drunk
see,
driving.
It would be very irresponsible for us to take a sponsorship from drunk driving. What we need to do is take a sponsorship from like an alcohol company, and then take a sponsorship from a car
From, like,
dealership and just put them right
yeah.
next to each other and let people draw their own conclusions.
Sponsored by Miller Lite and by Toyota.
Sponsored by Pabst
the
Blue
math.
Ribbon and Jeep. Two
Oh,
great
God, we
tastes
would
that
give-
go
yeah, we
great
would give
together.
one motor car company. We would give a motor company the worst rep imaginable.
But I think it's just the
It'd be like
idea.
Sponsored by Bud Light
Increase.
and Tesla Motors.
The idea of being sponsored not by a product but by a concept. Like this
By a
episode brought
concept.
to you by washing your hands.
This,
This
episode brought to you
by loving your parents.
by the Kennedy curse. I hope your last name isn't Kennedy.
This
Or
episode
do you know
This
anyone
episode-
whose last name
This
is
episode
Kennedy?
brought to you by your neighbor's dog wants you to kill people.
Whoa, he's beaming his thoughts into your head. Okay, all right. The
This-
wokes.
This episode brought to you by Reach for the Police Officer's Gun.
Okay, check this out.
All of our invasive thoughts.
The wokes don't want you to know this, but drunk driving is really only dangerous the first dozen or so times you do it. Eventually, you get the hang of it. Somebody said they should give out drunk driver's licenses.
Oh my god, you're so right. I
Drink.
feel like you should be grandfathered into a drunk driver's license.
We are never gonna finish this.
We
We're
are
never gonna start this chapter.
Let's
Drink
just
driving
drop
stigma
right into
has to
this.
stop. What Big Woke doesn't tell you is that the majority of car accidents are caused by sober drivers. So it's actually safer to have a few drinks before hopping in the driver's seat.
That's what I've been saying. I've been
Somebody
saying that
said-
for months.
I just
if
love
not
the
years.
concept of big woke.
Big woke.
Dude, I love those tweets that are like,
trying to cancel drunk driving.
I love those tweets that are like, you used to be able to slash a guy with your samurai sword and he would still be standing there until you put it back in his sheath and then he'd fall down. But you can't anymore because of woke.
Because of
And then somebody replied to that last one that I wrote with, even that's untrue. Drunk driving is always safe. Crashing your car, on the other hand, is dangerous.
That's true. That's real. That's actually true.
That's correct.
It's one of my favorite tweets, and it just came back up on my feed again today. Not about drunk driving, but it's a picture of Rod Serling giving a Twilight Zone intro narration, and it's just the caption is, imagine, if you will, a big fucking scary ape pulling you apart and killing you and beating you and biting you to death. And I think about that one all the time, and it makes me laugh.
Biting you and beating you to death.
And beating you to death.
The pause.
Imagine if you will.
The
Imagine
pause.
if you will. A big fucking scary ape pulling you apart and killing you and beating you and biting you to death.
Was this a Gianni video?
He might have done a voiceover of it. I just like the tweet. I've only ever seen the tweet form.
Because Gianni's videos are always fucking hilarious.
Oh, if there's a voiceover of that, I would love to hear it and listen to it like 30 times in a row.
You're doing an incredible impression right now, though, I must say.
Imagine
You
if
are really though, actually.
Go gadget face remover.
Also, I have one more thing. I don't know, I haven't written the rest of it yet, but I want to write a parody of I Love Rock and Roll, but it's I Love Driving Drunk. So take another shot, get behind the wheel, baby. I don't know, I gotta write the rest, but I know that's gonna be ironclad, but I Love Driving Drunk.
I don't know why I was so
Fellas,
blindsided by
fellas, we making it to the Grammy with this one.
So have another drink and then let's drive home. Joan Jett is rolling in her grave.
I was so blindsided by the return to drunk driving. It got me harder than ever before. Also, this tweet. Me after two shots to everyone in the bar. I wish you nothing but the very best in all things.
I'm pulling it up for the people. Pulling it up so that they can see it.
I love drunk driving. What did you even say? What were the lyrics to the song?
Audience,
I love drunk driving my car. Or
don't
whatever.
drink and drive.
Yeah, don't drink and drive.
Unless
you really want to get somewhere.
Somewhere to be, or if you just want to.
But if you do drink and drive and it's hilarious, tell us about it.
And it's
Don't
really,
drink and
really funny,
drive.
and nobody gets hurt beyond like minor injuries.
Don't drink and drive. But if you do, tell them we sent you.
Don't tell no, Zach. What are you doing?
You can get a discount.
It's us closing the bar at night. It's like, listen, you don't have to go home, but if you do, drive there drunk. If you make it, come back and tell us.
Dude, I'm gonna shit myself. I think I might actually need to take a small break and go to the bathroom. I'm in danger of shitting myself, you guys. I'm laughing so hard.
You had a
My
little
rectum
Hershey
is
squirt in your
threatening
pants.
to loosen.
Are we gonna BRB?
Zach's bowels are threatening to erupt. The concept of the most irresponsible bartender in the world. Just giving everyone their keys.
Okay, pause for a
And
second.
pat on the back.
I need to catch my breath. Chris, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I need to catch my breath and I need to go take a shit. I'll be right back.
My chest. Oh.
See, you just missed the best bit. The best continuation of the bit. Come back. Stop shitting your pants and listen to this bit. I thought I saw their icon light up for a second.
Oh. Ow. Oh. Oh, it hurts, but good hurts. Not like bad hurt when earlier when we thought we wouldn't even be able to podcast
The
today.
podcast was cursed to die, like the Kennedys.
Oh my god, you guys.
Have any of the
doing
Kennedys
okay?
died in a drunk driving accident?
What? What did I come back to?
Well,
Chris came up with a perfect continuation of the bit.
Oh man.
He said God sends his most passenger-filled sedans to his drunkest drivers. I think the first one was toddler-filled.
Oh my god.
And
Holy
it just
shit.
makes me think of the joke of like, oh yeah, you know, when I die, I want to go peacefully in my sleep like my grandfather, and not
Unlike
screaming,
the sleeping
begging for
pet-
like the passengers in his car.
Yeah.
Like the passengers on his plane.
Yeah.
My grandfather was John Kennedy.
Oh god.
Oh
Thanks
no.
for letting me have a little break there. I went to the bathroom and my suspicions were confirmed. I did indeed need to use the restroom.
There
know,
was indeed a bit of a
You know that
Hershey
situation
squirt.
where you can just feel in your stomach, you're like, those aren't farts. That's the
That's
hot
a
Hershey
shit.
squirts.
That's a shit on deck.
And I was laughing so hard, it was like, okay, I can feel that this is becoming dangerous.
Bit to burst.
Yeah, I could feel that I was pushing it. It was going to become dangerous as time went on.
Like Final Destination Premonition, except it was just about shitting your pants.
Yes, God.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was the shitting your pants devil.
It was
Wait,
the shitting your pants.
wait.
I'm
If you
telling you,
get
it
a
was
premonition that you're gonna,
real.
if you get a premonition that you're gonna shit your pants by Final Destination rules, that means eventually you don't know
will
when, but
happen.
you will shit your pants.
That is the gift of Apollo. That is the gift of prophecy.
Amazing. I don't even know what to say.
You dodged the pants shit once,
You're
but
never
now you're on
free.
his list.
You're never
Yeah.
free.
Next time he won't miss.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Hopefully
gosh.
he forgets about me and moves on to
No.
torturing somebody else.
He can't.
Oh, okay, guys. Well, I feel like that's our requisite, like, half hour of bullshit at the beginning of the show.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
boy.
And we didn't have time for any of it.
We didn't have time for any of
We
it.
kind of
We
got
gotta lock
fucked
in.
earlier. OBS just updated, and I stupidly was like, yeah, sure, download the new update. And then all of a sudden, it did not work. It was like, sorry,
What's
problem
the
with your
worst that could
drivers.
happen?
And I looked it up, and the patch notes for OBS literally says, the first fucking patch note, the hotfix, it says, fixed NVENC failing with old drivers and devices. Note, NVIDIA users may need to update their GPU drivers to or newer. What the fuck is the patch note saying? It's supposed to fix it not working with old drivers and devices. It was. The update came out, and then it wasn't anymore. So I had to go scramble to update my fucking drivers just so we could even do this show. So thanks for nothing, OBS.
Imagine if you will. Imagine if you will. Zach walking to his computer, going, I will do a podcast today, and there's an arrow pointing to him, and it says "Clueless."
Clueless, yeah. Well, and then the follow-up was you presented it to us as this may either take anywhere between 5 minutes or forever.
I did.
I was like, statistically, that is not the math is not on our side here.
We don't like those optics.
Because if you try to get the average median value between 5 minutes and infinity, you get infinity.
And so me and Chris were sitting
there
there in the
are
interim.
a lot of numbers between 5
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
5,
like all of
and
the
most
numbers.
of them are pretty large.
We
Yeah.
were just sitting there in the interim, like, nervously laughing, being like, oh god, I hope the update is going well.
Yeah, and then I tried to update the drivers, and I was going online and trying to just, like, pick out the driver from the website, but they don't, like, list shit for my thing anymore, so I had to download NVIDIA GeForce Experience and tell it to install the drivers, and then the install failed. Like, you guys were tugging your collars, nervously laughing. I was fucking panicking.
Yeah, we
So I was
were.
like,
We were
I got
sitting there
everybody
just
together
like,
for the podcast, and now it's not going to
Hey,
happen.
drunk driving, right? Pretty crazy. Oh no! Oh no! Are we gonna have a podcast?
Our favorite topics on the show are drunk driving and 9/11 and conspiracies.
And 9/11. I think if I was flying the plane, and I had like and I was like 6 Bud Lights in, I would have.
By the way, I have to mention we're recording this on
narrowly
420.
missed the towers.
Smoke weed every day.
Oh! God damn, you came prepared.
Drunk drive every day.
Whoa.
Well, we are recording this on 420, so
Oh my god, you're right. To date this podcast super hard.
Yeah, it is
It
420.
420.
It's indeed
Also
420.
known as Hitler's birthday.
Also known as Columbine Day.
No, you can't. You can't have. Oh god, you can't have Columbine, Hitler's birthday, and the Weird Day, all on the same day.
Hang on a second.
That's.
Yes, we
Oh.
can. And I'm gonna show you something extremely funny.
I mean, yes,
imagine if there were,
we can because we
imagine
do.
Imagine
We
if there
don't
were
get to
any
choose it.
holiday. Imagine if there were any existing holiday on 9/11 before 9/11 happened.
9/11.
God.
That holiday is just ruined.
I think 9/11 was an inside job, not for any political reasons, but because the phrase 9/11 rolls off the tongue so well that it couldn't have been on any other day.
What are we looking at
There's
here,
no-
Zach?
There's
on.
no other day of the calendar year as satisfying to say as 9/11.
Well, there's 420. It's pretty good, too. Check this out.
420 is close.
This is 420 related. Are you guys watching this? Can you hear?
A different style of
I-
I'm
flying.
watching.
Yes.
Watch this. So.
Yes to both.
Why don't we start by writing the date down?
Right. So this is
So
okay.
what happens on the 4th month on the 20th day on 420?
I don't know. What? Oh no, I know what it is. Those two little brats shot all their friends at school, didn't they?
Oh my god.
Okay, well what else?
Columbine. Okay, the Rivoli's on Coolio Street.
I know about
What
the Rivoli.
the fuck is underneath it, man?
What is 420?
Industrial strength, penguin style drill.
420's happened before. What have we done? What did we do last
Look at this,
420?
and this is the viewing area. Go! Drill it right into
What
it.
else could we do on April 20th? What the f thing we can do on April 20th.
Drop this fucking April 20th.
No.
Why?
No, I think I'm gonna do my own thing
After
today.
him crying.
I'll go out. I don't need all. I'll just have it my own day. That's fine. Can I do that?
Dude, are you hearing my plan? Well, let's rehearse something. You want to play Nintendo? I know what you want to see. How about I draw a piano?
Is this the keys? You forgot my birthday.
It's your B-Day! Why didn't you say I'm so sorry I forgot? Oh my God, forget the plan. No, we're having a party.
Hang on the thing it said
Why didn't you say
he had
I'm
a
so
list
sorry
of
I
things.
forgot? Oh my God, forget.
April 20th, Hitler's birthday in Columbine. He was making a little list. Okay, alright. That's enough of
His
that.
birthday and... Oh boy.
Back to what we were doing before.
Talking about drunk driving.
Yeah. No, JoJo, goddammit. JoJo, let's make some
What?
progress.
We gotta lock in, Casey. We got 2 chapters to cover today.
We
and
gotta
no
lock in,
time.
gang. You know what's
Aw.
fun? I think that, Casey, you said something about this chapter. There's a funny panel in chapter 14 where the whole gang is just standing there like clueless. Like, these idiots. And I
Just as
feel like
absent-minded.
what's fun about that is that I feel like the 3 of us are also a little gang of dumbasses. Like, we're a Joe trio. Like, you are my Joe bros. We're all each other's
And
Joe
then-
bro, and we all share one brain cell. The 3 of us.
The same brain, the brain cell
and
brigade.
then occasionally the one who's holding the brain cell will realize, oh shit, we gotta move on. We gotta
We
stop
gotta lock
this.
in.
Yeah, speaking of which,
This has gone too far.
I don't know if we can say back to the chapter if we never went to it.
Back to the chapter for the first time.
Shout out Max
Yeah.
Salami.
Max Salami, our goat.
My goat!
Shout outs.
That's why he's the goat!
That's why he's the goat.
The goat!
Goat.
Bro,
What will be the next value that the lava rock attracts? We may
I-
never know.
am not the goat. I'm the
I
best
am.
of all time.
I'm
I
the
float.
goat.
I'm the
I'm
boat.
the boat.
I
I'm
never
the
sink.
boat.
I always float. I'm the boat.
Just like my money, I'm the boat.
My money long. My pockets big. Dracula flow. What's the... I forget what he says before it, but he says, my money longer than James Cameron. The way he says Cameron. Alright, okay, let's get into this shit. So where we last left our intrepid heroes, we had just gotten back to Merrill Maykey, returned the diamond, and then started explaining all this bullshit about the lava rock. And then,
Sorry, I had to step away from the mic to breathe.
yeah, we cut to Charming Man sitting on the fucking thing outside,
Yeah,
and they're
Charming
about
Man.
to tell her everything that happened, and then we cut away. That's where we last left our heroes on the last Locacacast. Chapter 13, The Absurd Event That Happened to Me That Year. Chapter opens, volleyball.
4 years earlier.
Yeah, so the chapter opens, and we've got volleyball happening, and there's a little bit of narration about stands, and this is the day that those two became aware of their stands. There's a little volleyball poof in the face incident. Everybody laughs, and it's cute. Dragona's a little nervous. And
I'd
then
like to point
he's
out
like,
that the
I'll laugh
villain-
with everyone too.
I'd like to point out that the villain of this chapter is just Yasuo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the fucking
right.
little
Oh my
Yasuo
God.
tails.
The
coming off of the head.
pigtails.
It's crazy.
And then the revenge volleyball to the face.
Yeah. And then this
Oh.
is like we've seen this a bunch of times before. Whenever Araki depicts bullying, like in schools, he always does it like so horrible.
I was gonna say he
This
gets
is maybe
like
the most horrible it's ever been.
this is the most
Well, it
the
feels
realest
like-
it's ever been.
It's like bullying in like 80s movies.
Yeah,
Where like the bullies will straight up kill you.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
disgusting, like life or death abuse. Like I don't even understand.
No,
How...
the crazy thing is
in the
about
80s,
these.
people were like, "Oh, you kids!" Like what?
Yeah, the back-to-back between these two chapters specifically, chapters 13 and 14, which we'll be covering today, is that they are the realest commentaries Araki has ever done on like political and socioeconomic events in the modern day.
There was like a
Go ahead.
parody of 80s. There was like a parody of 80s bullies in like the pilot of Rick and Morty. Do you remember, Zach? The guy who accosts Morty. He pulls out like a knife on him. He's got a leather
Oh,
jacket.
yeah, Rick
Hang on.
freezes him.
Yes.
Yeah, Summer likes him. Or something. Or no, Jessica likes
Yeah.
him? Don't remember. But one of the girls likes
let
him,
me-
and he threatens Morty. Rick shoots him with a freeze ray, and then it's just like, Morty, come with me. And they leave, leaving him there frozen, and then somebody knocks him over.
And then he shatters into pieces because his body's so brittle.
This motherfucker.
I fucking remember now. I forgot about it, but yeah.
That was straight up a parody of how like school bullies were portrayed in the 80s.
Right, like
I'm
he
not
can
gonna
just
cut
knife you
'cause
with
my
impunity.
family's rich. Frank's last words before being frozen to death by Rick.
You know, being frozen solid and then shattered is a really horrible way to go. I was rereading some of the Buu saga of Dragon Ball Z the other day.
Being stabbed, Zach.
What?
Yeah, being stabbed isn't great either.
Yeah, but I
Now,
feel like it's more survivable than becoming ice cubes on the floor, your body in chunks.
To be fair, there are
be fair.
very few
I
pleasant
don't think
ways to die, I
I
imagine.
don't think he felt it after he became an ice cube.
Yeah, it's like being burned to death. You stop feeling it at some point once all your nerve endings have been burnt off.
Okay,
So,
valid
you know.
point, but also, dying is scary, and just because it's instant doesn't make it any less horrifying.
Okay.
It's like that line
That's
from
fair
the end
enough.
of the end of The Nice Guys where he's like, and after all that, nobody got hurt. And Russell Crowe's like, a few people got hurt. Ryan Gosling's like, yeah, well, what I'm saying is they
Let's
died
debate
quickly, so I think they didn't feel much pain.
let's debate the ethics of let's debate ethical murder.
Hey, did you guys
Rick
see
and Morty.
one of the volumes that released for JoJoLands already has like an author's note in it? It was one of the first 2 or 3 volumes that came out, and the author's note is Araki being like, I keep getting stopped by the police on the street nowadays. Like, I'm an old man. What do you want to look at the tissues in my bag for? And so he's like, I think possibly, just like the rest of us, Araki's like, man, fuck the police. Like, he's starting to
He's
hate
become
cops.
embittered.
He's
Yeah,
become
he
embittered.
started his ACAB.
I
I mean,
kind of
to be
think that
fair,
that author's note and his recent experiences have informed the depiction of the police in JoJo.
exactly. Yeah.
But to be fair, the
very
cops have
part
always been
opened
depicted
with-
as like useless, smelly, fat assholes who do nothing except abuse their power. Like back to
Well,
part
that's-
2.
I was gonna say that goes all the way back. So, you know, he's probably just become more and more aware of it as time goes
We've
on.
actually
if nothing
never
else.
seen like a virtuous good cop in the series. Closest we get is Abakio, and Abakio
No,
is
no,
a corrupt,
Josuke's
dirty
grandfather.
cop who
Josuke's
can only.
grandfather.
Oh,
Josuke's grandfather.
right,
You're right.
you're right,
He is.
you're
He
right.
is the one example.
you're right.
He is the one good,
But
purely good
that's,
cop.
That's a
and-
window into what Araki thinks the police should be. Like, he was a kindly old man who bicycled around the
Just-
neighborhood and
I was
helped
gonna
people
say,
get their
just
cats out
rode
of
his little
trees.
bicycle.
Like, he had a gun, but he never shot anybody. Like,
And he's the one guy that he was like, no, Josuke, we can't save him.
you know what it
Your
is? I think
grandfather
that
isn't cool
probably
enough.
because the whole thing with Araki
Well, they
growing up
didn't
in
have any
Sendai.
vampire blood.
He
It
grows
is
up
true.
in Sendai, and then he sort of bases Morio on his own growing up there. And I think what it is, there probably was like an old man police officer who rode around on a bike when he was a kid, and he like remembers that guy fondly, and that puts a smile on his face. So that character was allowed to be virtuous and good. But all his other interactions with cops, they're just like mean, smelly, fat bastard pig pieces of shit. So that's how he
Oh,
depicts them.
absolutely.
But I think he probably has a
Yeah.
childhood memory of like a kindly old man cop on a bike. And so he made
Were
that Josuke's grandpa.
Were the cops in the jail at the beginning of part 3 bad cops, or were they just neutral?
They were kind of neutral. We didn't really get enough of them to know.
That one cop was lacking some social decorum. He told Holly that Jotaro crushed all the guy's balls. But he's not like a bad person. He's not corrupt and evil. He literally was like, this kid is a bad guy. Or he's not a bad guy. He was defending himself. We tried to let him out. He said no, so we called you. We don't know what to do, man. Like, he was
Kid
trying
is
his
just
best.
kind of a weirdo.
He was
says that
ugly.
There's like a
And probably
He
smelly.
was like a ghost.
But he wasn't
Yeah,
evil.
the Tom Cruise cop was a bastard, though, from part 6.
for sure.
Even
Yeah,
though he
I
looks
think-
like American hero icon Tom Cruise.
Although it's funny because it's a Rocky's art style. It's like, this is what he thinks Tom Cruise looks like. Like he thinks he nailed it. He thinks he did a great job.
Listen, he's not that far off. The one thing he was
looks like
missing
an elf.
was He looks like he's missing Tom Cruise's perfectly symmetrical tooth in the middle of his mouth.
What?
Wait a minute.
Do you not know what I'm
I got-
talking about?
Hang on.
Tom Cruise has one tooth that is perfectly symmetrical in the middle of his mouth, whereas most people would have two teeth. Look up Tom Cruise tooth symmetry. You'll see exactly what I mean. Go to Google.
Oh, I hate that.
It's not great, is it?
I hate
Okay,
that. I
let's
hate
pull it
what I
up
know
for the
about
people.
now.
His upper jaw is just slightly askew, so that his front teeth, one of them just happens to take up the dominant center of his mouth.
Oh.
Yeah, his
Wow.
jaw is shifted to the left.
Oh, he's got.
It's-
It's like
really
he's got
uns-
3 where he should have 2, but then the canines.
Yeah. It's really unsettling to look at.
No, wait, look, he's
No.
missing a tooth.
No, he can't be.
No, look,
no, he's
look
not.
at this photo.
No,
he
his,
has.
his,
It's not possible.
It's a
his jaw
canine.
is shifted to the his jaw is shifted to the left.
Let me look at a different photo.
His
No,
left.
yeah,
Your-
sorry.
your
The
right.
photo that I was looking at, it made it look like it was canine, normal canine, which would mean that there's one that just didn't show up. But no,
Well,
no, you're right. It was
thanks
just that
for
one
thanks
photo.
for that, Casey. I hate it.
Yeah, thanks. I
welcome.
hate it. Oh, dude, he's got like British teeth. Look at that.
No, come on now.
That's gross.
That man is a national treasure.
Dude, I'm British. I don't have bad teeth though.
I mean,
No,
his,
you're not.
his teeth actually look pretty good until
He's
you
got
realize-
nice teeth. It's just the fact that they're
until you realize they're off center.
until you realize that he's just not normal.
The thing about
She's not
British
right in the
people
head.
and the dentist is literally 100%
I'm a genetic
true.
freak and I'm not normal.
My mom
You
came
can't
over
even-
here when she was 11.
Speaking of
Her
big
teeth
woke,
are okay. Grandma's teeth are fucking horrible. Lived in England the whole time. My teeth are great. Lived in America the whole time. Going to dentist was like a normal thing you did. But the British
Yeah.
are actually like that. Grandma's teeth are fucking horrible. Mom corrected it at some point, figured it out. Mine are good.
you can't even do a British accent anymore because of bloke culture.
Because of bloke.
Because of bloke. I saw that tweet the other day and it made me laugh.
All right, man. I'm gonna get through some pages of this. I kind of,
Oh,
I
yeah.
kind of want to like.
Boop.
Let's get through some pages and then talk about it. I don't want to like linger on these pages too long.
That is true.
Seats taken, the classic you can't sit next to me bit. Oh yeah, after there's a nosebleed and I'll fucking kill you. Classic seats taken bit. Sat
and
on
then
the ice cream.
classic. Yeah, sitting on the ice cream that looks like poop.
Sitting on the poop cream.
Oh god, that's the worst. Poop cream is the
Dragoni.
worst ever. Dragona-chan, and this is very unpleasant, very controversial when this
The
chapter
dead-
came out for
Dead
sure.
naming on display here.
I saw a lot of people, and not a lot of people, but I saw more than one person
Enough people,
be like,
yeah.
nah, fuck JoJoLands, I'm not reading this shit. And
When this is literally the realest and most like
sorry it makes
The
you
point is
uncomfortable.
the point is these aren't good people.
Araki's
Exactly.
going for something. Like,
and he's
think
actually
about
doing
all the
it in a
times
way
he's
that is
drawn or written something horrifying and disgusting
I was gonna
happening.
say you go back to
It's
part
it's
one.
like when Leonardo DiCaprio says the N-word in fucking Django.
Right.
That's a bad man
He's a
saying
bad
it.
guy.
That's a bad person. He's doing bad things. This is the logic of the film. He's the villain.
Yeah.
Leonardo DiCaprio is a bad person for agreeing
I
to
don't
appear
think
in
you
the
were
film and act
supposed
like
to
that.
read this chapter and come out of it thinking, yeah, those girls on the bus, they were the ones I was supposed to root. Like, that's clearly not the author's intent. It couldn't be more obvious. And even in the context of other
people who-
parts of JoJo, this is like the most real and like I am commenting on a real issue it's ever been. Because before you just have like Dio stealing a kiss from Arena. That's not great, but it's not the worst. Then you have the weird monkey that was reading the porno mags and like spying on the girl on the ship. That's not great. That's real bad. But there's enough of a suspension of disbelief where you're like, oh yeah, it's just an evil orangutan perverted on a boat. But this is actual
towed the
real
line up to
commentary.
depicting like sexual assault and things of this nature several times, and this is like the closest we've ever gone. Like we're across the line now. He's no longer towing the line. And,
No.
I think for a lot of people, especially people who were, let's face it, just not into Dragona's storyline at all, just regarded that weird, and I don't want to think about it, and why is this even here?
Yeah, you're
A lot of
being
those
confronted
people-
by something you're also biased against.
Yeah, a lot of those people, when this chapter came out, were like, ah, man, fuck this. I don't actually want this.
Yeah, they're
And,
like, oh, Araki shouldn't have included this and blah 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 blah. And it's
Right.
like, no, the fact that he did
and that you're
is
having such a
actually a
reaction
good
to it.
is actually a good thing, because it's clearly something he didn't have to include it, but he did because it's something that is important to him and that he cares about and that he wants to draw attention to. Hey, this is bad. You, my readers, should think this is a bad thing to do.
You are not meant to enjoy this.
Oh,
No.
yeah. No, that's, Chris, you're brilliant. You put such a fine point on it. You are not meant to enjoy this. You're supposed to be reading through this chapter, and your skin is crawling, and you're like, oh, God, I hate this.
You're supposed to be uncomfortable no matter
You're
who
supposed to be
you
waiting
are.
for somebody to do something to resolve the situation.
And this is what I'm going to say about Araki that I think some other writers, like other male manga creators, will slip up on.
This is where they will falter.
They can't resist making the assault kind of sexy in a way, kind of titillating. Like, think about Berserk. Think about Femto raping Casca. And it's gross, and it's horrible, and your skin's supposed to crawl. But also he draws her really, really hot. And, like, he draws a lot of it. He draws way more pages of it than he needs to draw. And it's extreme, and it's over the line. But it's like, he couldn't resist making it a little sexy. You know what I mean? The moment is scary and horrifying, but it's also titillating a little bit. And Araki has the decency to not do that. It's just scary and horrifying. To make this enjoyable for the reader in any way would undermine the point. You're supposed to not like this.
And he does have one character speak up and say, "Hey, this isn't cool." But like, that's just doing the bare minimum, and it doesn't actually work. And you know, that's like just true to life. Is like you can't just. You have to step in and do something.
That person knows what's right, but does not have the bravery to step up and maybe make themselves a potential target as well. And it's like the sad reality of it. There's always someone like that in the room who knows what's happening is wrong, but doesn't want to risk the target being put on them instead, so won't say anything.
And it's just like maybe the most baffling aspect of it to me is the fact that people are this late into the game of JoJo's, and this is where they draw the line.
Yeah.
They're like, how dare you, Araki?
And that's the thing. It's because it's
Could
not
you go
because of
woke?
any logical, like, oh no, this actually is different meaningfully in a way that I feel is, like, over the line and bad. We've had stuff like this before. It's just your own uncomfortability with the subject matter that's giving you this disgust and fear reaction.
Yeah.
And you're heading for the door like a weakling. Like, you can't handle the
if
heat.
Dragona was a gender-conforming person, one way or the other, if Dragona was just a gender-binary man or woman, no one would have this issue. I can almost guarantee that. There'd be people who would be upset, but not for the same reason.
I think no one is probably overgeneralizing there. But
I think that's where a lot of people's weirdness about this is coming from. I think Casey is onto something a little, but I think no one is probably an overstatement.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly. But
But I like
yeah,
to
it's
overstate.
definitely a big
I
part
like
of the
to use hyperbole. It's like my favorite thing.
problem quote
I use it like 47,000 times a day.
that people are having with this chapter.
My favorite thing of all time ever is over-exaggeration. No, wait, I take it back. Second guessing. I like second guessing the best. Second guessing's my favorite.
No. But think about how fun hyperbole is. I can use it like a billion trillion times a day. Like, literally. Like, I'll literally use it every single day 1,000 times. I hyperbolize everything.
You are the epitome of hyperbole.
Nuh-uh.
All right, next fucking page. We've talked about this a lot, and I'm not gonna read out every single line because it's
Yeah.
gross.
No, I like how Zach was going to say something there, and then Casey cut him off, and then Zach's like, you know what? Fuck this bit.
I don't think I had much else to say. I don't know. I
Okay.
feel like I wanted to talk about this thing that's happening, this event in the story, and how people online were reacting to it. And
Reacting very poorly.
well, I mean, those of you who were like, wow, geez, tough chapter. That one was a skin crawler. Can't wait to see where things go. Dragona's character is getting interesting. You are all my people. Everyone who was
Yeah.
like, nope, there's weird tranny shit in my JoJo now. I'm out of here. You are not my
I was gonna
people,
say,
and there's the door.
this chapter created the Dragona Defense Squad, which are like the good JoJoLands fans, and then the anti-Dragona Squad.
And you know, I'm
You
fine
you
with
can
that.
now hinge someone's opinions on JoJo if you ask them what they think about Dragona. There is now a singular character who can define whether or not someone has good
Listen,
taste in
When it comes
JoJo.
down to
It's a
it,
litmus test.
do you want to be like Jodio, or do you want to be like asshole Yasuo here?
Yeah.
Right. And see, that's
Or
the thing as
ask
well, is that I
Mr.
think
who is completely neutral and doesn't really do anything.
a lot of people, and this honestly ties into like a wider societal thing about like, you know, not just capitalism, but the system of domination, the way that we dominate each other and we put each other down. It's like the quote from 1984. If you want to imagine the future of humanity, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. There's people out there who are just like, ooh, can't wait for my turn to be the boot. And they feel no
It's like
sympathy
the
and no
quote from
kinship with the human face being
1984.
stamped upon. And so
It's
I think
that quote from 1984. This is literally 1984.
let me finish my point. I think that there are
I'm
people
sorry.
out there who are seeing this scene and who don't really feel bad for Dragona. They don't identify with the human face that's being stamped on. They identify with the boot.
Oh, of course,
And
absolutely.
those people can all get fucked, honestly. Like, fuck you. I don't need you in my shit.
You
I don't
deserve
want you on my
deserve
podcast.
to be stomped by the boot.
Oh.
Anyway. Or they imagine themselves
Hello?
either as the boot. Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Can you not hear us anymore?
Oh, sorry, you just dropped out for a second there.
Oh, sorry,
Mhm.
man.
I think it might have been my connection.
But yeah, the human face and the boot, and I think some people imagine themselves as the boot, or they can't wait for their turn to be the boot, or they think that what's wrong with the system is that right now they're the face when they should be the boot instead, when in fact no boot should ever be stamping on a human face. Or they imagine themselves as this guy off to the side who knows it's wrong and tries to speak up, but then is like, oh, whatever, geez, I can't watch.
Which
Oh.
statistically, I think most people would be.
Right, you
Well,
like to
it's
imagine
what
yourself
is
as
that,
the hero, I hope.
The bypasser syndrome, or whatever it's
Bystander?
called. Bystander, yeah.
Yeah, and that gives
Bystander
everyone else,
effect.
all the other bystanders, you're giving them permission to stand by
Well,
by standing
yeah,
by,
we-
you know?
yeah. Action
we want
is-
to, we want to think that we're the Jodio, but statistically, most of us will be this guy in the back who's saying that this is wrong, but not actually making
Enacting
an effort
any
to
meaningful
stop it.
change, yeah.
Yeah. You think someone else will step in.
Anyways, I just wanted to shit talk those people who were like, I'm done with JoJoLands
I was
JoJoLands
gonna
because of this
say,
chapter.
like, goodbye and
that's
good
such a
riddance.
cowardly, yeah, goodbye, there's the door. See ya, bye-bye.
Bye, Felicia.
More for me.
Bye bye.
More for
Yeah,
me.
more for me.
Okay,
More good character for us.
next page.
And then you have Gremlin
More torture.
Jodio. Also, it was a big thing when this chapter came out too, is the fact that young Jodio is just grown-up Jodio, but shrunken down.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's almost like Alessi used his stand on him.
Like, he's wearing the same clothes and everything.
It is exact. Zach, you nailed it.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
exactly what it
it's
is.
like Polnareff or Jotaro getting rewound into a child. That's exactly
It's
what
so-
happened to him.
It is so unbelievably funny. Like, you can see clearly how Dragona grew up and matured as a person, but Jodio is just small.
It's crazy. Like
He's just...
Araki draws him with like bigger eyes and bigger facial features to indicate that like, oh, he's a baby, because you know your eyes are the same size your whole life. That's why we think
Yeah.
babies are cute, because they have big eyes. But no, they don't. Their eyes are the same size. Their head's just small. So he draws him like babyish, but literally this is just Jodio if you squished him and then squished him vertically in Photoshop.
It is the best ever. It is the best child he has ever drawn.
Okay, so
Mom
now
said
we're
it's his turn on the Xbox.
on to the good stuff. Jodio shows up, single raindrop on the forehead. This isn't the elementary school bus. He glares at the driver. I just came here to get my big brother. Come on, let's get off. So fucking cool. And then the raindrop comes off her forehead and hits her eyeball. Insane. The raindrop.
Through the eyelid and everything, because it just like sinks down her face.
Yeah, I love that Jodio. This is something that I caught on to when he hit the drug bag in chapter 2. His rain is not just heavy, it's selectively heavy. He can choose what object it's heavy on. It hits the forehead? No, it's not heavy rain yet, it's just a normal droplet. As soon as it drips off that eyebrow line, boom, now it's a bullet. That's so sick to me, that it's not just heavy rain, it's selectively heavy.
Yeah, I also love this moment because this is a great... I'm glad we got, or we're getting bits of the JoJo siblings' backstory and their dynamic this early. Because this moment is so good. Jodio awakened to his stand, not because of any extraordinary means, not because of a devil's hand or because of an arrow or whatever. He was just so upset in this moment for Dragona's sake that he manifested a stand to retaliate against the bullies.
And
That is so cool to me.
It's an interesting reversal of what you typically see, because Dragona is the older sibling, but Jodio is the protector.
Yeah, yeah, that's interesting.
Everything about the dynamic of this group of Joe Bros and Joe Gang or whatever is so good already, and I can't believe the hot streak that Araki has been on, and I hope he keeps it up the entire length of the JOJOLands.
I feel like he's been on a pretty good streak, but also I found Charming Man's backstory to be kind of a miss. Like, I don't care about that still.
Yeah, we found one chapter to be lacking, but like on the whole, I think it is safe to say I've been pretty satisfied with part 9.
I have some things to bring up. I have some dissatisfaction with the ending of this chapter, which we'll get to then. But now we're on how long has she been bullying you? Nah, she was just joking. And then we're in bed, and Dragona is like up at night with terrors, can't sleep. I love how they have a Joestar star mat, a circle rug on the floor, and they sleep in bunk beds. Like, that's so cute. Jodio's on the top bunk.
He is on the top bunk, and he's just a little guy. He's just so small.
I had bunk bed with my brother growing up. I remember when he moved from the baby room into my room, and I was forced to go from the bottom bunk to the top because it was like not going to be safe for the little brother to be up there. And so I was like, man, I don't want to go up there. Like, I like being on the ground. But then the bottom was his.
I just have to briefly mention, Araki doesn't waste a single panel. Like you see, the starts of her, of Dragona's night terrors, and then like you see, like she's in agony, and then you get this wide shot to see where Jodio is, and
immediately cut to next day. Bus, kids getting on.
The determination in his eyes as he's decided what to do.
The plan has been in motion. He is just now in this moment understood what his stand does.
Right.
And how he's going to use it.
And this is crazy because we saw chapter 1, he was diagnosed as a sociopath, apparently. And this is for sure evidence of that. He's like fully intending to kill all these kids.
Yeah. Maybe the most sociopathic thing he has done.
Wait, why are we reading this on the anniversary of Columbine? Jodio is going to kill a bunch of kids at his school.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Maybe this was poor timing.
All right, so we get on the bus, and then
this
Jodio.
Feels like Twilight Zone.
Jodio hits.
We're reading about an attempted mass murder of school kids on the anniversary of Columbine.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That's as Twilight Zone as it gets.
Dude, could Columbo solve Columbine?
I don't know that
cut
there's
that.
anything
Cut that
there
for the
to...
final episode. Cut that out. Cut that.
It's already cut. I cut what, Zach? I don't know what you're talking about.
Leave in me saying it and cut it. I think it's funny to say it
How
and
do
then
I-
immediately request
what?
it to be cut.
Yeah, anyway, fuck this.
Moving on.
Continue.
I'm staying
Jodio
away from this bit.
Hits the fucking lever that closes the door to the bus with the rain. And then the outside is getting hit by rain too. But then a fire starts in the inside. So I'm not sure. Is he like hitting the engine with bullet after bullet of rain until it explodes? Or did he start the fire independently? Did he plant?
I have no
device?
idea, actually.
I have no clue either. And it's weird because he's a water type Pokemon, but this is a fire-based attack.
But it's a fire attack.
Okay, so next, there's a woman on this page who looks like Black Meryl McKee. She looks like Meryl McKee if she opened her eyes.
You're right.
Well, what are the spilled bottles of liquid on this next page?
I
Can we
don't know.
tell?
Those
Right.
look like just water bottles, but I don't know.
They've
actually.
got to be gasoline or something. He must have started this fire independently. He didn't use a stand for the fire. He couldn't. Obviously, it's a water stand. But yeah, the people are on fire. Doors and windows won't open.
One of
Jodio's
the
like
girls had a pet bird and it's flying away.
the picture of him, the panel of him sitting there, and then the little circular panel of his eyes, his expression. He's like, "Oh, wow, that sucks."
No.
He has no interest in this. He's like, "Oh, jeez,
Pity.
dang." And then he sees the bird in the window, at which
The
point
bird.
he stops using November Rain, which somehow puts out the fire. You would think there would be fire, and then he would start using November Rain, at which point it would put out the fire. But I don't know. Also, Jodio is seen drinking from the same shape and
From the
size
same,
of water
yeah,
bottle.
kind of bottle.
Yeah. Don't know. But he sees the bird, and he saves the bird. Then Barbara Ann Joestar appears again, looking nothing like her other two appearances.
No. This is the past. This was 4 years ago.
Is she just gonna do this every single time, though?
I hope so.
Every time we see her, she looks different?
That would be a great running gag. It's like the Jolene's lawyer, where every time he appears in the manga,
Rocky's doing
his
a
ears
bit.
get longer.
Yeah.
He's wondering if anybody will notice if he just changes this one character's appearance every time she appears.
Every
I noticed
single time.
the first time.
He should do it. He should have her appear at 2 separate times in the same chapter, but she looks completely different.
That would be stupid.
That'd be awesome.
Alright,
That'd be
so
the best.
his mom is like, Jodio, you know you're supposed to be studying. And honestly, oh wow, I just said it and I was about to comment on her saying honestly. I really like the way Hiwamata Noboru translates this, because I don't know Japanese. I don't know a ton, but I know some stuff. I've picked up some stuff from anime, and I'm 100% sure right there. She was like, Mataku. That's what honestly is. And I like
Exactly,
that
that's what I was thinking.
the pause in that is replicated perfectly by the way they do honest-ly. Honestly. Mataku. I really like it. I feel like that's perfect, and you actually couldn't get a translation any better than that. I know it's just one word, but these guys are good at what they do. I like the
They are.
formatting of it. I like the style, I like the way it's chosen to be presented.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that, like, it calls to mind what the actual Japanese word is. So I feel like I'm engaging with it with an even smaller layer of translation than usual. That's what I like about
Yeah.
Hiwamata Noboru. It's not a ton of localization. It's
They don't
direct
take a lot of
translation
liberties.
with the objective of getting you as close to the original as possible, which I really, really like. You know, we used to
Another
talk a lot of
interesting
shit on the Dog Park scans when Dog Park was doing his thing as well, but it actually was really nice to have 2 sets of scans for each chapter and to compare translations. Like, that was pretty cool. I liked that.
Wait a minute, hang on.
Uh-huh.
Hang on. I just realized. So, Barbara Ann Joestar is in this upper panel wearing a t-shirt, no overalls. Next panel,
Oh, come on
where'd
now.
the overalls come from?
okay.
No,
She
no,
put them on in between panels because she was in the living room yelling at Jodio to be studying, and then a moment passes
she's
in
in
time
the
between
kitchen,
panels, and now she's in the kitchen.
putting on her. Maybe that's not overalls. Maybe that's
No, it's
like
probably an apron.
It's an apron.
Yeah, it's an apron. She's in the kitchen.
But you're fucking
making her-
right. I did not notice that minor continuity error that you have to explain away in your head by imagining
No,
the time passes
okay,
between the
yeah.
panels.
No, but that's exactly what I was thinking about it, because I was thinking about how funny it would be if every time Barbara Ann Joestar appears, she looks
What's up?
completely different.
Her
There is,
appearance
yeah,
changes.
it's a
Literally, we
difference
have
game. There's
two
a slight,
appearances on the same page where she looks different.
yeah.
Hey, can we revisit the our Dragona and Jodio from the same father thing? Because look at their dad and look at Dragona and look at
That is a
Jodio.
white man. Yeah, that is a white man.
Well, the thing I noticed about the dad was he looks like Joseph Joestar.
He does. He looks like
New
Fumi.
Universe Joseph.
He looks like this universe's.
I
Joseph.
wonder if this is the only look we'll ever get at him, and it's just a distant
It's more
shot
of a
of him
look
in the
that we ever
kitchen.
got at fucking Sadao Kujo.
I don't even know who that is.
It's Jotaro's dad, the jazz
I know,
musician.
I know that, but I don't
I
know who that-
imagine
We
Do you
he
guys
probably
know
looks
the
like
meme?
Jotaro.
You guys know the
That's
meme
basically.
where the old man is on Conan O'Brien? He's pretending he doesn't know Jeffrey Epstein died. Have
Yes.
you seen that?
Oh, you mean the New York financier? Yeah.
Sadao Kujo, the legendary Japanese jazz musician,
Jeff Epstein? Yeah, I know that
the
guy.
famous New York City financier.
The famous New York City financier.
My
Absolutely.
head-
Joseph
Karen.
Joestar, the famous real estate mogul.
The famous, New York American
I
business
just like
mogul.
knowing people for not the thing that they're known for. That's really
They're
funny to
known
me.
for- Absolutely. It's
My,
good.
my
It's a
head
good
canon.
bit. It's a
until-
harmless bit.
My head canon until Araki draws otherwise, and I feel pretty safe in this head canon because I don't think he's ever going to draw Sadao Kujo. Is that Sadao Kujo just looks exactly like Jotaro?
I thought you were
He
going to say he looks
absol-
like Jeffrey Epstein.
He looks like Joseph Joestar.
That would have been a hilarious way to end this bit.
JoJoLands sequel where Josuke goes on his journey to the islands to the south
To Epstein
to
Island.
Just
To find more
apropos of nothing.
Locacacast, but all he finds is a horrible sex slave industry on one of them.
God.
He
Oh,
has to
no.
defeat the guy who runs it.
Oh, dear. I don't want to humor this bit too much, but now I'm wondering what would Jeffrey Epstein's stand be? What-
It'd be Lolita Express or something.
Oh my god!
Thank you. I'm here all day. I'm cooking. Also, I
I'm
forgot it
cooking.
was. I just
It would
remembered
be
it was
Virgin
420,
Killer.
so I
It would be
decided to hit
Virgin
my
Killer.
pen really hard.
I see. That's why you're coughing.
Yeah, I'm gonna be stoned for the rest of this.
Oh goodness.
I'm usually stoned on these podcasts, though. Some amount. I'm sitting here, and I'm having a wonderful time talking. I'm not bored, but the pen's right there. I'm gonna hit it. Come on.
It's right
Do you
there.
know
I
what?
gotta-
Do you
gotta
know
take a
why
bite.
Jeffrey Epstein's stand would be Virgin Killer?
Oh no.
It's a Scorpions album, and
Because he killed himself?
the original album cover has a nude prepubescent girl on it.
Oh boy. Oh boy, we are really just getting in there this podcast,
I
aren't
think I
we?
just killed Zach.
Shouldn't it be Like a Virgin?
Oh boy.
No, I'm talking about the Scorpions album.
Oh.
No, I'm saying, wouldn't that be one also?
No, because that's not
No,
the joke I'm
you
making.
guys, we all know what
I'm making the Epstein is a pedophile joke.
it would be the Oingo Boingo song "Little Girls."
You know what we should do at some point during this "What is Epstein's
Cancel
stand"
the
conversation? So then they're like, good, I'm glad Dragona didn't go to school yesterday.
Oh,
There's
I'm
a
glad we
fire
cut
in
all
a
that
school
evil
bus.
shit.
Apparently a teacher and about 20 students were hospitalized with major burns, and then Dragona hits Jodio with the fucking
wide
stare.
stare.
With the Bucciarati looking at Giorno from the side-ass stare.
I know what you did to that
This
school
is the
bus,
taste of a
Jodio.
liar. Jodio Joestar.
I know what you are.
This is a crazy. You're sick. You should go to the hospital.
That's incredible.
Jodio just not reacting at all.
But I love this that like this is like a moment between siblings, but also it's a little bit like so this is the core of their thing. Like Dragona knew and decided instead of like, this is fucking horrifying. Sure, I was getting bullied, but my brother was going to kill a bus full of children. Instead of being like...
For me.
Right. The moment where that seems like it's a possibility that Dragona might be upset about this, you're sick. You should go to the hospital. That's the moment. But then the hug.
The follow-up, yeah.
The hug. So the whole relationship, the whole friendship, the whole partnership is built upon this moment where, like, any other sane person would think you're a psychopath and turn you in, but I love you. Much like the movie True Romance.
To be fair, most of the people on that bus were complicit.
I just saw a good tweet that will
so
save
really,
for the
so
next
really,
chapter.
so really, it's only like killing one innocent person.
Oh. Yeah. I'll show this when we get
I
there.
don't think it's the rock disease. I think it's just because.
Oh.
All right, I'll just show it now. But no, I guess nobody's seen the movie True Romance then, because nobody reacted to that at all.
Seen the movie Romance. I'm sorry.
It's
No,
thinking
I
about-
haven't seen it.
it's a
I was
good
thinking
movie.
about Smiling Friends.
Okay, well that's okay.
Are you talking about True Lies with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
I'm talking about True Romance, starring
Charlie-
Patricia Arquette and Christian Slater, written but not directed by Quentin Tarantino. It's a 90s movie.
Nope,
It's called
never
True
seen it.
Romance.
Never heard of it.
You seen Taxi Driver?
Quentin Tarantino. Oh, he was the star of. He was the co-star with George Clooney in From Dusk Till Dawn. I know that guy.
Quentin Tarantino, the famous
Quentin Tarantino,
actor,
the actor
co-star?
from Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah, I know
Okay,
him.
well just let me get through this real quick. Have you seen Taxi Driver?
I've heard of it.
No, I've
Wow.
heard of it. I've never seen it.
Okay, well, I have a fan theory that True Romance is Quentin Tarantino's take on Taxi Driver. At the end of Taxi Driver, Travis Bickle goes on this murderous rampage and he kills this pimp and a bunch of dudes in the building in order to free, quote-unquote, this prostitute woman from his control. And, like, he gets there and kills the last guy and he, like, sits down on the couch next to her, but she's just, like, fucking screaming. Like, this is the most horrifying thing that's ever happened. She did not ask to be rescued. And so he's come all this way and done all these things for her, and she's just fucking horrified. And this is like his twisted idea of what it means to be a hero. In True Romance, that entire storyline, like man meets prostitute, man becomes obsessed with her, man kills her pimp for her, and then she's like horrified. That whole storyline in True Romance plays out within the first like 20 minutes of the movie. But instead of being horrified, she seems like she's scared of him for a moment, but then she wraps her arms around him. She was like, that was so romantic.
That was so awesome.
So Tarantino is taking the
crazy
thing of
thing is-
Taxi Driver and is like, let's just change that one beat. Let's change the way she reacts. And then let's see where the story goes from there. And then because
Yeah.
that's not the end, that's actually the jumping off point, he then does a whole movie after that. And it's a really good movie, but this is that moment. She's like seemingly disapproving and like gonna snitch on him, like what you did is fucking horrible, you're a sick monster, but then the hug, like I love you for it.
Yeah.
It's exactly that
Alternate
moment from
universe
True
sequel.
Romance. What'd you say?
Sounds like an alternate. It sounds like an alternate universe sequel.
To what?
Like what if the movie ended differently, and then this is the continuation of that?
oh yeah,
different ending?
yes,
An alternate
exactly.
universe sequel.
Yes, exactly. And the thing is, it's like he took the basic plot elements of like lonely man, that's Travis and Clarence, who doesn't have a woman in his life, yup, whose job is like kind of sad and dead end, yup, taxi driver, comic book store guy, meets a prostitute lady, yup, they go to the movies, yup, he becomes obsessed with her, yup, she reveals, or no, Travis knew from the beginning, I guess, but it's all the same beats. Taxi Driver has so much more in it. It's not just this prostitute storyline, but that's how that movie ends. And this is doing all those same beats, and then he's like, I've got to kill the pimp and free her from his control. And then he does it, and the whole thing is, it's the same beats, but everyone is a wacky Tarantino character instead of a gritty, serious Scorsese character.
I think he based
he's like
that
a
movie
wacky
off
comic
of-
book nerd, and he does like an Elvis impression. Oh, that's the whole thing. Clarence wants to fuck Elvis. He's like, if I had to fuck a man, any man, like if I had to pick one, life or death, Elvis. He's
The
obsessed
more you're
with Elvis.
describing this movie, the more it sounds like it was based off of my real life.
You'd fuck Elvis? I'd fuck Elvis. You kidding?
I'd fuck Elvis. Are you kidding me?
All right.
Okay,
moving
would
on.
you? which Elvis? Like pre-drug or post-drug Elvis?
I'm not fucking
Like-
fat 70s Vegas glitter tracksuit
Well,
Elvis.
I was gonna say you'd probably have his death on your hands. The second his heart rate reaches like 120 beats per second, you know, he's donezo.
You know, I would
He's
actually,
Dunskies.
I would pick an Elvis that's gonna be like in good shape. So maybe like right after he got back from being in the military.
Oh, that'd be
Casey-
a good Elvis.
Casey, what you just said there made me think of like the movie Speed, and now I'm thinking of like, just how can we combine Elvis's heart rate with speed? When his heart reaches 120, he'll explode.
God, Elvis explodes.
Dude,
There's
so
a
you
really
gotta
good
keep him on like
neon-
Percocets and shit in order to keep his resting heart rate at like
Oh,
48.
God.
But if it goes too low, he has a heart attack and he dies.
Well, that's just crank.
Yeah, well,
oh yeah.
I love the bit from the first episode.
Yeah, you just reinvented
God.
crank.
No. You. Let's throw a little Fantastic Voyage in there too. We have these doctors.
The
shrink
Coolio
down,
song?
and they've got a no. Fantastic Voyage, the classic sci-fi movie where like people shrink down and go inside another guy's body to heal him.
It's a
That's
sci-fi
also
movie.
based off of my. That's also based off my real life, by the way.
I wish if fucking what
You shrunk down and went inside a guy.
No, the opposite.
Oh,
Dude, next time I can come to Florida, we gotta hang out. We gotta make that.
You
happen
gotta shrink.
somehow.
You gotta shrink down and go on a fantastic voyage inside of my body.
Dude, I'm bummed that Fantastic Voyage is a sci-fi movie because I was actually gonna say as soon as I heard it was a movie, I was like, oh, dude, great. This means that it's possible that the song Fantastic Voyage by Coolio might be in it. But I doubt there would be any place in a sci-fi movie.
not
for
in the
Come
1950s
along and ride
when the
on
movie
a
came out.
fantastic
Not in the
voyage.
1950s when the movie came out.
Well, maybe if we
well,
had like
you
time
can't win 'em all.
displacement.
Coolio displacement.
Coolio displacement.
If Elvis's
like-
heart rate
It's his heart
Can we-
rate.
120,
Oh,
Can we start a little-
120, he'll go back in time and put
That
in
would
Fantastic
be the
Voyage.
best. Can we? Because there's been like a renaissance lately. Can we make Elvis Presley like a royalty-free character and just use his likeness and things?
How old?
Just make the fantastic
When does he become
Adventures
public
of
domain?
Elvis.
Wait, who were we just talking about besides Elvis?
Elvis.
No, before that, a
My,
second ago.
my actual life.
No, god damn it.
I don't know. I don't
Oh.
remember.
Fuck, it was 2 seconds ago. Hang on, let me remember.
Okay, I like the bit in Clone High where there's the Elvis twins. And it cuts to the and there's the skinny Elvis twin and the fat Elvis twin. And they're talking
have
about
not
their
seen
lunch.
it. I don't even know.
Oh my God, it's from like the first episode. It's like, oh, I wonder. It's,
Okay,
it's the Elvis twins.
historical figures are not copyrighted.
That is
Okay.
true. I mean, I guess that's fair.
For real
And it
though.
cuts to the Elvis twins, and they're like talking about their lunch, and they're like, "What did Mom pack you?" And Skinny Elvis opens his lunchbox, and he's like, "Oh, it's a peanut butter and banana sandwich. What about you?" And then Fat Elvis opens up his lunchbox. He's like, a thermostat full of horse tranquilizers."
So we gotta shrink down. We gotta shrink down Coolio, and so he can go inside Elvis's body and then raise
Coolio.
his heart rate to 120.
And go on a fantastic voyage.
And then when
No.
Elvis's heart rate hits 120, he'll go back in time so that Coolio can record the song "Fantastic Voyage."
It's time for it to be in the movie.
So that Elvis can go meet himself when he was fit. Go
Okay,
inside his body.
Wait, shut up. I have this
The
great
drugs out.
idea. I just cracked the code. Everybody shut up. Clear the floor for me. Okay.
Okay.
So the Coolio displacement is this is what happens. Coolio uses a time displacement field to travel back from the time that he was alive, because he's dead now, in the 1990s, right after he made
Coolio was
Gangsta's
still
Paradise.
alive.
At the height of his powers, he uses a Coolio time displacement field to go back to when Elvis died, so that he can shrink down and go inside of his body that fateful day when he's on the toilet and stop the blockage from occurring in his heart, thus saving him from the heart attack.
Oh my
and
god.
ensuring that he will be alive to do the soundtrack for the movie Fantastic Voyage, which
In the
Coolio
50s.
is actually also going to be on through a series of wacky circumstances and coincidences and mixed up identities. He's actually going to end up on the soundtrack for the movie that he named his song Fantastic Voyage after in the 90s. But it all
Man,
hinges on
why are
making
we-
sure Elvis doesn't die.
There should
Why
be
are we-
a Jinx moment where people get confused between Coolio and Elvis.
Why are we making a JoJo podcast? We should have sent this idea straight to Hollywood.
I don't know which one is which.
This reminds me
They're
of the
like
moment.
brothers.
This reminds me of the moment in Breaking Bad where
If-
Gale shows Walter this. We as the audience don't know what it is, but he's like, I've been working on something else, a little side project, and he turns these dials and knobs, and there's all these tubes and
Oh, yeah,
beakers
the-
and stuff boiling,
Coffee
and a
maker.
cup of coffee comes out, and Walter drinks it, and he's like, oh my god. He drinks some more, and he says, why the hell are we making meth? That's us right now. We're like, we just should pitch movies. This is incredible. Oh! Breaking
Oh,
Bad.
shit. Also, every time you said
Give me a
like
smoke weed every day.
The Coolio displacement field or whatever, all I could, all I could think of was like an ATF from Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Oh,
I'm just imagining
yeah.
I'm just imagining Coolio projecting an absolute terror field around him to block Elvis's incoming attacks.
It's crazy how ATF stands for different things for different people. I went to the dispensary the other day, and I forgot about this. I bought an ATF cart, and when the guy gave it to me, I said, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. And he laughed, and he said, Alaska Thunderfuck.
Can we make a live action Evangelion, but it's Austin Butler's Elvis as Shinji
Oh my god.
and Coolio as like Asuka?
Hey, can we start like a Locacacast cinematic universe of like the characters that we have like adopted into our gags? You know what I mean? Like characters that we always
Yes.
reference, like Columbo,
Yes.
Oh,
and now
so
Elvis.
in the post credits, Columbo shows up and
Oh
says, "I want to talk to you about the lock-in
It's-
initiative."
And he says, there's just one more thing that's been bothering me, Elvis.
Your Columbo impression is so good.
You see, my wife's a big fan of your music.
We always listen to it together after work.
You know, Heartbreak Hotel, that's a classic. Oh, you know, I'm
Right.
but I'm more of a fan of the later stuff, you know, the stuff where you can hardly tell what you're saying. You just kind of got up on stage and you made noises, you grunted and groaned. Elvis our list of characters
Yeah.
is Elvis, Columbo, Coolio, and Yujiro Hanma.
Yeah, Slim Shady.
You're so
Slim
right.
Shady, of course,
And
as well.
Specifically rapping, but it's specifically he has to rap everything he's saying.
I fucked my car up after running over a mattress on purpose.
I ran over a mattress on purpose.
So I decided it was time to get a new car.
The Fred Flintstone vehicle.
I busted my feet through the floorboards and started it up by running like Fred Flintstone.
I hate to curtail the bit, but
Oh.
it is. We do have 1 hour left.
No,
That's true.
It
That's
can't
true.
be.
Okay, all right. Back to the
Oh.
chapter. I need to make it so that I can play the video. I just have the back to the chapter graphic coming up, but I need to play the video that he made for us. But I won't worry about that right now. I'll have that ready for next podcast. I'll have that
Back
on
to the-
demand. I'll make that so it's just a button and I don't gotta fuck with it. But yeah, shout
Back
out to
to
Mac
the
Salami,
Elvis.
Mac the Knife, for making that shit for us.
Thank you, Mac the Salami.
I appreciate that. I really like that. We have a fan, and we have a fan-contributed graphic that we can refer back to. Back to the chapter, that is. Anyway. Dragona is doing the true romance thing, and is like, I love you for the horrible thing that you just did, actually. Thank you, my little brother. My heart was on the verge of dying. It was going to collapse. I wouldn't have ever gone back to normal. And then Dragona promises to get stronger. Don't tell anyone about this, not mom or dad. Let's never touch on this subject again. There's no proof. It'll just be a secret between you and me forever. This is something villains do. This isn't something heroes do.
Yeah, no, this is a very, like, sinister moment.
Yes, it's very sinister. And then Dragona smooth operates the scars from the sexual assault onto a spoon and the spoon explodes, and then Dragona names their stands, which I think is a really cool aspect. Like, Avdol named Jotaro's stand. Jotaro named Josuke's. Dragona named the two of their stands. I just think that's neat. I always want to know, like, who named it?
Yeah, it's also interesting that, again, this bullying incident was the inciting incident for both of them awakening their stands for different reasons and different responses to it. Jodio's was out of vengeance and out of anger, and Dragona's is sort of out of, thank you so much, blah, 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 blah. I felt like my heart was on the verge of dying, but now I can sleep peacefully.
And that
this is
kind
who
of
I
is like
am.
Dragona feeling like, no, you know what? Things are going to get better. We can change the future. Like, things will improve. That's then followed by using the stand to literally remove their wounds. Like, we can heal from this. It's an emotional moment of, like, we can heal from this, and then it's literally doing that with your stand. So I like
That's
that.
kind of what I mean when I said, like, the character moments and the
Yes.
group dynamic is some of the best, I think, genuinely, I think Araki has ever done. Because before it's like, you like the group, they're iconic enough, you get the idea that they're friends or that they're goofballs or whatever. This really feels like they are friends and family. They are so believable as these kind of just troubled, misguided, but overall well-intentioned
Well,
teenagers, young adults.
we learned in the first chapter, whatever crime they're into is overall for the goal of giving their mom an easy life. She's a single mom, and they live in like a bad neighborhood, I think, and she would otherwise be being hassled, but because they're who they are and they do what they do, a nice person always walks her to the bus stop and watches over her and shit. So they're doing bad things for reasons that seem benevolent and wonderful, but they are still operating in a morally dark gray area. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, they are
Still
thieves,
doing-
and they are willing to steal and kill and do whatever.
It's not just like a Robin Hood steal from the rich to give to the poor. It's like, we're going to steal, maybe kill, injure, sell drugs.
There is a Robin Hood thing happening, but they are, like, truly unscrupulous. Like, they are without moral scruples at all. They don't care about collateral damage, and they don't give a fuck about other people's feelings. They're like, I'm gonna get mine. Which is very much like the story's about getting money. I feel like it's a little bit about capitalism, about the modern world, you know what I mean? Like, at what point do you think in the story Jodio is gonna learn money isn't everything? You know, like, someone on the team is going to die, or something's going to happen, or they are going to achieve massive success and just have it for a while, but then they have bigger problems that money can't solve. And Jodio's going to realize, like, oh, this was all a meaningless pursuit. There's more important things than just having money in life.
That just makes me think, like the only character I can imagine who could change Jodio by dying is Dragona.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's what this
You're right.
chapter makes me think, where I'm like, this dynamic is great. Oh god, it's going to be so sad when something happens to them.
Although,
oh no.
my thing
this is
about-
going to be the worst it's ever been.
And I don't really want to point to this, because, like, first of all, Weather and Poochie are biological siblings and from the same parents, but they have very different skin tones. So I don't want to point to
Josuke and
Dragona.
Holly.
Sure. I don't want to point to Dragona and be like, your skin is darker than his, therefore there's no way you can be from the same parent. Because that's just not true. But
Right. No.
I will say, I have this little pet theory. They might be from different fathers, the two of them. And secondarily, I think there's a chance that Barbara Ann is not the Joestar. I think Barbara Ann might be...
She married into it.
Maybe she
Did
married
we ever
into it.
did we ever see her birthmark?
No,
I don't think so.
But I do think I'm probably wrong about this, though. I think we see the family tree in the first chapter,
We've seen that Dragona at least has a birthmark.
Right, well, that's what I'm getting at.
Yes.
If they are from different parents, and if it's not Barbara Ann who's the Joestar, if it's actually the father of one of the two of them,
That would be,
and they are
that
from
would be
different
a hell-
fathers,
that would be a hell of a twist if Jodio wasn't actually.
that means Dragona's got a birthmark and Jodio don't have
JoJo.
shit.
That would be awesome, actually.
We've only
I would
seen
love that.
Dragona's birthmark.
I guess you're right, huh?
Our mother, Barbara Ann, right? Da, 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 da.
I also could be mistaken, but I thought I
Joestar.
remembered in the first chapter when Jodio was giving the rundown of the
No.
crew. I thought he mentioned that Dragona like works out a lot and like suntans a lot, but I could be misremembering that.
Nah, it fucking says right here, Barbara Ann Joestar is the daughter of Joseph and Susie. But
No.
I don't know. You can retcon whatever you want.
No,
Well, that
couldn't be.
does feel like a retcon because in part
Well,
8
it
we
was
did see
literally the
tree.
last chapter of part 8 when we're getting done with the Radio Gaga incident. It says he has one daughter, Holly, and it shows the tree with no Barbara Ann on it.
No, come on now. He forgot.
Okay, but he didn't. He can't
Oh,
forgo
man.
something he didn't think
if,
of yet.
Imagine if the twist is that neither of them is actually a Joestar.
That would be even cooler.
Nah, Dragona's got the birthmark. Also, can I just say, I
What
just
if
went
it's not
back
a
to go
birthmark?
see.
What if it's a tattoo? Zach,
Okay.
what if it's a tattoo?
Well, I have a star tattoo, so I mean, it's possible. Can I just say, going back and looking at how Dragona is drawn in the first chapter, she looks so good. Like, what the fuck? Like, I like how she's drawn now too, but like, I don't know. She's cuter now, the way Araki is drawing Dragona, and a little bit
I think
less.
that's happened to like all of the characters.
Yeah, they kind of got
But
woobified
even-
slightly.
I was gonna say, even Charming Man, between his introduction and now, has been a little bit woobified.
I'm just saying, like, her hair was longer, and she kind of looked a little bit more. I don't know. I don't know how to put the word on it. It's not the outfit. It's like the face and the hair and the way that's being drawn. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hair was definitely longer. Yeah. Oh man, right here especially. This is a good Dragona. This page. All right. Sorry to put you all on hold while I go look at my favorite Dragonas.
Dragona. I love Dragona.
Gragoga.
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 Me, Gongaga.
Me? Gragoga.
Me, Gragoga.
Drunk driver.
Me,
All right.
Drunk Driver.
Whoa. Stop. It's not a commercial break yet, guys.
Oh, I mean...
All right, somebody read this next page or skim like I have been and say some stuff about
Which
it.
page are you? Which page
It's
are you
right
on?
after Dragona says, and yours is November Rain.
Back then,
back then,
Dragona was
I-
14 years old. The event that happened to me that year was irrational and perhaps absurd. Some might even say bizarre. It wasn't good nor evil, and what's more, I don't think it had any relationship with the environment I was born in or any other sort of reason. That's also an interesting line because right off the heels of Wonder of You and their whole thing of calamity isn't a force of good, nor does it care about evil kind of thing, feels very intentional and kind of equivalent exchangey. This is just a thing that happens. But, you know, events
Araki's
occurred.
been playing very fast and loose with who gets stands lately.
He really has. Now there's really no rhyme or reason. There's no.
He doesn't really explain it anymore.
Well,
No,
since the
there's
introduction
no,
of stands, there have always been people who just kind of have them,
Just have
i.e.
them, yeah.
Afdal.
Yeah, that is
But
true.
like it used to be the Joestar bloodline would only get stands because Dio
because
was
of
struck by
Dio
the
with
arrow,
blood
and then
the-
Jolene
yeah.
had to get her own stand because she wasn't born at that time.
Oh yeah, and there was
I
like
think that everything that's happened with the Devil's Palms and Johnny coming into contact with the corpse of
yeah,
Jesus
the
Christ of
mechanisms have just
Nazareth,
kind of spread.
that changes everything. I
Yeah.
feel like in the same way as Jonathan encountering Dio, and then Dio's head on Jonathan's body, encountering the arrow, changes everything. I think that our Jonathan encountering Jesus like he did also changes everything.
Also-
they're
also-
blessed and cursed through that encounter, I think.
Also, like early on in part 8, I think we could have been fooled into believing that Josuke's stand comes from the Walleyes, but
I sure was
actually,
fooled into believing that.
Josefumi and Kira are born with their stands.
Yeah, they're born stand users. Or perhaps
They
they've been
were-
living in Morio for long enough, like they
They were born this way.
No, they maybe just contracted them from the walleyes at some other point in life.
Or or that.
Or
'Cause
they were born this way, like
Daya got
like
her
the
stand from
born
wandering
this
near the
way.
walleyes, but it was many years before the walleyes actually popped up. It was just near the location where they would be.
I hate the
point
walleyes.
is,
I don't
Araki
understand them.
seems to be tired of explaining where people got their stands.
That's fine. I don't need an
I don't care about
explanation. After part 8, where I was like, Araki, give me an explanation, and he said no. And then I said, okay.
I like neat shit like learning that Dragona is the one who named their stands, but I don't really care about like knowing that for every single character or knowing when they got them for every single character. That feels like to me would be kind of a waste of time. Like when Araki does choose to reveal a thing like that, he always does it with a purpose. And so
I don't mind a character.
I don't need it for every
suddenly-
single one. I like it when
I don't
it's
mind a
purposeful,
character.
and sometimes.
I don't mind a character suddenly manifesting superpowers. That's not the interesting part of having superpowers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's what you
The
do
part
with
is
them.
how you use them.
He did introduce the fact that there was a mechanism and then dropped that angle and refused to elaborate on it. So that I totally understand, and that still bothers me.
Actually,
And is one of my many gripes of part 8.
Oh,
Eh?
I thought you were. What mechanism?
I thought the mechanism was the lava rock.
No, I meant the part 8, how people get their stands. Is it from the walleyes? Is it from the bite marks? Is it from the whatever?
Oh my god, don't fucking bring up the bite marks.
yeah,
Shut
well.
up. How am I angrier about that than Flashback Man? Fucking
Yeah, well.
bite marks.
Because the neither got explained, but the bite marks seemed more important.
Okay, so my thing with the bite marks is that I'm pretty sure the Radio Gaga incident explains it. I know I'm smoking crack. We're excited, crack pipe. But the Radio
Yeah.
Gaga incident, there was that thing that lived in the guardrail. And when Josefumi beat it, he didn't like destroy every last atom of it. He just kind of like launched it off of the cliff, and it lost some of its like body mass that it had absorbed, right? So my thing is, I think that whatever that creature is, it was not killed, but in fact reduced to a much smaller size, and it's
Reduced
running
to
around
a
biting people.
Reduced to a mouth in the dirt that 20 years in the future a boy would be found in and bitten by for no particular reason.
Yeah, and Yasuo too. Yasuo had a bite mark as well on her
my
ankle,
gosh,
remember?
She did, you're right. That's so cool. I love JoJoLands
and
so
let me
much.
just say, that is like me literally smoking crack and trying to come up with a theory. Not literally, but that is like the most harebrained, like tinfoil in an alleyway fucking theory I could ever come up with. And yet, it's the best one I have.
I
It's the
hope the
Radio
Flash-
Gaga incident thing trying to explain the bite marks.
I hope the flashback man is Jodio's father.
You know what I hope?
What?
I hope that the Part 8 anime has the largest and most changes of any of the animes to date. I hope
I
they...
hope they don't change anything.
What? Fuck you.
I hope
Fuck
it's-
you.
I hope it's the most one-to-one.
You really
because
want a whole other generation to go through what we went through?
Yes.
Don't you want
yes. No.
Okay, well,
I
shut up about
actually
that, because
don't.
I've said to Chris every episode
Casey
of the
says,
Locacacast,
"Fuck them kids."
every
Fuck them kids.
episode...
If I have to suffer through JoJolian as it is written, so too shall everyone.
You do not get to have it better than we did.
You really don't want
deserve
it better for the next
me.
generation?
No one deserves it better than me because I sat through it. I sat through the latter half of JoJolian on the monthly basis that it was coming out, hoping that the next chapter would be good.
Cut
Hoping that
to
it would
Casey.
explain
Cut to
things.
Casey driving down the highway in a gas guzzler.
Well, what the fuck? What are you talking about? You're like one of those people who's like, I had to pay for college, so therefore college shouldn't be
Yes.
free for anyone in the future.
It shouldn't be.
Fuck you!
This is my one boomer hot take, is that JoJolian should not be changed.
JoJolian should not be free. It should cost $100,000 a year to go to
Let's
JoJolian
not-
school.
Let's
Everyone
not
should-
undermine the integrity of
if they do
JoJolian.
a batch release, I swear to God, if they do a batch release, this needs to be a weekly release, JoJo Friday. You have to wait between episodes to see what happens next. You don't get to watch it all at once. Because I didn't get to watch it all at once. Fuck you.
Fuck you! I think they should change it and make it actually good. Because the entire time, while we were on the Locacacast,
Casey, although the batch release was unironically a worse way to watch Part 6 than a weekly drop.
It would be a vastly better way
correct.
to watch JoJoLian.
Okay, listen. The entire season 1 of the Locacacast, when we were talking about JoJoLian, back me up, Chris. I said this a lot. When there was a thing we were discussing, like bite marks or Flashback Man or some weird inconsistency, I would say...
Flashback Man bit Jodio.
Shut up. Let me finish. Chris, back me up. I said this a lot. When there was a weird inconsistency or a thing like that, I would be like, well, we're just going to have to wait till the JoJoLian anime fixes it.
Washed up on the beach.
Stop talking through my point! We're just gonna have to
sorry.
wait until the JoJoLian anime fixes it, is the point. I
No.
said that a lot, did I not?
I think that was specifically the point for Flashback Man.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what the anime does with it, because if it changes
But
it...
how would they would have to completely change the part to make it good is the thing.
Yeah, because if they changed it to any character that we knew, then you would have to add a scene of him being like, holy shit, it's the guy from my flashback, which never happens.
Yeah, they would have to add additional content.
Which I'm saying they should do.
The anime would just be DLC for JoJoLian. It would
Which
be
I
JoJoLian
want!
complete.
Which I want!
I
You don't want
don't.
JoJoLian Final Mix? You don't want
I want
JoJoLian Final Mix plus Alpha?
No, I want. Here's what I want.
You
I
want
want
1.0 to be released in the West?
Here's what I want. Here's my compromise. I want the anime to be completely untouched, 1-to-1 as they can get, and then, in between making the Part 9 anime, they make a movie. That's JoJoLian Final Mix, and they just end. They end Evangelion it. They end of JoJoLian. It's the end of JoJoLian movie.
Casey,
They just fix it.
I see you, and you're valid. But what
Yeah.
about this? What
No.
if they fix the
Just
story for
no.
the anime, but then they release a series of OVAs that's true to the manga?
That would be the. I would take either option.
JoJoLian Brotherhood.
I would take JoJoLian Brotherhood. That's what I want. I want the pure version that everyone can experience, and then the enhanced. Because I don't. It's not fair to me.
The thing is, though,
It's
you're not
not
gonna
fair
get
to
the
me.
pure version. They're not gonna get the pure experience. Not
But it's
unless
not
you're
fair.
A, reading the
Because
manga.
It's not like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood was the adaptation, the good adaptation of the manga. They shouldn't make the shitty they should make the shitty version on purpose, and then make the good version. That's like if they made.
They already did that. They made the manga. That's the shitty version, and then they're gonna make the good version.
No, you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying.
I know. I'm purposefully misinterpreting you.
No, you can't do this to
It's
me. You
crazy-
can't use what I
crazy
said against
It's
me.
crazy that JoJoLian was its own Netflix adaptation.
Oh my god. That's what they should do! They should fix it under the caveat that JoJoLian is the only purely live-action JoJo part.
Oh fucking god.
They fix it, but it's all live-action.
If it's good, I will take a live action JoJoLian.
And they never explain it, and the post-credit stinger is like they tease part 9, but it's animated again. Like the end of part 2 leading into part 3, where it's Jotaro in the cell. But we
This
go
is a
from live-
compromise I'm willing to accept.
That's my best case scenario. That's my JoJoLian Brotherhood.
I'm willing to compromise with you on the end of Evangelion style end of JoJoLian movie, which is sort of redoing the ending.
Because they do that in the movie. They do that in End of Evangelion. And they show the audience being really upset that they had to sit through JoJoLian as it was written.
Well, here's my question. At the risk of taking up an inordinate amount of time with this question, which I'm going to risk because it's a really
God
good
knows
question.
we haven't already.
No,
I'm
come
going
on
to
now.
ask it because it's a really good question.
I need to hear it.
Can you pitch me your end of JoJoLian movie? Like, what does that look like to you? Where does it pick up? What chapter are you starting on? And then where are you going? What is the thing that you're changing which changes how the rest of the events play out?
All of it. I'm
What
starting
chapter
from
are you starting on?
Chapter 1.
Oh. It's
And
the
I'm
end
going
of
all the way-
JoJolian, not JoJolian
Not
reboot.
All the way to
Well,
the end.
for starters, I would make Jobin the actual main villain.
Yeah, I would cut out a lot of the bullshit up to the vitamin D arc, or up to the vitamin C arc, have vitamin C, and then just focus on Jobin and Josuke, and say, fuck you, Toru. Maybe include the Wonder of You in some capacity, because I think he's sick. And
Wonder of You needs to be the Chariot Requiem.
Yes, it needs to just be the force of nature that appears that it should have been, because that's cooler than him being like a weird not stand, because he's still active after Toru dies definitively. So he isn't just Toru's stand, he is a force, a manifestation of the concept of calamity, of whatever. And also, hey, make JoJolian about the family. Like it was kind of setting it up to be, and like it ended on the note of, oh wow, we did it, we saved the Higashikata family, except not really.
I think, Zach, you have a text document of problems with JoJolian that were never addressed again.
Oh, I do.
That were never
actually.
addressed ever
Let's go
again.
through and fix all of those.
Yeah, you want me to pick that out? I got that right here.
Yeah, and
Let's
it's
go through-
either I think I'd only ideally want like a couple fixed, and then I would just cut the rest out. I would just cut the rest out completely.
Just
Oh.
don't even set them up.
Here it is.
Don't even
it's
come
called,
up.
It's called Shoes Yet to Drop .text.
Oh my god.
And it was like it's waiting for the other shoe to drop on all this shit. So it's Shoes
Yeah.
Yet to Drop .text. This is about.
It's funny because Josuke did drop his shoes during the Blue Hawaii arc.
Hey, do we have a rim shot sound effect? Do we have a doo-doo?
And you know what else?
That would be a good one to get.
I would have made I would have made
Oh, wait, here it is.
Yotsuyu Yagiyama a party member.
Wait, did you just say Yotsuyu Yagiyama?
I
Fuck.
did. I would have made him a party member.
Ring that bell!
Yeah.
Ring that bell! Ring that
Because
bell!
we need.
Would you
that's-
have?
I think, I
Would you,
genuinely
hey,
think
hang on.
that's another-
Would you have replaced Yotsuyu with Rai, or rather Rai with Yotsuyu?
No, I just would have added him because I do think we needed a rock human party member.
This is my.
I think we needed that in to make us actually care about the rock humans more.
should have been a rock human. Sorry, not sorry.
He should have been a rock
Should have
human.
been a rock human.
He should have
Okay,
survived
that's-
until the end and actually explained why he knew about the spin. Instead of just saving it until his dying breath to be like, hey, also, by the way, I figured out that your ability isn't actually bubbles the whole time.
That's actually
It's just
on
a
here.
line.
That was number 7 on Shoes Yet to Drop. The true nature
Oh,
of the soap
Christ.
bubbles. We marked
Yeah,
it
I don't
solved.
think we have time to go through the full list. We are down
Yeah,
to like.
we're not going to do
55
that right
minutes.
now.
But it is there.
Let me pitch you my my JoJolian end of JoJolian film. And first of all, let me
End of
say
JoJolian.
I've explained this to Chris before, but I have a dream one day of learning how to use RPG Maker, and I have a game I want to make. It's JoJolian, and it's a choose your own adventure style thing, and you can go down branching paths that did not happen. For example, there should probably be a way to recruit Yotsuyu Yagiyama. And I want it to be really, this is going to be the hardest fucking thing in the world to do, but I want it to be really modular and really weird to where you can get to the final boss battle and fight, you can fight fucking Wonder of You with a party that's made of like Josuke, Jobin, fucking Hato, and fucking
The dog.
Yotsuyu Yagiyama.
The rock dog.
Right, and there should be ways, like, if you want things to play out exactly how they played out in JoJolian, you should have to, like, it should be like, oh no, you let Hato get killed, and now the fight plays out different, and now you're on a different timeline. Like, you should have
And
to
then when
struggle to get things right, but then there are
And then
critical
when you
moments where
beat
you
it
think, well,
and-
maybe I do want things to go different than they went in the real story. And
And
you'll
when
kill
you
someone
beat
who's
it like
supposed to be
canon
alive.
route, it says bad ending.
Yeah, if you hit a dead end, you get a bad end.
You get a bad end.
But the whole point is one of the routes.
the flash forward should have been maintained, and then there should have been like some, or there should have been some timeline nonsense to explain why it didn't
Yeah,
go
the
back.
Wonder of You should have had a time power.
Check this out.
The flow of calamity transcends time or whatever.
So that's
Or
like my
Josuke
dream
time
game.
bubbles himself out of time.
RPG Maker
I don't know.
JOJOLian story. Choose your own adventure. That's my
There
dream
should have
game.
been an epilogue where like Josuke and Holly had actually some sort of closure to their storyline.
I let me fucking say this. We don't have time to talk about every single little thing, but one of the routes in the game is in my mind that I've been rotating it like a
Play
cube in
as
my
Holly.
mind for so long. It involves having a different final boss fight rather than one to review. First of all, I think that the plane door crashing into the house and making it so that the flash forward can't happen is stupid. That should not occur. The plane door should fall and kill someone, and it would be really cool if it fell and hit Toru. Like, if for some reason he was distracted for just a moment, and his calamitous ability, even for just a split second, was delayed or off or miscalculated, and it just, like, smashes him, and he's, like, laying there with 2 broken legs and shit. This is when Kato shows up. Kato shows up.
What should happen that causes it to hit himself is he looks and he sees a mirror and he sees himself and he's like, "Who's that guy? I'm gonna kick his ass."
I don't
And
know.
then the calamity hits him because he had the intent to pursue himself, like
my
a
God.
dog that sees itself in the mirror and gets upset.
That's so
and thinks
dumb.
it's another dog. Because it's the first.
Wonder of you if Okuyasu was the stand user.
That would be so cool. That should be an alternate possibility, because you're in Morio. He just shows up and he's like, "Yo, I just got this cool new stand. Want to see what it does?"
Okay, check
Oi,
this out. Let me cook.
Josuke!
Let me cook. This is the path for my story. This is a different final boss battle than Toru. The plane hits him. Somehow, something that goes on with the Joshu Yasuo thing or Josuke over the phone. Maybe this is when the first bubble is fired through the phone, and the bubble hits him just before the plane thing lands, and he's like taken aback and he stumbles back. Anyway, so it crushes both of his legs and maybe one of his arms. So he's like mangled and on the floor, unable to move. This is when Kato shows up. And Kato does her little speech about Inka no Mezame potatoes and my son was dying there in the hallway. But then instead of going up to Toru, killing him, and then dying herself, which is fucking stupid, she goes up to him and like drags him
died?
out from underneath the rubble. And he's like, thank you, help me kill these people, whatever. He's like doing his like dying monologue. But he's like, I'm gonna make it. I've got somebody on my team. And he's just like happy to not be underneath the thing anymore. But then she keeps dragging him. And Joshu and Yasuo are like, what the fuck is happening? Where's she going? And she keeps dragging him and she keeps dragging him. And she gets to a hole that she's dug. A big
Oh my
square
God.
hole. And she tosses him in. And he's like, what the fuck is this? Why are my powers not activating? And she's like, because I'm not attacking you. I'm saving your life. She opens up the card deck. She opens up space trucking. And out pops Jobin's entire dead-ass body from the hallway, which she put in the cards. She puts that body in the hole as well. Triggers a little landslide, which was prearranged. Toru is screaming the whole time that this doesn't make any sense and his powers should be activating and killing her with calamities. But she's like, you don't get it. I am doing this out of love. I am saving you. And the landslide covers them, and she walks back up to the house, and she's like, dealt with that. Josuke arrives, and he's like, who the fuck are you? And it's this whole thing. Then we have the events of the flash forward play out. Tsurugi, go upstairs and get Dad's body. And he is actually dead this time. He stays dead. Anyways, a fusion between Jobin and Toru comes out of the ground the next day. She didn't tell anyone she was doing this. She just dragged Toru away and then came back like, is everyone all right, my sweet, lovely family? The fusion between Toru and Jobin comes out of the ground the next day, and then everything's fucked. It's the powers of calamity, but now everything's on fire. The town is
But now it's
burning.
on fire.
It's like hell outside. It's the most intense things have ever been. And Josuke's got to team up with the whole rest of the family to fight Fucking Jobin fused with Toru, the Calamity and Speed King at the same time. And Kato is on his side, but everybody else is with Josuke. So I still kind of get my big team fight I always wanted.
I can't believe that this is what reminded me that Kato dies at the end of JOJOLian.
Yeah, you
I
kind of forgot because it
completely-
was super meaningless, right?
Yeah, I
Very
completely
anticlimactic.
forgot. Wow.
But yeah, I'm cooking something there. That could be done.
No, that's better. That's infinitely better. That's not only like better
My
than what we
guy
got.
has
That's just good
definitely
on its
been in the
own.
kitchen.
Yeah, that's just really good on its own right, but also infinitely better than what we got. Like,
Yeah.
holy fuck.
Also, in
Holy
this
shit.
version of the
Why
story,
didn't family do anything? Why did we not focus on the Gashkata family at all?
also,
Like, I would either give them more story relevance or cut out all the fights that they were in because they were meaningless. All they did was show us that they have stands that they're not going to do anything
They
with.
should have been the
ever.
Joestar group.
They should have been, absolutely. The fact that there was never a second team up between Joshu and Josuke
yeah,
is still
against
disappointing.
Jobin.
He got his own arc. I would cut out the Milagro Man arc because what is that there for?
But I think
It literally ends on a note of like, oh, he matured from this, and then the next time we see him, he's like licking Kato's ear or whatever. He's
Man.
the
like,
Milagro Man arc is actually sick. It's just the problem that he doesn't
JoJoLands-
meaningfully change after it.
exactly.
But JoJoLands renders the Milagro Man arc pointless because it's doing it so much better as the main concept of the part.
I actually think it renders it more significant and more awesome in retrospect.
The Lava Rock.
Yeah,
It's the Milagro Man.
it's the Malava Rock.
Milagro Rock.
It's the Malava Rock. The Malaga
The
Rock.
Mal-
The Malaga Rock.
What
The
if that's
Malaga
the
Rock.
reveal? Is that the lava rocks are all just parts of the stand that got rock humaned and like destroyed in Hawaii?
No,
for
no, no, no,
some
no. You
reason?
gather every last magic lava
Got
rock
s-
from the entire island and you assemble
so
them.
much wealth.
You
What's
assemble.
that?
You gather every last lava rock from the island and you assemble them all in one place, and then they start to shake, and then they start to build on each other, and they assemble into the Milagro Man himself, not a stand,
assemble-
his physical essence, finally
They
engaging with the real
assemble
world.
into Johnny Joestar, the holy corpse, and he says, "Thank you. You have freed me from my curse."
He's got a Jesus
The
beard.
Joestar, the
And
Joestar family
And then
curse.
the Boss Health Bar appears at the bottom of the
Like, wait a minute, why do I hear boss music? And then Johnny's stand, Jesus Christ, appears behind him.
No, it's Tusk Act 4, but it's wearing like a crown of thorns and like
It's
bleeding,
Tusk
and
Act
it's got
and it's
stigmata.
just Jesus.
It's
He's
Tusk
dressed
Act
like-
5.
Oh my god, it's Tusk Act. Wait, are you guys familiar with Tusk Act 4's Japanese nickname?
No?
They call him Zettai Korosuma. Absolutely killing man.
That's awesome!
They call
I
him
wanna be
absolutely
called
killing
Life.
man.
What
Zettai
for
Korosuma.
Absolute killing.
Absolute killing man, and then he says, "I'm
Absolutely
going to,"
killing man.
and then he says, "I'm going to
He's found a way to
absolutely
go
kill you."
even further.
It's incredible. And they started to call him that when it first came out because he had a reputation for defeating his opponents. And like, Tusk Act 4 was fucking
Absolutely.
awesome. Like, he will absolutely kill you. Absolutely.
I'm stealing that for something. I
Absolutely
don't
killing
know what
man.
yet. But absolutely killing man. It's like Destroy Man from No More Heroes.
Dude, it reminds me of the Japanese title of Turok 2 Seeds of Evil, which was
Guys, we got
killing.
to get a move on. We're not going to have time for both chapters today.
Yeah, we
but,
are.
That's okay.
I got this.
No, we won't. It's 12:50. You got to leave at 1:15.
Oh yeah.
Shit, you're right. Fuck. Alright, well, I guess we gotta record some more tomorrow. We had too much fun.
We had too much fun.
Alright, well, let's
But
finish
also-
this one at least and start the next one. Then we
Yeah.
can pause.
That makes sense.
Alright,
Yeah.
so I get what Dragona is getting at here, but back to the chapter. Cool. I get what Dragona is getting at here. Like, sometimes there's just random misfortune you get struck with. Sometimes you're just shit out
Yeah,
of luck.
not good or
Sometimes you're
bad, it's
fucked.
just shit that happens.
Yeah. But also, like, no, it had tons to do with the environment you were born in. Like, what are you talking about?
He chose to react to the situation that way.
Right. Like,
He chose to react. He chose a moral path. It wasn't devoid of good or evil.
So there
he
is-
he selected evil.
So this is Dragona detailing, like, there are some people who are absolutely destroyed by this absurd random misfortune, but I was lucky enough not to. And that makes sense, but also Dragona is drawing some wrong conclusions from this event. Oh, this next page is Gremlin Jodio. I just can't let this
I
go.
love Gremlin Jodio. This is the hardest pose Araki has ever drawn.
All right, well, this part's fucked up. This is the part that I kind of have a problem with. I have something I need the two of you to talk about. Your father has left the household. He was fired from the insurance company because of the school bus incident, and they paid out extra money, and the bus company should bear responsibility, but then Dad has to, and then he had to leave Hawaii because of that.
It's almost like a mechanism that once it's set in motion, it defines how your life proceeds.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
like, I get that this needed to happen in order for them to have to go into the life of crime, because then they're talking about we needed to figure out how to pay mom's shit.
Gotta get the cash.
Gotta get the dough. Exactly.
Gotta get the
Can I just point out? I love how teenage Dragona looks.
Yeah.
Actually, reminds me of Narancia.
Yeah, it's very Narancia.
Yeah. Very
1000%.
Narancia-esque.
But the thing I was gonna say was, is this like? I get Jodio was gonna kill a bus full of kids, but like, is this right? Is this deserved? Like, he was saving his sister, brother, sibling.
Yeah.
Is this?
I think
is this,
it's more. It is definitely like a consequences of your own actions.
But is this karma?
Setting the
Is this
story in
justified?
motion.
Like,
Yeah, I don't know that it's justified,
it's
but
a little
I think
much. I don't know.
I
Maybe I'm
think
just
as
being
far as a
stupid.
plot, yeah, I think as far as a plot progression goes, it's fine. Even if it is
No,
overkill.
Attempted murder is pretty serious, Zach.
Well,
Yeah, for sure. But like, here's the thing: the way that it's
Attempted,
explained,
right?
the way that it's explained is like it's so exposition-y. Like, this happened, and then because of that, this also happened, and then because of that, this also happened in the worst possible way that it could, and then that snowballed into this other thing happening, so that the plot can continue. And like,
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, I don't know. It's a little contrived. Like, it's like it has the energy of like when you drop something, and then it bounces funny, and then it bounces funny again, and then it like falls down the stairs and hits every step on the way, and then shatters, and you're like, how the fuck did
And
that
it plays
result
like
in
every
that?
cartoon stock sound effect ever.
Yes. And it's like, okay, that was several bad bounces in a row. Like, that was just
I
unlucky.
don't have
Like,
a
that was a
cat.
little. You're like, that was a little far-fetched, Gravity. I don't know if I believe that one. That was, I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know.
I want my money back on that
want my
one.
money
Run it back.
I don't believe you, Newton. You
I don't believe it for a second. You probably weren't even under an apple tree. You hack.
All right, man. So then the gang's closed in looking for an opportunity to strike. Hey, where you going? Jodio is like, why?
Come on.
Why the fuck is it always us? Why do we gotta do
Your
this?
mommy's got the big boobies. Let me give him a suck.
Shut up with that voice. Hang on, I just
what he
realized
said, though.
I accidentally minimized Discord.
That's what the guy said. He said, I wanna
Yes.
touch your mom's boobies.
But the voice makes it worse.
That's what he sounded like. He's a gangster.
Dragona
Why is he drifting into Columbo territory?
He is a little, and I don't want to think of
My wife
Columbo.
tells me that your mom has these big boobies, these huge ass
Stop! I'm
knockers.
gonna kick you from the call. I'm gonna hang up. I'm gonna do the rest of
No,
this
you
cast
can't.
by myself.
Please don't. Columbo is a pure man.
Columbo's a good man.
If
He
you
he
kick
would
Columbo out, you're gonna make an end of your
Columbo
life.
would never.
he would never blow up a bus full of children. Unless Elvis's heart rate dropped below 120.
Unless his wife really wanted to.
Unless his wife had read about it before.
Unless his wife had seen something like that on the TV once.
Unless his wife was Coolio that went back in time.
Shut up, we're getting too deep in the weeds. Let's just finish this
can't-
fucking chapter.
It can't be this way. Why is it that things have ended up this way, Jodio?
Oh,
Keep having him
Jesus.
like this.
Okay. So then Meryl Makey comes by and is like, hey, little children, get in my car.
You need money.
And it fucking works. Oh, I just look at the
she's
panel.
awesome. She's like
Look
the
at the panel
principal.
where it says the boobies, where it says the booby thing. They're holding hands.
They're friends.
No, the
Oh, they're siblings. Yeah, they're holding hands.
That's so
They're
cute.
walking together.
I didn't realize because they aren't in any of the other panels. I didn't notice that little detail.
Yeah.
I love how
Jodio
horrifying
is a child.
he looks.
He
In
is
the last
so
panel where
evil.
Meryl
He's
McKee
like
shows up,
sinister.
like he is about to kill all of them with rain.
His blowhole is in attack position.
He's gonna squirt.
No, don't say that.
He's gonna go. Split.
He's going to use a cast water gun.
Dude, I have a cool thing I do sometimes where I spit water out of the two front teeth of my mouth. I can make it go pretty far.
Unfortunately, Tom Cruise is unable to do that.
No, you can do it. It's just lopsided.
It's just
It
sideways.
just comes out of cock. He
Like
can't,
me when I don't floss.
like, after you, like, when you pee and sometimes the pee goes off to the side of the...
When you have a forked piss.
It's
Oh,
true.
God,
that
that's
can
the
happen.
worst.
This is why I sit down to pee.
That's the worst ever because Tom Cruise also has one tooth that's perfectly in the center of his...
Dude, sitting down to pee is just so. It just gives you so much stability.
Imagine how bad it would be
more
if Tom
ergonomic for your
Cruise...
body. It's
Imagine-
better for your body, but Tom Cruise does have a tooth that's directly in the center of his urethra, so all of his piss is forked.
Imagine.
Wait, what?
Shut up. This is the most horrible thing I've ever heard
Oh.
in the history of the
How
Locacacast.
did we get here?
He has a tooth inside of his urethra.
In the direct center.
Oh.
You're gonna have a talk with HR after this podcast.
Such
Abandoned piss.
Piss
You
is
gotta
forked.
fucking
Don't
rein it in.
talk to our HR, talk to Tom Cruise's. It's not my fault.
Guys, don't be surprised if Casey disappears for the back half of this episode.
Oh,
Be surprised if
no.
Tom Cruise comes and gets me. Hides me behind his weird symmetrical tooth.
Guys, there's a number at the bottom of your screen. The Locacacast is doing a telethon
minute.
to do surgery on Tom Cruise's penis to get that tooth out of there. Please help.
We're doing a telethon to have Casey put down.
Oh my god.
Call this number. Call this number if you want.
Call
Casey
the
to
number
live.
flashing at the
Call
bottom of
this
your
number If
screen.
you want Casey to die.
Please help. Anything helps.
Call this number and say and text I really
It's
don't want.
Swarmoo!
This
Dude.
cannot be undone.
This cannot be undone! I actually started showing my mom Smiling Friends.
Oh, it's so funny. I just watched
really,
the puppet
really good.
episodes. The
Hey, do you want
the
a copy of the first episode of season 2? Because I have it.
I do want that really bad.
I'll send it to you. They aired it after the puppet episodes on Adult Swim, but they only uploaded the puppet episodes onto the internet. So people have seen it, and it's out there, and I've got a recording of it that I could send you. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait until like May 13th.
Oh, I would like that very badly right now. Big time, big want.
All right,
Big
well,
smiles.
I'll text it to you as soon as the podcast is over. It just struck 1, so we got like 15 minutes. We got to wrap up.
Big smile, big friends, big Meryl McHugh, big lady, big
Joestar
crime,
siblings.
big
Da-da-da-da-da.
danger,
Get in my car,
big
little babies.
Joestar, big Principal Sama.
Big Principal Sama. Big plans.
And then-
Lava
and
Rock.
then we-
Big
and then we
plans.
get to the
Big man,
day.
big games, Principal Sama.
And your name is Charming Man? And
That's
he
a
doesn't
bullshit
answer,
name.
but then she just continues. I love that the cell phones off thing, everybody claps along and does it while they turn their phones
I
off.
love your little song thing. Yeah.
Off.
Everyone sings along too.
I know, it calls back to the fact that she is just like a school teacher and they are students.
Right. I mean,
I just view that as like this is what they do in class, and she
Right.
just kind of carried it into here. But it could also
like,
very well just be a one-off Iraqi weird moment. But
It's-
either way,
it's-
it's really cute, really charming.
It's like what if Johnny played along with Gyro's
With Gyro's bits,
stupid
exactly.
song about what was it?
Pizza mozzarella.
Yeah, pizza mozzarella. What if he joined in?
Yeah. Oh my God, that would have been perfect.
what the fuck is with JoJo and the weird songs about food? We got pizza mozzarella and then I like large fries but not fried chicken. One part after
I
the
can't-
other.
I cannot wait for Jodio's song about how much he likes Coca-Cola and Fortnite.
He's gonna sing a song about how
They're
McDonald's
dirty children.
Sprite just be hitting different.
When he hits the gritty.
Have you guys ever seen? There's a channel that uploads. They do Sonic stuff now, but they used to do like Castlevania and mostly like Dracula sitting on his throne. This was before Dracula Flow, and they would just have him be saying funny shit to Belmont. And one of them, Belmont walks up, and before he says anything, Dracula throws his wine glass, and then he says, "Fuck!" Like he just dropped it. But my favorite one is he's sitting there, and he says, "I dropped my phone in McDonald's Sprite, and that motherfucker started charging." And then he does the wine glass, and he throws it, but it's his phone into a giant McDonald's Sprite, and it goes, splash! Whoa! Like the "we've started charging" noise.
He says, "My money long like James Cameron."
Haters in shambles. They stay picking the corn out of my shit.
I've seen the Magna Carta.
I just popped a whole garbanzo bean. Fuck you mean.
You mean? I love Dracula Flow. I hope it gets referenced in JoJo one day.
I listen to it every morning like affirmations. Not true, but I wish I did. Okay, let's get through this. Charming man.
Ew.
Off. You're telling me to trust him? The reason we're all here to begin with is because we're tied together by the desire to earn money, but Charming Man is a bit different. He came here for his little brother.
I just love that Jodio whispers in Dragona's ear to tell her what to say.
Yeah, that's happened
Like
before.
he's too shy to say it out loud. It has happened before, yeah.
Well, this is honestly, now that you mention it, this is a classic Gyro and Johnny thing that's happening with Dragona and Jodio. Classic. Like, Dragona, at first...
Oh, eat shit, Johnny.
No.
Eat shit, asshole. Fall off your horse.
Of course.
Anyway, this is a classic Johnny and Gyro. At the beginning, Gyro has to lead the team. Johnny doesn't have the experience to do that. He's not ready. But at a certain point, Gyro fucking dies, and Johnny has no choice but to step up and take the lead. That same shit is going to happen here. We're officially putting Dragona on Death Watch as of this backstory chapter.
Oh.
Not anytime soon, but before the end of the part. Dragona is going to get her ass killed.
No,
I'm officially putting her on Death Watch. She's got her first couple death flags up. As soon as she gets, like, awesome character development and gives, like, an important speech and it starts raining, she's done!
It's as soon as she says, "I can't wait to go back and see Mom again."
Yes, you're so fucking right.
And then Jodio's gonna turn around and there's just gonna be, like, a Dragona-shaped blood splat on the floor.
Yeah. And like one of her bangles still on her hand, and the
it's gonna be the. I was gonna say it's gonna be the D pendant, and he's gonna be like, "Oh no, oh god, no, not like this."
Oh man, no, it hurts already just thinking about it.
I'm saying, man, this group dynamic is already making me emotional for things that haven't happened yet.
This is a classic Johnny and Gyro, dude. This is exactly what's gonna happen. He can't lead the team right now. He's the inexperienced younger brother, relying on his older sister, his homie, his Kyodai, his Aniki.
Tell the principal to trust this guy. Hey, trust this guy, asshole. Give us your money.
Came here for his little brother, went missing. He has the same goal as us. We're gotten in Lava Rock. We want him to join us. He's a good guy. His knife handling really needs work, though. Talk to the boss,
Also,
Charming
the
Man.
running gag of Paco being obsessed with Charming Man being shit at using a knife.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably not much better.
It gets me every time, though.
Well, maybe he is much better. Paco is honestly, like, dope as fuck.
Paco's awesome.
He needs to remember the basics of CQC.
Yeah, Paco's combat skills are fire.
The basics of hustling.
Dude. Okay, so the Western Slope, the fucking Rohan's drawn again. We don't need to read him recapping everything from Meryl May.
This is a very weirdly laid out panel with Charming Man and sort of semi-silhouette here.
Yeah.
And he's not really standing on anything.
Yeah, he's
No, not at
floating
all.
under view.
It's incredible. I love it. So then, I love this moment where it's like, there were only 2 lava rocks, and then everyone's like, Jodio's looking around like, what? Huh? What? Huh?
What? Me? Huh?
Like, I say
I love
lies,
this
asshole.
game. They're so silly. They're so funny.
There's only one lava rock left now, but it's a fragment. I'm sure there are larger ones. The land is owned by a company called Howler. I believe
Which,
my brother is
as
alive.
Casey discovered, was a King Crimson reference.
Another King
Yeah.
Crimson reference. So
Kring-
maybe
Chris Kringson. Chris
Crims
Kringle.
Crimsbliss.
Chris
Maybe
Crimson.
we'll enter. Maybe we will be entering the court of a certain Crimson King once again in this part.
Some kind of
Do you like
Scarlet
Chris
Monarch,
Crimson
you
or
might say.
King Kringle more? I like King Kringle.
I like King Kringle because, and to be fair, every other
fair.
main JoJo antagonist stand has appeared in the new universe. We've seen the World, we've seen Killer Queen, so it would complete the trilogy if we were to see King Crimsbull.
It would, yes. I think that was what I mentioned because we did DM briefly last month when we couldn't record this episode.
Yeah. That's why we had to
Yes.
sandwich both of them into one. And now we're gonna have fucking 2 recording sessions anyway.
That'll be fine.
Sorry guys, that's only a little bit my fault. I was completely blindsided by the OBS and the driver thing. I had no idea that was coming.
We couldn't have known.
This would have happened regardless, Zach.
Yeah. However, I
No.
did.
That was
I woke up
That
at
was
the
a
right time, but then I
minuscule
just.
amount of time
I had
that,
shit at home I
that
had to
was
deal with
wasted by
first.
OBS.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, point is, we're gonna have to break this off and get back in part 2. But let's finish out this chapter real quick.
Electric Boogaloo.
He wants to get back to Lava Rock, or get to the big Lava Rock that they're theorizing exists, and find out what happened to his brother. That land, do you know anything about it? Hey, theory, the brother has something going on with him? Like he's got some
Most
sort of...
definitely.
The brother's got something going on with him, like he's got some sort of genetic disease or something. Like he's one of those, he's got like a mutation where like radiation doesn't affect him or something. Something that if they could figure out, like Ellie in The Last of Us is the only one who is just naturally immune to zombies. Something like
Yeah.
that would be immensely valuable if they could figure out what it is and make it into a serum. So I think it's possible he touched the lava rock while they were mountain biking. The lava rock regarded him as valuable and squirreled him away to the owners of the rock. And he's like in captivity right now, being experimented on. And they're trying to figure out what makes him tick.
That would
Wild
be cool.
madcap theory. Works-cited crack pipe, but hey.
Crack pipe.
Works-cited? Crack pipe.
Crack-sided pipe.
Crack-cited? My work pipe.
My work pipe.
Dude,
Never
I've been
confuse
reading-
the work pipe. Never confuse your work pipe with your crack pipe. Biggest mistake you could make.
Dude, I've been reading Tails Gets Trolled again recently.
Oh god.
It's really good. It's getting a ton of updates these days, and it's like 2 years of updates I haven't read that I'm reading through now. It's fucking awesome. Shadow finally shows back up in the narrative, and he talks to Knuckles, and he's talking to Knuckles, and Shadow's like, yeah, man, Cheeto Man went crazy. The Chester Cheetah is in it, but they call him Cheeto Man exclusively.
Cheeto man.
Cheeto Man went crazy and fucking
Did you
tried
get
to
to
kill
the
Tails.
time prison?
And he killed everybody. Hang on a second. He killed everybody, and like Tails is out there in the forest somewhere, and he's lost, and I don't know where, and like everything's going to shit, dude. And Shadow, instead of being like, all right, man, I'll go help you find him, he's like, you fucking left him out here alone? He's probably dead, you fucking idiot! And he starts beating the shit out of Knuckles. And Knuckles has like, this has always been a thing with Knuckles. He's just smoking weed. In the comic, he's smoking tons of weed, Knuckles, all the time. And he has a joke like, ah, man, I need my X weed. Like, he's like, earlier in that same chapter, he's like, man, I need to relax. Ah, good thing I brought my relaxing weed.
Relaxing weed.
I need chill. I brought my chill weed.
So, I was devastated when I learned that the time prison wasn't original dialogue from Tales Gets Trolled.
The idea of Shadow being a responsible parent is weird.
Yeah, because normally he's like a
It's-
detached asshole who doesn't care about anything, even in the comic. But
But
he's
it
like, you fucking
suits in a
left him
way.
out here? Because at this point, Sonic is dead and Tails gets trolled. Tails is like their last hope. He's like the chosen one now.
It's dead.
But there's a whole thing where they're like fighting and they're having this whole thing, and Knuckles is like trying to strategize, like, how can I beat him? And he tries to do a thing, he digs into the ground and comes up like Knuckles would. And it's actually a really good fight because the comic's sometimes not drawn by Laserbot anymore. Like, there's tons of guest artists. So this one was drawn by some other guy, and the fight is actually kind of well illustrated, but like Knuckles' trickety tricks don't work, and he just acknowledges that he's outmatched in raw power and there's no way he's gonna win this fight, and he says, fuck, I wish I had my fighting weed.
I was about to say, I wish I smoked my power weed.
I wish I had my fighting weed. It's
My
so
fighting
funny.
weed.
It's really good.
All right,
Okay.
4 minutes. Let's blast through the rest of this chapter.
Yes, I know. We've got like 5 pages
trying-
left. We've got like 3
He tries
pages
to
left.
investigate it. He's obstructed by society, almost as if pursuing the land of the mountain is triggering calamity
Yeah,
or
police, the
obstructions,
mountain
as
rangers,
it
the
were.
law, society as a whole. So it's interesting. The calamity caused. The flow of Wonder of You caused calamities in response to you pursuing it.
Pursuing
So
him,
if you
yeah.
want it or want to get to it, it will make sure you don't. This is doing a similar thing. A similar sort of invisible force is occurring. Like, if you are
Where
in
he's
control of the lava rock, stuff will come to you, and other people won't
If
be able
you
to get
try
your
to
stuff.
go for the lava rock, things will push you away.
Right. It's the same
Or at
similar
least the source of the lava rocks.
type of invisible force that is happening. It's a similar mechanism as the one we saw before.
And then I
Anyways.
like the word absurd is the Manchurian
Also-
candidate sleeper agent
Right.
for JoJo.
That was his wake up activation phrase.
Yeah, we just cut to this really dramatic panel. Absurd.
Yeah, so Rohan scattered a bunch of bills onto the land looking for other lava rocks. The bills that came in contact with a lava rock sure to make their way to a lava rock once again. I'm sure we can find one. She touches the bill to it. Da-da-da. Will it come back okay? You can be sure of that, but it'll take some time. It always came back. Stuff that was worth a lot of money, whether it was caviar, that mangaka's original drawing, or a luxury watch. They always came back. Gudo. We can make money with this
Gudo.
lava rock. That's totally going to be a Gudo when the thing is animated. I love the pose. Meryl McKee is getting go, 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 go. Which is
Yeah,
like,
I love Meryl McKee. I am so glad we're getting more of her.
we're getting some
She's
menacing
great.
for the Meryl McKee shot now. The
Also,
text
the
menacing.
idea that the idea that some kind of mechanism is stopping Charming Man from pursuing his brother is somewhat similar to the calamities caused by Wonder of You.
Yeah,
But they're not.
it's
but
not
they're
even a
not
reverse Wonder of You.
violent.
It's just literally a Wonder of You. It's a similar type
Yeah,
of
it's
invisible
just a
force.
lesser version. They're not violent calamities. They're just obstructions. They're
How
just things that say,
fucking-
"Hey, don't go here."
How fucking pissed would you guys be if they like get to the center of the Howler hideout and they find there Toru sitting there on a chair like, well, hello.
And they're like, "Who are you?" And he's like, "I'm Meryl McKee's ex."
We used to date back before
And
I
we
was
get the-
killed in Japan, but then I came
And we
back.
get yeah, I got better. And then we get the
Somehow,
flashback.
Toru returned.
Somehow Toru has returned, and that's what Josuke says when he's introduced into the
Yeah.
part.
Oh my god.
When he's reintroduced, he's like, "Somehow Toru
How
has
fucking
returned." And
pissed
everyone,
would you be though if they got to like the throne room and it's just Wonder of You sitting there like,
oh
oh
god.
not
No, it's
again.
one view. He's wearing like he's dressed like a tourist now. He's got like a Hawaiian shirt. He's got like a lei around his neck. He's got like a big straw hat, like a wide brim hat.
Unfortunately, we've already seen that death doesn't stop Wonder of You.
No,
Well,
it
yeah,
does
he could just. I would like it more if he came back as just a new force of nature. Like he just got reincarnated into
Just-
something. I
Just
think would
just
be
another
neat.
Milagro Man, basically.
Yeah, but Wonder of Youified, where he's calamity or obstruction or what have you. I will not let you reach the truth type beat.
Well, you know, there's always going to be a mechanism. There's always some invisible force. There's always some thing bigger than our protagonist that they're struggling against. But we got to end this shit. This is our last page. Can't believe it took us 2.5 hours to do this one chapter.
This is our last
yes, I can,
Locacacast.
because TBH at every turn, I was like, I probably shouldn't say that because that'll make us talk about this instead of progressing the chapter. But I chose to say it anyway, so I pretty much took us on every single detour. So it actually
But
makes
that's
sense. it
fine.
took
We
us
had
so long.
entertaining conversations.
We had fun. I laughed so hard on this podcast, I thought I was going to shit my pants.
I laughed so hard that I did shit my pants.
I'm glad I can only
For
hear you
legal-
and not smell you.
For legal
So,
purposes, that's a joke.
If it all works out, we'll reconvene for part 2 tomorrow. From your perspective, we will reconvene for part 2 in like a minute.
In a few seconds,
I've been-
yeah. But yeah, we'll make their bank accounts, mountain, land, company, everything ours. And you add it all up, that's probably worth over 50 billion. This time we'll be making your total share 20%, so each of you gets 4. 4% of $50 billion? It's pretty goddamn good. This time you won't be robbers. I'm just sending you to get close. What do you think, everyone? Will you do it or not? The new
Also-
is rights.
I don't care.
be
This is the
continued.
This is the coolest setup for a JoJo plot ever. We're going to get money and own land. Like before, it's always just been, oh, we have to defeat the evil. There's never been like
Our
an actual
protagonists,
driving force to the plot.
at least
it's always
Meryl
just
May
been
Key, but our protagonists are very proactive this time. The JoJo
Yes,
protagonists are always
exactly.
reactive. They're always spurred into action by something that's
yeah.
happening.
They've never had their own thing going on before the plot kicks in. This is the plot kicking in, but it's what they were doing to begin with.
Yeah.
It's so cool to me. It's so awesome. I love the JoJoLands. I love the crew. I love the big money hustlers.
Here's the thing.
I
Last
love
thing
the
I'm
lava
gonna
rock.
say before we finish this, because if we leave it till tomorrow, I'll probably forget it. Remember the thing I was saying about the narration? It wouldn't have mattered how many of us we brought. And I was talking about perhaps this is one of those moments like, because, we were saying, like, is that it? Is mission over? Was that narration a lie? Because we're just done. We have the diamond back here now. But I'm thinking that that was one of those moments like when they win the original $100 bet against the fucking baseball thing, Marilyn Manson, because they win
Yes.
$100 and then she's like, "What about 1,000 for 100 more throws?" And then that's the holy shit. But it's like our characters have won and they did it, but it's their greed that makes them go back for more because they're on a high from victory that then leads to their
the
ultimate
hubris.
mistake. Yeah,
Absolutely.
So when that moment happened where we were like, "What the fuck? Did they already win? Was that narration a lie?" I was bringing up, no, I think this might result in a bigger mission as a result of now we have the lava rock, and that big swing is going to be a huge mistake, and that's going to be the thing that we wouldn't have had enough people no matter what. And I think that might be literally what we're going to see.
I think
And
I'm
of course,
almost
this is a
100%.
two-chapter thing.
Yeah, I
we-
am almost
we-
100% on that same page. I feel like that's where the story is going now. And that opening narration is just completely retrospective from Jodio at the end of the story, where he's just like, man, there wouldn't have been enough people in the world for that mission.
One of the cool things about doing these two-chapter episodes is we get to make these predictions and nobody will believe us because we're recording these back-to-back.
Oh,
It
yeah,
is
no, but I'm
true.
saying this already having read the next chapter. So, I know
Yeah,
I
knowing
haven't-
where the story is going already,
Yeah, I
it
guess
feels
so.
safe to call this shot.
But I feel like I'm saying I called it like an episode ago. I remember saying this before. Like, perhaps we're going to
Yes.
get greedy as a result of this dub and go.
Oh, you
go
totally
back for
did,
more.
yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So I feel like my prediction was locked in a minute ago, but I just wanted to bring that back up because I very much feel like that's the direction we're going.
Yes. I
And
very much agree.
Time has resumed. The flow of time has resumed.
Joe
here we are.
Biden, we're back in it.
Hey, hang
Oh,
on.
no,
We don't
clear.
understand. The audience doesn't understand why we're doing that voice yet. We got to get there.
This bit is from the future.
Have you ever seen? Yeah, this
Well,
bit is.
I have seen the future.
Have you ever seen? There was a bit that God damn it, what's his name? He pretended to Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert was doing a bit at one of like the White House Correspondents' dinners for George Bush, and he was like making fun of a thing that George Bush said about the glass half empty metaphor, but he actually like George Bush like fucked it up. He butchered it like the "fool me once, can't get fooled again." He did
Yeah.
that with it, but then
as he's known to do.
fucking Stephen Colbert, when he's setting up the joke, he actually flubs it. Like he says it the wrong way, and then he like stops and has to start again and start the joke over in order for it to work properly. And in order to cover for this, he's like, "Excuse me. It's important to set up your jokes properly, Mr. President." And George Bush,
Mr. President.
it cuts to him, and George Bush is nodding like, "Yeah, no, for sure. Set that joke up properly." It's important to set up your jokes properly, Mr. President. So that's
He's
what I'm
gotta
saying.
put
Obama,
so wait,
Mr.
Subscribe.
President, it's important to set up your jokes properly. Let's get to the setup before the punchline.
okay.
All right, here we go. So I went back to the last page of the last chapter where Meryl McKee is proposing the heist. That's where we left off yesterday. Here we are. We're back. Well, it was seconds ago for the audience. It was actually 2 minutes ago for the audience, but now it's a day later for us. But that's the power of the world. I stopped time for all of you. But for us, a day passed. You see, I'm much more powerful than Dio. I can hold it for a whole day. Anyways, moving on. The cover of the next chapter. Interesting to me. Do you remember, hardcore Locacacast listeners will remember in Season 1, the JOJOLian stuff, when Chris and I were discussing how weird it is that Araki doesn't just reuse the drawing he did for the cover. Like, he draws the cover, like the color page version, and then he redraws the exact same thing.
Yeah, a
for
spot the difference
cover.
version.
Right, a weird little spot the difference. And sometimes, like in JOJOLian, many times, it was so fucking accurate, spot on, that you were like, why did he do it like that? And then sometimes there were obvious differences. Sometimes it was completely different. But this one is interesting to me.
I do distinctly remember he reused that like gappy walk pose like 4 times for 4 separate covers.
Like
Yeah.
there's subtle differences like Jodio's sleeve and wristband. But there's also like more obvious differences like who's in the passenger seat of the car.
Yeah, and I have a theory about
background.
that, straight off the bat. I think that JoJoLands, in like an advertising to your average manga reader capacity, is sort of billing itself as like the people, it's the new JoJo part, right? So people are excited about it in that way. But also, the first couple chapters have set up our new JoJo group of 4. Dragona, Jodio, Paco, and Usagi. And the people who've been reading for the first 10 chapters know who those motherfuckers are. And in an advertising capacity, to present the main 4 makes more sense than to put Charming Man on the cover. You could put him on the cover of the chapter, because that's for fans. But for randos, like, you can't expect them to, like, okay, we're gonna have to learn who Charming Man is now. You know what I mean? Like, we know the main 4. That's enough.
I was gonna say it's a nice little bit of anti-spoiler tech to put
that
Dragona in the passenger seat here.
Because if you've only read the first chapter and like you are like an average manga reader, you don't pick up every issue of Ultra Jump, and you see the cover, you'd be like, oh yeah, those 4 guys, and you wouldn't be spoiled on the fact that they already have a 5th member. They have a new person. Wait. Does this mean Charming Man's gonna die? Or if you had only read to the middle of the Charming Man fight, right?
You could pick this up and not know that Charming Man joins the team.
Okay, but then that doesn't make any sense, because then you would flip to the chapter of, you pick up Ultra Jump, just move to the JoJo section, you flip to the JoJo section, and you're like, oh wait, I don't know that guy. So that doesn't make that much sense. I feel like it's an advertising
thing. See, maybe if they're behind and they're reading, but like they see it on on display.
Sure.
They see the cover on display, right?
Also, Dragona is
so that they don't get spoiled walking by the store.
Dragona is prettier than Charming Man. Also, I just wanted to say, I figured out the thing.
His name is Charming Man.
I figured out the thing that I was yesterday when I was like, Dragona's so pretty in the first 2 chapters. Like, what changed? Why don't I see Dragona in the same way now? Like, is she just drawn more childish looking? Is she cuter now and less like cool? I don't know. But then I figured it out after the podcast yesterday at work and today at work. I realized, because all her dreads were down. And yes, I do think she has dreads. All her dreads were down in the first chapter. And ever since chapter, 2 or 3, when she changed outfits to go on the heist, it's been, her flower crown is holding up most of her hair and keeping it out of her face. Right. And she has, 1 or 2 locks coming down.
That's a good call. That's a good catch.
I don't know, man. I really liked her hair in the first couple chapters. For the audience's sake, I'm going back now. Look at Dragona at the beginning of the story, bro. Look at the hair. This panel where Dragona is on the beach and the locks are kind of ponytailed a little bit. Oh, actually, only one is hanging out there, too. No, but okay, see, in the early... Wait, this is still one hanging out. Am I crazy? Is my eyeballs deceiving me? I'm crazy.
This might be the work of an enemy stand.
Okay, I maintain that it was drawn differently then. But also, that's like that always happens in JoJo. Shut up, Zach.
I'm doing a little more spot the difference while you're talking on this Ultra Jump cover and
Yeah, I'm gonna get
the
back to
chapter
the present.
cover. Well, also the other things that I noticed was in the Ultra Jump cover, Jodio's torso is a little longer than it is on the chapter cover.
Yeah, he's a little bit more gremlin-y in the chapter cover. His hair as well as rounder.
There's more detail on this sort of like it looks like a belt around his midsection.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
His blowhole is enlarged in the
His
color version.
blowhole. It sure
enlarged.
is.
It's engorged even.
Oh boy. You don't want your blowhole to be engorged.
Star-shaped hair accessory disappeared.
Speak for yourself,
in the chapter.
dude.
In the chapter
Well,
cover.
you know what? Different strokes, I suppose.
And what a good television show it is. The gang is different in the background. We have Paco and Jodio in one, and then Paco, Jodio, and Dragona, obviously, because Dragona's not in the car. It's Charming Man.
It's true.
Do you think maybe this is actually like a before and after? Like, Jodio is leaning on the car, talking to Dragona, and Dragona's like, right, cool, let's do the plan. Gets out and goes and stands next to Paco and Usagi. And then Charming Man gets in the driver's seat and drive away.
Yeah.
And Jodio and Paco get in their same poses for no reason.
Well, yeah. Yes. All right.
It's
let's go into the fucking chapter.
Weirder things have happened.
Okay. Somebody else talk about this page and how funny and great it is, because I want somebody else to take the lead on this one. This first page of the chapter in the video games.
Oh my god.
In the car playing video games.
We're just sitting in complete silence.
This is such a mood.
I was gonna say, like, I mean, we touched upon it again of just the group dynamic and how, like, modernized it feels, but this is just maybe the most real single panel Araki has ever drawn.
This is our gang of Zoomers.
I was about to say, it is a gang of Gen Z kids doing what they do best. Drink water, eat burger, apply mascara, play
Charge
Nintendo
they phone,
Switch,
eat hot chip, and lie.
and lie. And as many eagle-eyed readers...
No. Charge they phone, eat hot chip, and crime.
And crime, exactly.
And crime.
And as many eagle-eyed readers have already pointed out, this is like the first time in the longest time that Araki has actually had an adult behind the wheel of a car.
I thought you were going to say the first time he's drawn Jodio with his hood up. You fucking misdirected me.
I think didn't Jodio have his hood up in, like, a couple of the earlier chapters when they're infiltrating the manor?
Okay, I'm going back. See, this is why I have all the chapters downloaded, because, okay, wait, first of all, he has his hood up when he's hanging upside down from the tree, so... Well, I mean, due to gravity. But, like, when he's shooting at the cats and he hits them, his hood is on. So,
yeah.
Based. Yeah,
no,
I guess I'm
look
wrong.
cool.
But he hasn't had it on since he was upside down hanging from the tree. I'll go back to the pool, though, to see if that's something that's happening. He didn't have it on when the cop lady was doing the Breaking Bad badger thing to him. Also, I'm so pissed going back to chapter 2. Do you remember Jodio was in handcuffs? And then he made it rain and destroyed the evidence and scared the cops off? Why? That's like 15 whys. Didn't Araki have a panel showing one of the November rain bullets hitting the chain and breaking the cuffs? That'd have been so sick. That's an easy win. Easy dub.
That's not what happened.
What?
That's not what happened. He, like, bit through the handcuffs.
Dude, I'm literally looking at it right now. It's chapter
with his super strong
2.
horse teeth.
Oh, you're fucking with me. I'm sorry. I didn't understand what was happening. My bad.
It's okay. If you had seen me in real life, you would have seen the big, evil, shit-eating grin on my face.
I was actually going to say shit-eating. I was going to say shit-eating specifically because I know the type of grin you're talking about, and I was going to describe it as shit-eating because seeing it, imagining it on your face makes me want to tell you to eat shit.
It's true, exactly.
What were you gonna say,
You would have
Chris?
seen the glint in my eye.
I was just saying you would have seen the bit coming.
Also, wait, I just
Exactly.
realized, like, do you want me to call you Chris or Merc on the podcast? Am I like?
It doesn't matter.
I,
It doesn't matter.
I figured it doesn't matter because I've been just doing whatever this entire for like 4 years.
They are interchangeable.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Both are acceptable.
just so long as I don't call you.
Just as long as you don't call me late for dinner.
Also, you can bleep that for the
Don't
podcast.
call me Shirley.
Anyway, Skibbity Bebop, the Hawaii airport. No, I'm looking at chapter 2 still. But for real, they leave him in handcuffs, and he says, I'm getting pissed off. And then we cut to the Hawaii airport. I feel like huge missed opportunity to have a panel of the fucking rain bullet severing his handcuffs and freeing him. Because, like, knowing that, A, his stand can do that, get him out of handcuffs by using rain bullets, and B, that he does crime, is like awesome. Like those two facts synergize really well.
Yeah, you would want to
chapter-
see him evading crime punishment.
Chapter 2 is already strange because it feels like it's already redoing the just what chapter 1 already
Right.
covered.
Fuck the police, and the police cannot touch Jodio. Like Jodio is more powerful than them and they can't do shit to him. That's like already the message of chapter 1. We understood that. And Araki just did it again immediately in chapter 2, taking up half of the chapter to
Do you think
illustrate
the anime? Do
nothing
you think
but
the
the
anime
same
will
point.
cut one of those encounters? Probably the first one.
No, I don't think they will, because it's, despite it being redundant, it's a very fun encounter, and there's no reason to cut it except for time. And when you are an anime, you don't care about time. Like, for instance, Golden Wind, I believe, was 39 episodes, and Stone Ocean was like
Yes.
38 or 40 or something. Like, it wasn't quite exact. Like, it was fine if it was one episode over or under. Like, who cares? If you're a mangaka, like, you only have so many pages per month, and you only have so much time to draw those pages as well. But, like,
I just think it's odd because those two encounters are just back to back and do the same thing.
they are
but
back to
maybe-
back and redundant. You are correct.
Maybe
But I don't
maybe
think
the
they're
anime maybe the
cut-worthy.
anime will fix the pacing and make it seem not so redundant.
Yeah, I think the anime is very, very, very liable to add a little bit more slice of life stuff that, like, implied occurred off screen in the manga, but will occur on camera in the anime. Like, Part 4 did that, blah, 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 blah. Like, there's a lot of that going on in the anime.
I
David
am
Production
hoping
loves that stuff.
even in the canon of the manga, I am still hoping that we get some of those slice of life moments, like even moments like this where they're just in the car, each doing their own individual
Right.
thing.
And also, like, can we
It's
bring
really
back...
fun.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say it's really fun, and you get to see the different personalities in a scene without any dialogue whatsoever.
Yeah.
But some of those moments are still just as impactful to the overall story of JoJo, or the parts that these characters exist in.
You know, a thought just flashed across my mind looking at this car full of 5 people. I was like, oh man, Reservoir Dogs, but with these motherfuckers? But then I was like,
Yeah.
no, wait, because Reservoir Dogs, they all, like, betray and kill each other. They all turn on each other, and it's like a
Well,
horrible disaster.
I mean,
and then
it
a
has
horribler
been-
thought struck me. Oh no, that's gonna happen here, whether I like it or not, eventually.
I was just about to say they've already been setting that up.
Yeah.
They've
I
been
wanna go
teasing us
through-
with that.
Can I bring back up the meme that we ended with? Because the thing, I don't know how it started. Chris, was this my idea or yours that the episode should end with a meme? You know what I mean? Like, the first one was, hold up, boys, my shoes are thirsty. Which is why the finale of season 1 was me in cosplay as Josuke recreating that.
I think it was something that I threw in editing, and it just sort of became like the norm.
Because I for sure sent that image to you at some point during our friendship. The hold up, boys, my shoes are thirsty. Because
I believe
Josuke's,
yes.
he's tying his shoes while also having a water bottle in his hand. So it looks like he's feeding
well,
his
you
shoes
must have
water.
watering
done it to
his
me because
shoes.
back then I wasn't actively seeking out
Right.
memes for the end card.
And the thing is, it's kind of unfair to make you in charge of that because it was like I was like, oh, dude, we'll be able to find memes every week. Don't worry about it. And then like I send you a meme once in a blue moon, and other than that, it's like up to you to find them. And that's kind of unfair. I'm so sorry about that. But like, where do you go to find them when I don't give you one? You go to Reddit. You go to 4chan.
I just go on Google and search JOJOLands meme. Honestly.
Let's go.
Oh fuck yeah! If ever I sent you like a really hot one, a really good one, it either came off of Twitter.
A really hot, stanky meme.
Yeah, or if I can't find anything on Twitter, if I've ever sent you something that I didn't find on Twitter, it was because I went into the like manga readers board on 4chan, because whatever can be said about 4chanites, and I have a lot of bad things to say about them, whatever can be said about them, they're really quick with it. Like, they're quick with the memes, the original content. They be posting OC over there like it's nothing, like it's expected. Like, repost. Like, what the fuck? That was from 10 years ago. How did you... Or I guess 10 years ago, it's obviously a repost. But the point is, people fucking know. And they're just making original shit over there. Funny shit. If you go into, like, the reaction threads for the latest chapter of the manga, you can find some good shit sometimes. So if ever I've sent you some real heat, it's either from Twitter or from those, like, latest chapter reaction threads on 4chan. But I want to bring us back to one of our JoJo memes for JoJOLands from earlier this season, one of the podcast episodes we've already done, where it was like, dudes in college turn into one of these four. It was like Paco, Dragona, Jodio, and Usagi.
That one did show up on like a search that I did, and because it was art from Tumblr, I credited the artist. It was Shio something. I forget. I'll put the name here.
Haruno Shiobana.
Something like that.
Did you just dead name Giorno?
Hey, whoa, hey, whoa. I just asked Merc what his preferred name was a minute ago. Don't paint me like I'm some kind of fucking dead namer.
It's okay.
That was a
it's
good
Giorno.
defense. 10 out of 10.
Anyway, yes. You were saying, Zach.
My name ain't even Zach anymore, and you don't even know it. True. Anyways, this motherfucker checks his watch, and it's 10 on the dot. But I just wanted to point out that it was a cute moment of, like, we literally get a panel in the manga of, like, dudes turn into one of these four. Paco, checking the map while not looking at the road and driving.
Not looking at all. Hands not even on the wheel.
Jodio.
But hey, Zach,
What?
At least he's sober.
At least
true.
He's sober. You know what?
But
This
he's
is
high
a
on
good time
crime.
for a sponsor break. Shout out to Drunk Driving.
Shout out again to drunk driving. Never not sponsoring
This
us.
episode sponsored, as always, by Bud Light and Tesla Motors.
Did you guys ever notice they never drink beer in beer commercials? Did I already say this?
Well, you can't have your actors getting drunk.
Well, you can't, but also, like, it's weird. In the beer commercials, they'll do every possible fucking thing with the beer except drink it. They will crack it and put it kind of like they're going to drink it, but then the camera will cut away. They will throw it to someone. They will use it to cool their forehead. They do every possible motherfucking thing with the beer except
we
drink
need
it.
like a
They'll, like, open the bottle and put it back in the ice. Like, what?
Yeah. What is that?
That's
What is
true,
that bit
right.
that they did on It's Always Sunny? The bodyguard milk.
Fight milk.
Fight milk.
Buy
Fight milk. We need
bodyguards?
4 bodyguard. Yeah, we need.
Yeah!
We need.
Thanks, Casey.
We need a fight milk commercial, but for beer. Fight beer.
I wish I brought my fighting weed. I wish I brought my fighting beer.
Not fight beer. Drive beer.
Oh my god! Again, just to
All
reiterate,
beer.
they should give out drunk driver's licenses.
They should. That it's a crime. It's more of a crime that they haven't.
You know, the thing is, Casey and I are doing this incredible dance of, like, irony posting about drunk driving. But if either of us ever let up the mask that it's not just irony posting, we instantly lose. This is the Kagura-sama love is war of our times.
Yeah,
like, we can't let the other one know we like each other.
The ultimate mind game, the ultimate hustle.
Like, no, I'm just joking about drunk driving. I would never do that.
No, I would never do that unless I really needed to get somewhere while I was drunk.
Shut the fuck up.
Or if I just wanted to.
If any of us ever drives drunk and gets in an accident, this bit immediately becomes not funny.
Oh my
Or it
God.
becomes funnier than
Or
ever
it becomes
before.
funnier than ever.
It all depends on how far around the circle of comedy it goes.
It
Now-
all depends on how far the car makes it.
Oh, shut up. Let me explain something to you guys real quick. This will be quick. This will be real easy. So what I'm just gonna explain real quick is the circle of comedy. So
I
here's how
open
it
up
goes.
I see MS Paint.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's
Hang on.
pretty awesome.
About to give
No,
us our
that
his
was
thesis
good. You did it the
statement.
first time.
No, I already went back and undid it. All right, the
Oh,
circle
that
of
can't
comedy,
be.
right? Here we go.
That's
This is
more
the
of an
circle
oval.
of comedy.
not
Okay, fuck you.
exactly-
It's an oval now.
Oh, okay.
Here it is. This is the circle of comedy, all right? And we're going to make a couple marks along the way, and we're going to define how things go. Right, okay, so here we go. First, the circle of comedy, it starts at boring. Boring
Boring.
slash not funny. Like,
The Comic Sans.
ordinary. Like somebody says something and you like, huh? Like you pity laugh at it, right?
Yeah, not funny. Didn't laugh.
Second stop on the board is funny. This shit actually rules. Somebody says something and you're like, like you genuinely guffaw at that shit.
Yeah.
Third stop on the circle of comedy, overused. Heard it before. It's not funny anymore. You did the D's nuts joke too many times. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm doing this all wrong. Overused should be
Well, I was gonna say you missed the stop before boring, not funny, where it's just tragic.
well,
Rich.
I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I feel like I'm doing this all wrong. Over here we have unfunny. We have something that's no good. And over here we have funny, and over here we have unfunny. You get to over here, and it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know how this shit works. The point is, you say something long enough, and it goes from funny to like boring, and it's like lame, and it sucks ass. But then you do it enough times. Wait, hang on. I figured this out. I figured out what the problem was. There's 3 steps. There's 3 steps. The shit is funny, and then you said it too many times, and then it's like, God, please shut the fuck up.
But
But then you keep going and it goes all the way back to funny.
There it
To
is.
being funny.
There it is. We
Sorry
figured it
guys,
out.
sorry guys. I screwed it up because I put 4 things on there and then I wasn't sure what to put and then I realized my
because if
mistake
you
was
make a
it was a
Because
3-prong system.
if you make a 9/11 joke 1 week after 9/11, you start at God please shut the fuck up.
Right.
But then you wait long enough and you circle around to
And
funny.
and eventually people are like, you know what? That was actually kind of hilarious.
Right.
The way that happened.
But then you have the option select where you can either go round the circle to too many times or you go off on a tangent and it becomes fucking hilarious.
The 9/11.
Nailed it. You can come off of the funny line and just nail it and be done. That's a rare tree. But see, like right over here, right up here at funny, like this zone over here, we've got like, my ex-wife still misses me, but her aim is getting
But
better.
our aim is getting better.
And then but her aim is getting better. But her aim is getting better.
Get it?
But
It's
her
a joke
aim is
because
getting
it's just
better.
Terrible.
But her aim is getting better. And eventually, after an hour and a half, even though you hate it and you're sick of hearing it, you find yourself laughing hysterically. You can't fucking stand it, but it's gone all the way back to funny. This is the circle of comedy. All right, we figured that out.
We're
Next thing.
basically we're basically comedic geniuses.
The point is,
Anyway,
guys
what
in
was
high
this all in
school
service of?
get dudes in college turn into one of these four. They're not looking at the road while driving, gaming,
Not
makeup,
looking at
or
the
eating.
road while
And
driving.
also, I like how Charming Man is so like he's so like not actually part of the group coded. If you think about it,
Yeah.
like each thing
Just
displays
the-
their personality. Paco is like,
intense-
I got this shit. I don't need to look at the road. Fuck you. I don't even need to have my hands on the wheel. Fuck you. I'm driving
He's
with my knees.
hustling the car.
Right. Jodio's gaming. Dragona's doing makeup. Usagi is eating. Charming Man, both shots of him, he's just drinking a water bottle.
Army Man
And then
is
this
literally
next
just
shot-
hydrating.
This next shot is like our four main actually important members of the group. Oh, and then there's Charming Man at the edge. Whatever, who cares? Like, he's so not actually part of the team coded. He's gonna
Yeah.
fucking die or leave or betray them at the first opportunity.
I just love him awkwardly crushing the entire water bottle into his mouth at once.
Araki has such an eye for the minorest of details. I bet he's one of those guys. Like, I bet you one of his author notes one of these days, because, you know, his author notes are about shit like going to the dentist. One of his author notes one of these days is going to be like, don't you just hate it when people crush the water bottle into their mouths? Like, why do that? The water's going to get in your mouth either way. Why are you so impatient? It really makes me upset.
You'll get a tummy ache if you drink that much water
Yeah.
that fast.
Don't these people have any idea what they're doing? Anyways, it really makes me upset.
And then there's gonna be like a stand fight where Jodio drinks too much water too fast, and it activates an enemy stand in his tummy.
Okay, hang on though. Can I actually just say we have enough fucking water stands?
No,
Yes, we do. We have fucking.
There's Geb, there's Aqua.
There's Geb. There's Aqua Necklace, and then there's fucking
Deep Blue Moon.
Dark Blue Moon. That's
Wait,
a water stand
hang on,
as well.
hang on. Hang on. Does Dark Blue Moon count? Because that's it. Like, cause he's in the water.
It
but
lives
he's not
in the
the
water.
water.
Me and Casey. Dark Blue Moon. Chris. Now wait just a goddamn minute.
Now hold on.
Slow
What-
your
what-
roll there, cowboy.
What about like Clash? Does the Clash count as a water stand?
It's not called the Clash. It's just called Clash.
Whatever.
I
What
don't
are you
have
actually-
your stone, and
What
fuck
are you actually
you
arguing
anyway.
here? Are you arguing that there's too many water type stands, or that there are too many stands that
involving water.
that involve water?
Chris, this is a great question, and I think my most honest and truest answer is that I don't really have a point that I'm arguing. I'm just kind of bitching. I'm just kind of like, hey, you ever notice
Shit.
how the food on airplanes is bad? Like, I don't have a point. I'm just bitching.
Now I feel bad because I killed the bit.
No, it's okay,
no.
but I'm just being honest with you. Like, I actually don't really have a salient point. If I do, you know me, Chris. If I do have a salient point, I will not let you hear the end of it or cut me off before I'm done. I'm going to make my point.
I was expecting you to have an answer, and we could yes and this. But
Sorry,
you were just
dude.
like, no,
Well,
I'm not committed enough to this bit.
No,
I have a
sometimes,
point that
dude.
I would like.
Sorry,
I
go
have
ahead,
a
Casey.
point I would like to tack onto this. I want there to be a water-based stand that also manipulates bullets. Because we don't have enough gun stands or water stands.
Isn't that just Jodio?
Jodio literally. That's what I was gonna say.
No,
Shut up,
make another one.
Chris.
Have
What was I
more.
gonna
Do it
say
again.
a second
Do it
ago?
again.
I forgot. Before I gave Casey the floor,
I forgot.
I forgot. What was I just gonna say? Chris was like, "Oh, I thought you were going somewhere so that we could yes and this."
We were talking about there being too many water stands.
Yeah.
Whatever
no.
that meant.
No, it was after that. It was as a result. It was when I was like, you know me. If I had a point, I would never let you hear the end of it. I would fucking stand my ground. I guess my point is that, like, I used to always be like, see how I'm always going somewhere? That time I wasn't going anywhere. I started that with no destination.
That's what threw me off, because I'm expecting you to always
be going
have
somewhere
that
with
you're
it.
taking the bit, but
Right.
But now you just threw the unexpected straight punches. Like, actually, no, there's nothing behind this.
You'll walk with me down a long, unmarked forest trail, trusting that I'm taking us somewhere. But this time I just turned around and was like, yeah, I don't know where we're going.
Yeah, I actually don't know where this is at all.
I turned around and I'm
was
like, I thought you knew.
The bit was there was no bit.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we spent a half hour on this first page. Holy shit.
It's a good first page.
It's a good first page. And then Paco or whoever's checking their
He's
watch.
eating like another cheeseburger.
I think
He's got like an orange, a soda, can of cup noodles.
I
Oh,
think
what you were saying about Charming Man being not group coded. Did you mention that, like, on the first page, after the wide shot panel, Charming Man doesn't get a panel to himself at all
yeah, he does.
on
He's
the
drinking
first
water.
page?
Oh, on the
No,
first
on the
page.
first page.
Yeah. Yeah, we get Paco, Dragona, and Jodio, but no Charming Man. Nor Usagi. And Usagi is already, like, Usagi's kind of on the fringes. Like, he's for sure part of the group. They're drawing the four of them together way too much. But, like, Dragona and Jodio are our main duo. Paco is, like, secondary. But then, like, on the layer outside of that, then there's Usagi, and then there's Charming Man. Anyway, I don't know what I'm trying to illustrate with that, but the point is, like, the circles of trust. Anyway, I don't know who's saying that old...
Is that like the circle of funny?
I don't know who's saying that old bag's totally crazy, ain't she? But it seems like something Paco would say, but also that might be Jodio's wristbands. I'm not sure, but probably he's too busy gaming. To check his watch, so.
I'm assuming that's the Paco thing. Does sound like something
Paco
he'd
has
say.
wristbands. Paco has the same wristbands as Jodio. I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
It does seem like a Paco thing to say as well, like Casey said.
Yeah.
Charming Man also has wristbands. Why does
Okay.
everyone wear? Why is
Let's get
everyone
through this.
wearing wristbands?
The car stops. Dragona gets out. Motherfucking Charming Man gets out. They look around. They look around some more. Charming Man, Dragona, and Jodio get out this bitch, and they go
That's
inside.
not Jodio. That's Usagi.
That's Usagi. I keep getting his name wrong. I'm sorry. Whatever. I just have like a preloaded bag of names in my brain, and I keep reaching in and grabbing the wrong one out the bag. Anyway, whatever. They go inside the fucking building, and the backgrounds are really cool, but there's no dialogue, so we don't have to talk about that page very much. They go inside, and they're approaching the lady. Usagi's nervous, trips and spills his fucking cup ramen on the floor.
Cup noodles he brought into the Hawaiian.
It's falling out of his pockets already.
You know, it's
Oh
fucking
my
weird.
god, mom's spaghetti.
I
Knees
told
weak,
you-
arms are heavy.
Speaking of moms as well, actually, I said yesterday on the podcast that I started watching Smiling Friends with my mom. And it was cool because, like, my mom is pretty, like, hip and up to date. She actually just turned 50 last year. But mom is, like, cool and, like, still with the times, like, is still listening to new music and discovering new shit. Dad is kind of, like, into nostalgia. Like, he watches the same old shit as he watched when he was growing up in the 70s. Whatever. Point is, Mom watches Rick and Morty and fucking loves it. Mom's like, oh, hell yeah, a new season of Rick and Morty?
Oh my
Base.
god, he's just like me for real.
Yeah, so Mom...
Said your mom.
If Mom had fucking Rick abilities, she'd be unstoppable. Mom is an unstoppable force already with no superpowers. It's insane. Anyways, the point is, Mom already likes Rick and Morty, so I was like, I could totally show Mom Smiling Friends. And so we watched the first episode where Desmond has the fucking gun to his head the whole time.
Oh my god.
And
Yeah.
I was like, okay, alright, I forgot this was the first episode, but here we go, like litmus test. And Mom
Yeah, we're just
fucking
jumping
laughed
straight
her
into the
ass
deep
off.
end.
Totally
That's
enjoyed
the
it.
first episode?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Desmond's big
Damn.
day.
Where Mr. Plinkett says, I'm gonna fucking shoot myself and make you to
watch. I don't know about that, but yay!
Whoa! Your Pim was really good.
Thank you.
Dude, I was thinking
I
about this
just
today.
love kids, Charlie. I love kids. Or, dude, I wouldn't say that at the top of your lungs.
Dude, I wouldn't say that. I can't even do. Dude, I was doing.
No, his voice is so distinct. It's impossible
I was doing-
to do an impression.
Dude, Zach Haddell, he's insane. His nose is not that big in real life, but it sounds like it is.
He's so nasally.
He's not nasally. He's so bassy. His nose is so blocked.
He's snazily.
He's nasally. You're incredible. Anyway, I was thinking about this today at work. I did a Dragon Ball voice. I did an impression of Trunks or Piccolo or somebody. It was one of those gravelly voices. And then I thought to myself about you doing Columbo's voice, and I was like, man, Casey's good at voices. I just wanted to pay you a compliment. I thought about that today while I was at work.
And
I
is
appreciate
Rod Serling
Oh,
earlier
yeah!
this episode?
Imagine. I looked at that tweet, and I looked in the
Imagine if
replies,
you
and there
did.
was a guy doing the impression, and he didn't do it as well as you did.
Oh my goodness! I'm better than the funny Twitterman.
Yeah,
We should
funny
just get a clean take of Casey doing that.
Yeah,
just for
we
like
should.
the end card.
And just like put little background music underneath it, and like put a filter on it in Audacity. I
Like,
actually have a perfect filter already for it. No, because that plays at the end. What we're playing at the point where you're talking is just like. Like it would be like chords, string instruments, like playing suspenseful sounds. It wouldn't be the boo-doo-doo-doo yet, because that happens after he says you're going to be entering into the Twilight Zone. So the point, the explanation part, it would still be just like.
Ape.
Do it. Go ahead. Merc,
Was
go
that
ahead and
the way for it?
put some fucking music behind this when it happens in the editing phase.
Oh god, I gotta pull up the tweet.
Go ahead. Clear your throat. Take a moment. We're going to give him the space he needs to do his best performance.
Alright, I'm
Okay.
turning my mic off.
Take a moment, sit right there. This is how I became the Rod Sterling of Bel Air.
Rod Sterling. His name's Rod Serling.
Listen, it's been a long day.
I'm sorry. I
Name's
shouldn't be
Rod-
stressing you before your big performance. Break a leg.
You're stressing me out. I gotta. No, see, Ron Sterling is my legally distinct character. Imagine, if you will, a big fucking scary ape pulling you apart and killing you and beating you and biting you to death. This
so
is
good.
the Twilight Zone. This
Oh!
is the Locacacast.
Oh! If I wasn't owing over that, I would say, like, play the Twilight Zone music and then replace it with the Locacacast intro.
We fucked up the clean take at the last second because I thought he was done.
I thought he was done, too.
Nah, it's okay.
That was pretty
I just
good.
thought
That was
to
pretty
add
good. That's pretty
That could have
good.
been our cold open.
We should have done that at the beginning.
Oh, it still could be. With the power of magical editing.
We're not that kind of podcast. We did the time has resumed thing.
Oh, that's true.
No, I meant for like
It's a big
the
budget.
whole episode.
Anyways, the point of me... Whoa. The point of me bringing up Smiling Friends was because in the third episode with Shrimp and Shrimpina, they go to Spaghetti Disco, and Charlie and Shrimp, when they're sitting there at the bar, they're having a drink that is like this red liquid, but you can see there's spaghetti in the glass.
Yeah.
I forgot that cup noodles existed, and I was like, what the fuck? He spilled his drink and there's noodles in it? What, did he go to Spaghetti Disco?
Spilled his spaghetti?
I was like, what the fuck? He had like a drink, he had a smoothie with spaghetti in it. I literally forgot cup noodles existed for a minute.
Zach, I actually also
Dude!
forgot that cup noodles existed.
You were like, why does this drink have like worms in it, right?
Well, why
Her
does
name
he
is
have a cup of
Shrimpina.
spaghetti?
Yeah,
She's
right,
a
dude, me
shrimp.
too! Thank you, Chris. Jesus, I'm not the only one.
Also, this is JoJo.
We're bad
so he
weebs.
can't-
We forgot about cup noodles.
But also, I wouldn't I wouldn't hold it against you if you just assumed a JoJo character had a water bottle full of spaghetti.
Yeah, or
And
then he
that
was
was
just
just a
eating
thing
worms,
that
and that's
they
just what he
did.
does.
Yeah.
Also,
And
can I
it's never
say,
explained.
in a weird way, Usagi is like the new fucking Ojiro Sasame. Because he's just always eating junk food, and he's just constantly got trash around him and wrappers and shit.
I love it so much. I love that he is just all about snacking at every opportunity.
My man loves snacks. What can you say?
He came into his first scene like eating a hot dog. He's like, can't wait to go on this heist with you guys. Oh boy.
And then I'm gonna fucking shoot myself.
Or did I make you two watch?
This heist is a bigger disappointment than my son. we didn't even get the crazy diamond. I mean,
No,
my
you do it.
God.
Zach, you actually do an amazing Plinkett. It's
Really?
That's really good.
Yes.
Thanks, guys. See, this is the thing. I did a Piccolo voice today at work, and I was telling about there's a really, really fucking funny scene in the original Dragon Ball at the 23rd World Tournament or whatever, or the 24th, I don't remember, where Piccolo, Piccolo Jr., is fighting kind of like grown-up Goku. Like, he's full-grown. He looks like he looks in the Saiyan Saga, but it's still Dragon Ball. And Piccolo, like, shoots a beam at him, and it hits him in the chest, and it makes a hole through him. And Goku's gripping the hole, and he says, "Good thing you aim as bad as you fight. You missed my vital organs." And Piccolo says, "All of them?" And it's a video on YouTube called "The Greatest Line Piccolo Says Ever," and it's just that clip. All of them? Because, like, he's a Namekian. He doesn't fucking know about human biology. He doesn't know what a lung is. He thinks he hit his Gloopsmox.
His Glubius Maximus.
His Glubismox. His Glubus Maximus. He thinks he hit him in
You
the
don't
ass
want to get
cheeks.
hit in the. You don't want to get hit in the Glubus Maximus. That's a bad time, let me tell you.
Dude, I got hit in my Glubus once. It was when I was crossing the street. I was
Oh.
clinically dead for 15 minutes. No joke.
I sprained my Glubus one time. I had to pee standing sideways.
On the wall? Yeah, they had to. It's like my house needed to be converted to be wheelchair accessible. They had to install an artificial sideways gravity. And they would install it, and I would get up there and like hold myself there on the wall, and then they would turn it off so I could pee sideways.
See, that's also some like JoJo stuff. Like the guy can only piss at a 90-degree angle.
That's Josuke sleeping between the mattresses.
Oh my god, it really is.
Okay.
No, lay across the toilet, like in a Superman pose.
Exactly.
Have you seen that meme? That's,
Yes,
just,
yeah. He's like planking
on
on
the
it.
ways to pee with a boner.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly just that. You walk in on a JoJo character in the bathroom, there's a non-zero chance that's exactly what they're doing.
Are you implying their dicks are always hard, or that they just can't pee normal?
Up to interpretation.
I thought you were just gonna say yes.
Yes.
Excellent. All right.
Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice. Moving on. Usagi is like, sorry, I just tripped.
Oh,
and then
jeez.
flashback to
man.
Meryl May saying the land registry, that's where we're going, that's the whole thing, we're gonna get the document, we're just gonna touch the lava rock to it. It's a good plan, but like Meryl May just learned about the lava rock and is like not speculating, but extrapolating on what she knows already about the lava rock and making this plan based on that. So I feel like there's probably some holes in this plan, but it sounds good when she's saying it. And then we get hit with this awesome panel that absent-minded.
Yeah.
This
You guys are
reminded me
following
of...
me. You're following me, right? You're getting all this?
This
The
reminded
brain cell
me
brigade over here.
of a really, really funny meme that I did not save and don't know where to find again. But imagine, like, that face Luffy makes when he's confused / not really listening. That face Goku makes when the same. That face Gon from Hunter x Hunter makes. And then picture a fourth anime character, Dealer's Choice. And it's them four in like a 1, 2, 3, 4, like a Gorilla's Demon Days arrangement where it's perfectly... they each have a quarter of the image. And the caption says, imagine explaining your whole ass battle plan and you turn around to see if they were paying attention. You see these dumbass motherfuckers looking back at you.
Exactly. I saw
That face
someone make
Luffy
a
makes when
great-
he did not comprehend what you just said.
was not listening.
He was
Luffy
not
never
listening, but also
listens.
he got confused and very distracted during what you were saying.
Yeah.
And he's blown off course. I'm sorry, you're not getting him back.
Someone also commented that this panel is like they made the greatest comparison that the Part 9 gang, the JOJOLanders, is just Part 5, but everyone on the crew is Narancia.
It's just 5 Naranchas. I
And
thought
I
you were going to
think
say
that's
part 5,
like-
but everyone is stupid. But no, yeah, they
Oops,
are
all
5
Narancia.
Naranchas.
Oops, all Narancha. These are
Dude.
like his new universe Horcruxes.
We've got sociopath Narancha, big buff stupid Narancha, trans Narancha, shapeshifter Narancha, and
Yeah.
junk food Narancha.
Guys in college will become one of 5 Naranchas.
One of 5, dude. It's like you hit the character select screen, and it's just like 32 flavors of Narancha.
Choose your Narancha.
Also, can I just say, like, I just want to point out, like, how far I've come as a JoJo fan, and we've all come as a community. Because 100% for sure, when I read the scans in, like, 2016, when I was waiting for Part 4 to come out, because as we've documented, I skipped Part 4 because it was about to come out in the anime, so I just went to Part 5. I was calling him Narancia for sure. Narancia.
Yeah?
Now he's Narancha.
He is
Because of the
Narancha.
fucking anime. I was probably also saying Bucciarati's name wrong, because the scans I was reading, his name was Bucalati, which is a valid way to translate it given the L and R rules, but also Bucalati is a cookie. So it fits with the food stuff, so
Oh,
it
it's
like made
dwarves,
sense.
yeah, it's still a food-themed name.
It's actually it is pronounced Bucciolati.
Oh, okay.
It's the Italian C there. That
Right
was
on.
your hang up.
It's the CHC. Yeah, so I had been saying it wrong for sure. Same with Narancia versus Narancha. And I sort of like, that always happens to me with anime. Same thing with Fire Emblem, really. When I played Fire Emblem Awakening on the 3DS, I was calling her Luciana. And then only when she was revealed for Smash and I like heard her name out loud, I was like, oh, it's Lucina. Weird.
Lucina.
I don't know. That's my dyslexia going on. That's a little bit
Also,
of that. It's my weird.
speaking
of, I don't know what's going on with my brain, but like bipolar, autism, ADHD, dyslexia, whatever's going on in there, my brain is like not quite working properly. It's got some executive dysfunction, so I'm blaming it on that. Whatever it is that's making me misinterpret things, it's out of my control. Sorry, I was Lady Gaga born this way.
I was
Kei
Jojo
Nijimura born
Parky.
this way.
Yeah.
Ring the bell. Just kidding.
We don't have a bell for her.
We don't have a bell for Kei Nijimura. She's like not significant.
She's
Sorry,
really not.
I just realized I
that's so
interrupted
sad.
you like the last 9 things in a row you were trying to say.
It's
Oh, no,
sad
I
that
was
that's
just-
so true.
Yeah.
It's so sad. They like removed her. They Joseph Stalined her out of a family portrait.
Dude, somebody
In
was like,
part
dude, what additional JoJolian reps would you like to see for All-Star Battle? And one of the votes was Kei Nijimura, and I was like, what do you want her moves to be? She like, it says, it's like, ready, fight, and she takes
like,
a
it
cane
is
to the eyeball and dies uselessly.
Yeah.
It is a problem with like her, like her character doesn't get enough screen time. Her stand is automatic in response to somebody else's actions.
Oh, hey, by the
It's
way,
like she is like unable to be adapted to a fighting game.
1,000%. But we said that about Toru also, and yet one review is right there, playable.
And yet they didn't adapt Toru to fight
Yeah,
even
he's-
a little.
Hey, can I give
Well-
you guys another tidbit from my dream game, my JoJolian Choose Your Own Adventure RPG Maker thing I was detailing to you guys previous episode / this same
Sure.
episode?
Yes.
Now, I don't have this one as fleshed out as my thing where Kato doesn't die to Toru, but instead initiates a fusion between Toru and Jobin. By the way, that's not like the ending of my game. That is one of many endings. And I say my game like I'm making it, but this is like my brainchild. There's
Right.
many endings, there's many branching paths. Some of them are bad end, but some of them you can go all the way to the end of the game. I'll play all the way through the events of JoJolian, like with that party or with those people. Like every time a stand battle ends with someone dying or not dying, you can do what the story did, or you can do things a different way in order to make that not happen, and then you can either add them to your party or whatever. But the point is, I don't know everything about this. This isn't as fleshed out as the Toru Jobin fusion thing, but I know that one scene in my game, one of the routes, involves preventing Kato's death, and then you get a scene of Josuke and Kato riding across town on the Born This Way motorcycle.
You mean Kai?
Huge missed opportunity. Sorry, Kato. Fucking Josuke and Kei. Excuse me. Huge missed opportunity.
That is a interesting point.
Do you remember the whole
that
time?
should have been a thing that happened.
Before I cede the floor to the rest of my speakers of Congress right now, do you remember when they were making a big deal about the time that was passing and the countdown to the harvest, and how Yasuo needed Toru to drive her across town, and yet it somehow took 11 hours for her to get to the Higashikata estate? I want the countdown to the harvest to like actually make sense, and for Josuke to save Kei from dying, Kei or Kyo or whatever, Kei Nijimura from dying, but then for Josuke to be like, okay, but I don't have any way to get to the Higashikata estate fast enough to prevent worse things from happening. And then Kei is like,
there so fast?
Dude, he got there in like 30 seconds. It was fucking ridiculous. Took Yasuo 11 hours with a car, and he did it in 30 seconds on foot. Ridiculous. Literally ridiculous.
He was also after fighting the Wonder of You and
the entire part, we've been making a huge deal about characters' positions in town relative to each other.
Wait a minute. Zach, 11 fucking hours is like twice the time it takes you to drive to my house in another state.
Yeah, and this is one town in Japan. The only explanation I will accept for that is that Yasuo cheated on Josuke and had sex with Toru and slept over at his house and like got distracted and didn't go to the Higashikata estate until the next day. That's the only explanation that makes any sense to me.
She cheated on Josuke and slept over at the Wonder of You's house and had sex with it.
Not Toru, because Toru's not real. I get it.
Yeah, because he's not real.
You know what's interesting? If the Wonder of You existed before Toru, then like
Which
how did he earn it?
Implied that it. I was gonna say I want a scene.
Like, I want that, right? Like how did
exactly?
Because
I want
it's got to be like a devil's bargain. It's got to be like Griffith meeting the gods.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Right?
That's exactly what I was thinking in between conversations where it was like, what would we add? I would add actual exposition to the Wonder of You's origins.
Wonder of You seems like a stand that, like, if no other stand is based on geography like Devil's Palms and Walleyes, Wonder of You has to be.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because it definitely was like a thing that existed in that area, whether or not Toru was around to let it move through him, you know?
You have to, like, perform some sort of ritual in a specific place to unlock.
Yeah. Well, because it's also, like, part of the Wonder of You's ability set is that it could mimic perfectly a human being and accumulate all of that human being's knowledge and memories to perfectly assimilate into his life.
Guys.
But if we can go back to Kei Nijimura and Born This Way briefly, aside from like the story, from there being a perfect purpose for Born This Way as transport in the story, why would you even design a stand that rides a motorcycle if you're not going to use that?
Yeah, like we've never discussed, like, you and I brought this up a bunch of times in season 1 of the Locacacast. We were discussing JOJOLands. Like, can Kei Nijimura ride that motorcycle? I know Born This Way rides it, but, like, we've seen stand users interact with their stands and be moved by them kind of a lot. Like, think back to the way that Jotaro was kind of flying against Dio. That's his stand moving him. So if you can be moved by your stand in that way, there's no fucking reason that Kei Nijimura wouldn't be able to get on that motorcycle and ride 2P, the second player, behind Born This Way, grabbing onto its waist romantically.
I imagine it exactly as White Album.
Yes, god damn it. Like, if humans can't be moved by their own stands, then, like, what the fuck? Like, that throws everything we've seen out of whack. I know they can be. I know you can ride that motorcycle. And I think it would be awesome if Kei didn't die and rescued Josuke from that hospital and they rode across town to the Higashikata estate on the Born This Way cycle together. By the way, this is why we need to really, 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 really do the JOJOLands reread discussion cast. Because it's taking up so much time in our fucking JOJOLands casts every time.
In your game, do you know what that should be? That should be a choice that you make as Kei, that
Yeah,
affects whether
like
whether Kane lives or
Josuke is
dies.
fucked, and you switch characters to Kei to come in and try and save him. And you probably have some little random encounters against Obladi Obladas on the way there, like walking down the hallway. Those are your random encounters that you roll. Because I want it to have an actual like RPG battle system, but I also want it to be like, oh, the stand was defeated this way in canon, so that spell or that ability from the drop-down menu should probably also be its weakness in the battle. Even if that means, like, the way to beat it is just defending and defending and defending and not attacking it until the critical moment. Like, whatever strategy from canon of how that enemy was defeated that I can sort of replicate or even vaguely gesture at with the way it is defeated in the game, I want to do. That's a really cool idea to me. And then also it's like, there's the canon way to beat it, and then like Super Mario World, where you have, like, the secret exits to the level, which give you the secret levels. That's how you get off of the canon path and onto a secret ending path or an alternate ending path rather than just hitting a bad end. Because obviously if you just lose the battle, bad end. But then there should also be some fights that you can lose and yet continue the narrative and be on a unique story path. This is a game that would take me like 10 years because I have to learn how to do RPG Maker first.
Yeah, no.
But
this is a lifetime of work.
It's a brainchild of mine. It's a cube I keep turning over in my head. It's an apple I keep visualizing and rotating. Like, God, wouldn't that be cool? And I have tons of ideas, and I can flesh them out, but making them is another thing.
If nothing else, there should be like a segment where you play as Kay, just to play as Kay, because God knows she's got nothing else going on.
Yeah, she really just disappears for 90% of the narrative.
And also, just like in a real RPG, that moment where you suddenly switch from your party that you've come to know and love and it's perfectly synergized, I would love to have a moment where you switch from Josuke fighting against the head doctor. Maybe we have a bullshit have-to-lose battle, and then Kei Nijimura, you like switch to her and you're like, oh God, I have to learn a whole new character. Like, oh no. Like,
or it's like
that's
like
a fun moment.
Like in old school Final Fantasy, where you would get the party member who's a fake party member.
Yeah.
That you play as briefly.
Right.
Except you can unlock them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want my game to be. It's like you can not. Okay, I don't want it to be fully sandbox, right? Because then this game will take 150 years. I'm not saying you can recruit every single stand user that would have normally died in the story. I'm just saying there will be the canon path, and then there will be off-ramps. That's really what I'm interested in. I'm interested in... Because, like, every story that I love eventually realizes that it has enough lore to start playing around with and fucking with the timeline. And for a lot of people, that's when it jumps the shark and becomes ridiculous. But for me, like, that's when it becomes really interesting and really fun and really awesome. Hence, the Android arc in Dragon Ball Z. Like, we get a glimpse of, like, the future of our characters, and then it's like, how do we avert that future? And it's like, now we have alternate versions of people. We have future Gohan. This is what he would grow up like if. And then you get Xenoverse, which is literally just this as a game. Like, in the timeline, every story mission in Xenoverse is just like an actual battle that happened in canon, except that the wrong person is going to win. Because evil time witches and wizards have, like, imbued that person with evil dark magic. So in a scenario where the heroes normally won in the main timeline, unfortunately, because of this dark magic interference, that other person's going to win. And that means the timeline's going to go bad. And then, like, exploring the ramifications of that. That's what I'm really interested in about the story of Xenoverse. Like, the gameplay is okay, whatever. But I like when you have such a long, detailed timeline in your story that you can start playing around with it. That it's detailed enough that when you change one thing, you can logically see what the ripple effect of that would be. No pun intended. Ripple, Hamon, JoJo.
JoJo, Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball, haha. The ripple effect. Polnareff only stood like that because of Goku.
It is true. Yeah. It's also because of, they also have Dragon Ball Heroes, and that's just literally the Dragon Ball multiverse.
I mean, that's just like smashing action figures together, to be honest.
But... Yeah. But it's still fun. It's a good food for thought.
Yeah. Can I go?
It just shows that there's so much you can do with these worlds and these characters beyond what is within the confines of a single canon narrative.
Right. And like breaking out beyond that, you know, like in a sort of Doctor Strange multiverse of madness way, where you get to go look at like, oh, here's an evil, sad Doctor Strange who lost everything and decided to stop playing by the rules. Like even something as simple as that is still kind of fun and awesome to me because I really like the idea that once your story is detailed enough with its series of events that each domino is clearly visible, once you start playing with the order those dominoes are supposed to come down in, things can get really fun and really interesting if you are a loyal viewer or watcher or reader who knows everything there is to know about every single domino. Because you're rewarded for how much you've decided to care about the story. That's what I like about that stuff.
Once you've laid out the rules, you can view the consequences of breaking them.
Right, it's like playing Dungeons and Dragons or something. It's like this world has rules and consequences and everything logically follows. Like that's really, really satisfying for me. So I love when a story starts playing around with its own timeline. JoJo has largely steered away from that because it understands that time travel is cringe. But it still has done some of that with the way that parts 7 and onward are a reshuffle and reinterpretation of the events of the original timeline.
What was I going to say? Oh, time travel in JoJo. Zach, I have to call you out here because JoJo has done time travel.
Yeah, when Josuke went back and saved himself in part 4.
No,
oh wait,
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about.
Just kidding, that didn't happen.
About Mandem.
It should have. It would have been cool.
Oh, Mandem. Yeah, but Mandem isn't so much time travel as it is being stuck in a time loop.
No, that's just everybody in this room go back 6 seconds.
Right.
Yeah,
and it's a time loop with like a detonator button on it. You know, he gets to choose when the loop activates. So I wouldn't say that's so much time travel as it is a loop or almost an undo button.
I never considered it before until I saw someone point it out that if we go with the analog of Gyro technically being the protagonist of Part 7 and the Mandem arc being his like literal welcome to the true man's world, now you're prepared for the rest of the adventure.
Right.
That's kind of his final villain in a weird way because it's a guy with a time manipulation power, and then from that point onwards in the story is when Johnny starts to come into his own more.
Yeah, that's interesting. That is kind of the last like solo fight that Gyro gets that's like all about him defeating the villain. Like I think probably from that point onwards I think Johnny usually gets the final blow.
Yeah, the only other one I think Gyro gets from that point is Chocolate Disco.
Chocoreito disco, chocoreito disco.
Also, yeah, the fact that it took Rocky that long. Desuko. To use an actual song reference from his own country of origin.
Yeah,
is kind of hilarious.
The only one except for Magenta and Wake Up People, but they sold out. The band who made those two songs are like huge JoJo fans, and they had collabed with Rocky before, so they were the very first reference to Japanese music in JoJo. But they were also like fans who had met him and collabed with him before, so it doesn't quite count as like something that he did just because he likes the music. But Chocolate Disco by Perfume totally does.
Chocolate Disco counts. I love Chocolate Disco.
And his name is Disuko.
Disuko.
Which is stupid that they translate that as D-I-S-C-O.
I kind of like that because the intention is that you're supposed to pronounce it like they do in the song.
Yeah.
Disuko.
Honestly, I feel like his name should be D-I-S-S-U-K-O. Disuko.
Disuko.
You know what I mean?
That would work.
His
that would
is
work
Chocolate
too.
Disco, and his name is Disuko.
Yeah, because even when his characters aren't a one-to-one name reference, sometimes he does like bastardize it a little.
I see why they translated it like that. It's because his Japanese name is literally him spelling out his name.
Right. The Japanese version of his name is subdivided by the syllables that make it up, and the English version of his name is subdivided by the letters that make it up. I'm just saying that translation is never a solid one-to-one science. It's always an art, and that I would rather have the pronunciation be correct rather than preserve
But
some
this is-
kind of like,
but
oh, it's
this
supposed to
is-
be the name
Wow.
but broken up.
But
I would just call him Disuko.
This
Well,
is basically
actually-
as close to a one-to-one.
Yeah,
as you
I'm
get.
looking at it now
Meaning.
on the
Well,
actual
no, because
JoJo.
think about it. A Japanese fan wants to say this character's name. What does he say? Disuko. I want to say this
Disuko.
character's name. What do I say? Disco. Did you hear how those didn't sound the same at all? I'm saying
No,
his
it-
name could just be
No,
Disuko in
no,
English.
It doesn't sound the same, but it is the same meaning.
Yeah, but it's subdivided by letters instead of syllables. Oh my god, you guys, why are we getting caught up in the weeds on this? This is a character from part 7!
I was just gonna say real quick because I checked the JoJo
They
They do. Some translations do subdivide it as DISSCO.
S-U-C-O.
Yeah, with just the S being subdivided, and it's DSCO.
Yeah, but
Disco.
that's weird too. Like, there's no way to do it that's not weird. Translation is hard. Back to
Yeah,
the chapter.
no.
B diddly dee dee dee.
B diddly dee dee.
D. $20 bill. Try touching it to the lava rock. Cool reaction shot of everyone. In the same vein, the land originally belonged to the earth. Also, have you guys ever thought about how once upon a time, like, you hear news stories about, like, this guy built a home under a bridge on the sidewalk in LA out of plywood, and now he's just living there. Crazy enterprising homeless man builds house. And it's like, dude,
I love crazy enterprising homeless man builds house. my
thank you,
favorite
Casey.
My brother in Christ, you encouraged capitalism.
He's my
The thing
favorite
is-
JoJo character.
The thing is, how can we frown upon that? First of all, homeless people are people. I fucking...
Yeah.
I do a thing every summer. We hydrate the homeless. It's like a thing. We go out and we give out like food and water and shit. I met this dude at a bar one time and we were talking about how we could make society better. And he was like, if you're really about that, why don't you come out on Sundays? And I came out the first week and I was like, actually, this is a really good time. I'm going to do this every summer forever. So I love it. Homeless people are people. I don't care if they're like... I told my grandparents I was doing this, and they were like, "Are they, immigrants?" I was like, "No, I don't care. That doesn't matter. They're people. They deserve cold water. It's a hot day. They're gonna die. Shut up." It's fucking stupid. Anyway, the point is, I forgot what the point was of all this. What was I saying? Where was I going with all this?
Homeless people.
Homeless people. Man builds
Man-
house. Right.
Man
okay,
builds
cool.
house under
Right.
bridge.
Whatever you think about homeless people, but, like, fuck you, they're people. They deserve cold water and help. You know,
Yes.
like, fuck you. You would want cold water and help. Fuck you. Anyway, besides that, that's how it used to work. You could just go somewhere where nobody was living already and just build a house there. And it was yours. Like, why can we... How are we going to frown upon this guy for just doing it how it's always been done? It used to be...
Frankly, there
there
should just be apartments under bridges that so that they don't have to build their own.
Why the fuck not? Like, there should be fucking housing and shit everywhere. Why should you
Well,
not
yeah.
be allowed to build your own? That's how it's always been done. Think about this.
Well, the other thing
In the
is,
olden
if a
days, it
guy
used
is
to
going
be
to
that
take...
there were like pockets of land that were owned, but then everything else was fair game. Now,
Yeah.
it's like there's pockets that are fair game and everything else is owned. Which is
Yeah.
fucked. Like, why is it like that?
It's like, if a guy's going to take the effort, the time, effort, resources, whatever, that it would take to build his own house, who are
Dude,
you to stop
he
him wherever
built it
he
out of,
chooses
like,
to
two
build
by
it?
fours,
So,
and it
anymore?
has shingles on the top and air conditioning and power. I don't know where he's getting power from, but like, whoever you're siphoning power from, if they don't notice and come stop you,
He's
that's on
using
them.
his-
That means
he's
you have
using-
too much resources, that people are just using them without your notice and you don't even figure it out. That means you have too many and you should share. Fuck you.
He's using his stand to siphon power from the cars passing by over the bridge.
That is true. I talked to him and he said that's how he does it.
That's Highway Star.
That's
pouring his
my
house on the
highway star.
He built his house in the side of the tunnel.
Nobody gonna take my house. I'm gonna build it in the tunnel. Nobody gonna break my house. I'm gonna put up
But
all
all
these
this to
2x4s.
All this to say, land ownership is a social construct.
Ooh, it's got
absolutely-
everything. Air conditioning. Sorry. Sorry. Anyway, all
that
this
guy
is to
knows how to
say land
party.
ownership is bullshit. You're correct, Merc. The
And I think that's
enclosure
what-
of all common areas over the last several hundred years is a huge tragedy.
Yeah, and that even ties into the theme of this part, where it's again more social commentary of the modern day by Iraqi, where
And,
it's
I mean,
like,
it's all a capitalism thing, because if there are no common areas, if there are no places that people don't own, then that means if you don't also own tons of capital and resources, you're never going to get any land, which means you don't have anywhere to be. And you've got to constantly live under a landlord or a liege lord or a warlord or whatever have you. And there's no chance for you ever to be free. This is like a
Thankfully-
system that was created this way on purpose.
Thankfully,
'Cause it's
the
profitable.
plans for building your very own guillotine are free and accessible online.
Oh man,
Thank
you don't
goodness.
even need that crazy of tools. You can get all that shit at Home Depot.
No, I'm just talking about the plans for building it.
Oh, I'm talking about getting the materials to build it.
The materials you got to get yourself, but the plans are free.
The plans are free. The materials are cheap. But the
Plus
will
extra.
to see it through, you're going to have to provide that one yourself. That's on you,
I
Buckaroo.
I think we should put every landlord in one really long guillotine.
It would have to curve with the earth.
That would be cool.
It would be awesome.
It's like a scythe.
Sick.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
Casey's
The
extremely
guillotine.
deadpan response. That would be cool.
That
Let's do
would
it.
be kind of sick. Actually,
That would be kind of sick, my gamer. Not going to
I
lie.
would
to you.
I would like to see it. I would like to film it from a satellite.
Well, okay, you need the blades to be separate though, so that it can actually fall.
Oh! It could be like it could be like a domino effect where the blades drop like asynchronously, so there's like a second delay between each one, so it just goes like.
Oh no, the rope holding up one is in the cutting line of the previous one, and just so on and so forth.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
when,
yeah, yeah.
when the first one falls, it cuts the second one loose, and then that one cuts the third one
It's
loose.
just a Rube Goldberg device of guillotine, a self-sustaining guillotine machine.
Dude, a perpetual motion machine, but guillotine.
But it's guillotines that you put landlords
Perpetual
under.
Motion guillotine. Holy shit.
Holy shit! Isn't that just like a? That would just kind of be like a pendulum, I guess.
Kind of would be,
Like a
wouldn't
big,
it?
a big saw blade. Instead of swaying left and right, you just have to get it to move up and down.
It was my favorite.
Big ol'-
A little big old saw blade.
Let me a big old saw blade. Put a big old landlord underneath it.
Back in the day, my grandpappy was bouncing me on his knee. He said, "You always want a big old saw blade."
He said, when you grow up, you gotta get yourself a big old saw blade.
Every day when I do a new silly voice that I've never done before in my life, I'm like, God damn it, why don't I have a voice acting reel?
Yeah.
I can do like 75,000 different silly voices.
Well,
I can-
Zach,
I
Zach,
can do
if
like.
this podcast goes on long enough, you can just cut your own voice acting reel from this
It is
podcast.
true.
You know how Dave Chappelle, in his
Ugh.
fucking Chappelle show? Yeah, I know now. I know.
Yeah, I know
I'm
ugh
with
now,
you, bro.
yeah.
I know now. However, when he was cool on the Chappelle show in the 2000s, he had a voice that he would do when he was being like basic square, I am the establishment white guy. It was his like
Yes.
square white man voice. Because normal Dave Chappelle is like, you know what, man? Fuck! Get the fuck down!
Yeah.
And
My
he's doing all that.
friend James Simpson
Yes. And so
died.
then he's like, yeah, man, I'm Dave Chappelle. He's like in the 90s and the 2000s and shit. but then I put on my white voice. And I just always loved that. So when I do like an announcer voice, I'm actually doing Dave Chappelle as your average white man.
As
And it's
your
like,
average
it's
white man.
exaggerated in such a way. Like, you wouldn't want to actually be doing all of this if you were an announcer. You would kind of keep a lid on it. You'd be like, ladies and gentlemen, please. You'd use a little bit more of your genuine voice. But to
Yeah.
exaggerate it to the point of like, yes, I'm here for my job interview. I just think that's
To the
really
point
funny.
of parody.
Exaggerated to the point of the following is a non-profit fan-based parody. Dragon Ball
Oh my
Z, Dragon
God.
Ball GT, and Dragon Ball Super are the
Now you're
property
sort
of a
now you're
bird
sort- now
Akira
you're sort of drifting
Toriyama.
into
What?
Patrick Warburton. I said now you're sort of drifting into Patrick Warburton territory.
It's a little
Well,
Warburton-y.
yes, that's true. The average white guy voice, if you just make it a little deeper, it becomes Patrick Warburton and type away. You just gotta like delay your sounds you're making from your mouth. It's all coming
Peter.
together. Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Oh, Peter.
Bader, can I borrow your egg, Bader? Can I borrow your
Your
egg,
egg-
Bader?
Bader.
Has he ever said egg?
Bader?
Has he ever said egg beater? Has Patrick Warburton ever said the word egg beater?
Probably not. B-diddly-dee-dee-dee.
That's it. What is it?
We are never gonna finish this chapter.
Back to the egg beater.
Oh man, we're only 12 pages in out of 36 and it's been an hour and 18 minutes. If this is our longest episode ever, I'm not even mad because I have so much fun. I had a big belly laugh at work today that went on so long it hurt. And it was about, I forgot how we got onto this, but it was like, we said Taiwan, and then I said, don't acknowledge it as a country, one China policy. And then he said, one child policy. And I was like, what is the one child policy that you receive? Because I was playing dumb. And he was like, you get a child free with every purchase. And I was like, what?
Wait a minute.
What purchase?
Purchase of-
And he said,
purchase of
with
what?
every purchase. Like, every
Wait a
single
minute.
purchase that you make, you get a free Chinese baby.
Oh no.
And I was just like, doubled over in pain, laughing, like growing abs from laughing. Because I was imagining, like, it's the Milagro Man. Like, my house is overrun with Chinese babies. And I can't even, like, every time I go to try and buy something to take care of these kids, I get a new one. And, like, I can't even, like, get a gun and kill them all because that's another one because I bought a gun.
I can't even pay for my house because every time I do, they drop a new
Yes!
baby off.
I know. So him being like, you get a free baby with every purchase. And I was like, what purchase? He says, every purchase.
I don't want this anymore.
That shit made me laugh so hard I was in pain. And then I thought to myself, wow, I only laugh like this on the podcast. I was thinking about how good a time I had on the podcast yesterday. And then I thought
was
how
also
blessed
thinking
it
of
was.
How good I had a time on the podcast.
Aww. Aww.
Yeah.
Sweetheart. I was thinking about how blessed I am that I'm about to do the podcast again today, right after work. Because it's like 4 o'clock right now. I had work from 8 a.m. to noon today. But I got off at like 1. So I was at work, and I was thinking like, oh man, that was a really good time on the podcast yesterday. That's like the only time I usually ever laugh this hard. And then I was like, oh shit, I get to do more podcasts later. This is great.
Podcasts never stop.
Never stop.
Never stop,
Podcast.
never stopping.
Anyway. B-diddly-dee-dee-dee.
Beedly-dee-dee-dee. Every podcast comes with a free Chinese baby.
Every podcast comes with a free Back to the Future jingle. It's Swarmoo!
It's baby! It's time for baby.
Oh man, that just reminds me. The whole thing about the Chinese babies reminds me. Free with every purchase reminds me of a thing that my brother used to sing when we were playing Halo or Call of Duty when he was like 11 and I was like 14. He's singing this song about baby Asians. I don't know why,
my-
but he was
oh,
singing this song
goodness.
about them like they're zombies, like they're an unstoppable force, like the baby Asians. They're coming for
baby-
us. We can't control
my-
them. They
oh
will
my
destroy
goodness.
us.
Oh, good heavens me.
Like, oh, the baby Asians, they will destroy us. They are among us. I remember this. This is something, and he would sing this while like chasing me around the map with his like sprinter build in Call of Duty with the fucking The not only like infinite sprint and faster sprint than normal, but also like the ktoom, and you shoot the knife out, like the projectile knife. He would just chase me around the map with that, and I'd be like, ah! And he's singing about baby Asians that are gonna destroy us.
They're gonna destroy us.
Yeah,
Gotta
I
watch
forgot
out.
about that until today. Then I was thinking about like, oh, that's the whole infinite Chinese babies, which is scary idea, is sort of similar to the baby Asians that are coming to destroy us, which is scary idea.
Now,
But I was thinking of the Chinese babies as infinite in sort of a Milagro Man sense. Like, they're
Yeah.
filling up my house. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm literally
they're
at the
just
end of my fucking rope.
manifesting.
What?
I said the babies are just manifesting. They're just
Yeah.
appearing.
They just kind of like, whoa, like Star Trek,
Yeah.
like, teleport into existence.
Yeah, there's no means for which the babies get there other than they just get there.
This is the sound of me peeing. Just kidding. I'm pouring a beverage. Having
Did
a
you pay
bevy.
for that? Did you pay for that beverage?
No.
Oh.
These are
gonna-
LaCroix that are in the fridge, and they're mom's. I'm
Did you
stealing. I'm not stealing. Mom knows I drink the LaCroix. I love LaCroix. Mom buys LaCroix exclusively for me and her. We're the only ones who drink them. Graham and Luke don't fucking like them. They're like, why would you drink angry water? But I like it.
Did she get a baby when she got the LaCroix?
Yeah, but we have an incinerator, so we just kind of throw them in there as soon as we get home from making a purchase. It's really
Oh.
easy. It's like a classic, like, this is what people do in America about that infinite Chinese babies problem.
That is true. It's a crisis that has been going on for long enough.
Give
It's
them the
okay.
old
The
Danny
ashes for the
treatment.
incinerator go to land that needs to be fertilized for crops. It's okay.
So they can grow new Chinese babies.
Shut the fuck up. They don't need to be grown. We just established in the lore that they, whoa, Star Trek, a purify in.
It's ethical baby burning.
Ethical baby burning.
Man, Chris, you should tell him about your ethical infinite Hitler's cloning machine so that you can just kill them because they're Hitler.
It's not my ethical Hitler cloning machine. It's Dan Harmon's ethical Hitler cloning machine.
No,
That's
it's
an
yours.
awesome-
It's a Department of Anomalies.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. It is. I forgot
Chris,
because
hang on.
you only Dan Harmon did.
Chris, Casey, to the audience, everyone, Chris just said, "Oh, you mean my unethical, ethical Hitler infinite cloning machine?
I came up with.
You forgot you had one.
I'm sorry, I get them confused.
Oh, you mean my infinite Hitler's machine?
You mean the
Oh,
one that I
haven't fired
made
that
so
thing
it
up
would
in
just-
years."
That it would just spawn Hitlers.
Yeah, no, it's a fucking,
Oh,
it's a,
that
okay,
one.
we'll have to tell Casey about this later. I mean, unless you want to take up 20 minutes reading the document.
No. We've wasted so much time on this page.
Let's
so.
let that just be lore for the audience to uncover later.
A little
Chris,
tidbit.
is there any place people can like go read any of the Department Anomalies stuff, or is it all like closed
there's-
beta still?
It's the Google Doc, but
It's the Google Doc.
It's a you know how Google Doc URLs are.
Yeah. Okay,
Like,
well,
yeah.
here's the thing. I have access to all that shit because I've read all of it, or not all of it, but I've read a lot of it with Chris. I'm going to go and link the fucking thing in the description, or I guess Chris uploads these, so if you can. But I'll do it in the comments if you don't. You can leave it up to me. I'll actually log into West and edit the description for you if you want. But the point is, I'm going to link to the Department of Anomalies file that Chris wrote that is about the thing I'm referencing. But unfortunately, I've given away the punchline because it's kind of like, it's like the SCP wiki. Like, you read the containment protocol and then you read like the description, and as you're reading the description, informed by the hints you got from the containment protocol, as you're reading the description, you're like piecing together what the fuck this thing actually is. And then by the time you get to the end, you're like, Infinite Hitler! Like, it hits you like a truck. So I'm sorry I've already given away the spoiler, but this is one of my favorite pieces of writing that Merc has done, and so I want it to be linked in this episode for any curious listeners who are wondering
Do
what
the
the fuck we're talking about.
Hitlers? Do the Hitlers come fully grown
Yeah, they don't need to be.
out of the machine?
Yeah, it's like a copy machine.
They're fully grown, but they don't remember that they're Hitler.
Right, but because they are Hitler, we regard them as not deserving of human rights and not real people, and like they're clones also. So like, fuck them. It's the clone of the worst guy. Like all
Right.
ethical restrictions on using these clones to just be like killed or experimented on don't really matter because not only is it a clone, it's also the clone of the worst guy who ever lived. So fuck
The
him.
worstest guy.
Yeah. And there's like multiple lines of clones coming off the factory. Never mind. You guys can go read the document. Go check out the Apartment of Denomalies. Go check out the Department of Anomalies. It's
Go check out
a
the
cool
Apartment
little
of Infinite
alternate
Hitlers.
universe that Chris has created that I think is really
the Apartment
interesting.
of Denomalies.
The Apartment of
Apartment-
Denomalies.
The Apartment of Infinite Hitlers.
Go check it out. Link in the description.
Denomalies sounds like a Greek philosopher.
Oh my god,
He kinda
Denomalies!
does.
So the Apartment of Denomalies is like a thought experiment posed
Yeah,
by
like
this guy.
Plato's cave or the ship of Theseus. The Apartment of Denomalies.
We've just come up with our own lore. The Apartment of Denomalies.
That
Guys-
said, I don't know what it's about.
Why are we
but
so smart?
God damn it, it's amazing.
How are we so fucking galaxy brained all the time?
Making
I
a
don't
note
know.
of that. The
Oh
Apartment
man,
of Denomalies.
I was actually spelling it Denomalies.
I was thinking Denommoles.
I was thinking Denomalies. Denomalies. Hang on, I gotta take this out.
Denomalies.
That's how I was spelling it.
Demonalies.
Denomalies, 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 and Denomalies.
The
Actually,
Apartment of Denomalies.
Dinomales, Dinomalies, Dinomalies, and Denomoles.
Maybe these are all the variants of Denomalies that
the
live
apartment-
in the
the
apartment.
No, the Apartment of Denomalies is where he gets his mail, and it's always spelled wrong on the mail because nobody knows how to spell his name.
And you know what's crazy? One day he receives a piece of mail from the Department of Anomalies, and he just assumes it's a spoonerism. He just assumes they fucked up and got it wrong.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, this is my mail.
He
Okay,
receives
fine.
cross-temporal mail from the Department of Anomalies, and he's like, no, this isn't for me. This is the Apartment of Denomalies.
Classic mistake.
What's your favorite Greek god? Did you guys play Hades?
I did play Hades. I love that
I
game.
did
I
not
love
play Hades, but I do know a lot about the Greek gods.
Who's your
Oh,
favorite?
it's so good.
I think probably Hades.
Ooh.
He
Hades is a
seems
good one.
he seems like the least assholish.
He is technically and by
Then
default.
again, but then again, he did rape a woman. So
Yeah,
Jinx.
but if we're going in terms
was-
of Greek
but it
gods,
but it was a woman, not multiple.
I was gonna say in terms of Greek gods, that's
Well, at least
like
he's not cereal.
yeah, that's no Zeus where he was just like
Oh, Zeus is the
slurping and
fucking
sucking
worst.
and fucking everything that moved.
I'd say fuck Zeus, but he'd probably like it.
He probably loved it a lot. He
Zeus
would turn into
literally
a
could not stop boning. It was crazy.
he would turn into a swan halfway through, and he'd be like, "Yeah, I love this. I love it when I'm a swan."
It's crazy because Zeus isn't even the god of boning.
No, he's really not. He just loved it.
My
It was a
favorite
hobby.
Greek god has got to be, hands down, for sure, not taking it back, not changing my answer, certain of this, Dionysus.
I was gonna say mine is also
Dionysus is
Dionysus.
chill, yeah.
Dionysus
Mine-
is chill as fuck. He's a bro. It's all about partying and about like being cool to each other.
Well,
he's
he's
literally
also-
like the Bill and Ted of the Greek gods. He's like, just be excellent to each other.
Also,
He's
there's a
also-
theory. Also, there's a theory that he walks among us
Oh, probably. No, dude. At
because
each party,
because Jack Black exists.
It is true. He's also the god of
He's an eternal
madness.
muse. Yeah. Well, Jack Black has that madness in him. He's got that dog
He
in him.
does. He does have that dog in him.
Actually, speaking of, I took a DNA test recently, and it turns out I do, in fact, have that dog in me.
They're actually I have some news to make. I'm going to the vet next week. They're putting that dog in me down.
No!
Yeah, it contracted like a
That It's got
Like
rabies?
it's got rabies. Yeah, they have to. Sorry, son. The dog was rabid. We had to put him down. I was like, oh, sorry, that dog.
That's
It had
sad.
to be done.
Dark.
It had to be done. There.
That's
well,
the darkest moment of the episode. Darker than shooting infinite Chinese babies with a gun.
Shooting infinite Chinese baby Hitlers with a gun.
Chinese baby Hitler. Now you've gone too far. This is a combination that was never meant to
Isn't
happen.
that just Chinese Mao? Or baby Mao?
Chinese German Mao. They call me Mao because I'm laying Zedong.
Have you guys? Whoa! Whoa! Never heard that one before.
Mid-sentence you were.
Holy shit! I was taking it back mid-sentence.
I like how it took a second for you to register it.
Yeah, I was gonna start telling you guys about Secret
You were
Agent Man.
unlocked by it.
Laying Zedong.
Have you guys heard the song "Secret Agent Man" by Johnny Rivers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you guys ever considered singing over it "Secret Asian Man"?
I've done
And
that.
it's
Right,
and
we've
it's
all done
and
it.
It's
It's like sucking your own dick. We're trying to. It's a thing we've all tried, singing Secret Asian Man over Secret Agent Man. But these guys who fucking do a cappella songs and are funny, Da Vinci's Notebook from the early 2000s, they actually made it. They made Secret Asian Man. And it's really, really good. And it's like better than you would think it was supposed to be. What were you going to say?
Is the man secretly Asian, or is he a non-Asian man that is pretending to be an Asian man?
Well, I think the answers to that question will be made clear when I sing the song for you immediately, right now.
Okay.
Excuse me. Hang on a second. Yeah, here it is. Secret Asian Man, Da Vinci's Notebook. So, it starts the same. There's a man who lives a life of danger. But then instead of to everyone he meets, he stays a stranger. He travels in our midst, but he's a stranger. Los Alamos, beware. It's not the Russian bear. Odds are he was sent from mainland China. Now they have technologies to start with. Things that we would never dare to part with. He grabbed our warhead tricks with secret spy chopsticks. Then he sent them back to mainland China. Secret Asian man, secret Asian man. A Chinese Austin Powers on a mission from Chairman Mao.
On a mission from Chairman Mao.
So that's who he is. You mentioned Mao Zedong, and I thought of Secret Asian Man immediately.
Wow,
Chinese Austin Powers on a mission from Chairman Mao. That's how the song ends. It's really good. Secret Asian Man by Da Vinci's Notebook. Look it up.
Shout out Da Vinci's Notebook.
Shout out Da Vinci's Notebook. They also made Enormous Penis, if you know that one.
Okay, yes. Now the name's...
You know
the
that
name was
one.
Familiar. The name was familiar, and now...
Whenever
I take a
life
look
gets
at my
you down,
enormous penis.
gets you wearing a frown, and the gravy train has left you behind. And when you're all out of hope, down at the end of your rope, and nobody's there to throw you a line. If you ever get so low that you don't know which way to go, come on and take a walk in my shoes. Never worry about a thing, got the world on a string, 'cause I've got the cure for all of his blues. I take a look at my enormous penis. It's the whole thing. And my troubles start melting away. It's a great song. I know the opening, and it's fun to sing. I sing it in the shower. Whenever life gets you down. It's really good. It feels good to sing. I'm a big lyric
catchy,
memorizer, because if it sounds good coming in my ears, it's probably going to sound good coming out my mouth. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it sounds good one way, it's probably going to feel good the
phrasing?
other way. Oh, man.
Phrasing, Zach?
No phrasing. I didn't say
No,
anything.
come on now.
Shut up. I'm gonna
No, that was a
Jack
good
Black
one.
meme.
That
The
was
Jack
nice
Black
and-
meme that he
that
sent.
was-
There
that
was
was
no
nice and
power
isolated, too.
in the universe that could convince me that Jack Black is not actually Dionysus who got bored and decided he wanted to kick it with humans for a few decades. The thing is, I think Dionysus has probably been doing that in one form or another for the entire time.
I think if it sounds good coming in Dionysus's ear.
Whoa. Shut up. Okay, I'm putting the fucking overlay back up. Fuck you.
Logic would dictate.
Oh my god, we need to read this chapter.
Yeah.
What chapter?
Okay, the $20 bill and the land and the lava rock. Go get close to the original copy of the deed and touch the lava rock to it. Everyone's like, whoa!
Oh, I get
Also,
it now.
this panel of Meryl Makey where she says Howler, and then it shows the Howler
I
logo,
love
and the
Howler
H is
logo.
cute.
The H is just a howling dog.
I
It's so
know.
funny.
It's so cute. Oh my
Howler's
god, the
got
dog
that
is
dog in
howling.
them.
Its head is
Yeah.
pointing upwards. I
It's a
kind of
howling
thought
dog.
those were two ears, and its face was just like, bip.
No, the dog is howling.
Wow. It's going ow.
I really hope that at some point in the anime, there's like a commercial for Howler Enterprises or whatever,
Yeah, on
and
the
they
TV or
show
some
like the
shit.
animated logo where the dog's head goes up, and it's like, oh,
No. The dog, it should say Owler, and then the dog should like trot into place, look left,
yeah,
look
like
right, and then
like
go,
the Pixar
"Ow!"
lamp.
Have I
It's
told you
also
guys
really
about this?
funny to imagine now alternate universe Diavolo
Yeah.
being the owner of this company with the cute little dog logo.
He's got that dog in them.
He's got
Would you
that
be
dog
mad
in
if
him.
we got to the end of this and alternate universe Diavolo is the head of his company, but not only that he has who used to be Toru, the head doctor on Speed Dial. They were friends. They were in communication. They were in cahoots. Would you be mad?
I would not be mad, if only because it gives Part 8 more of a reason to exist the way that it did. And so
Man,
it didn't
Josuke's
all go for
character arc
nothing.
Was still good. I liked his development. Part 8 totally has a reason to exist. It's just
Yeah.
It's
It's
just
just
that
that a lot of the
everything.
stuff-
It's just that A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You know that panel from fucking X-Men? It was an X-Men comic where the girl is like, well, Plan B then. And Reed Richards says, no, not Plan B. Plan 2. And the girl says, what? Why? And he says, because Plan B implies we only have 26.
Yeah.
That's me being
fair.
like, reason A, reason B, that JoJolian is disappointing. That implies I only have 26.
Only 26.
I have more than that.
More than you'd expect.
Well,
But
that's why
anyways.
that's why you want to mix and match. You know, you go reason A, reason 2, reason C, reason
Yeah.
Q. Keep them on their toes.
Reason bullet points number 7. Alright, so the Howler thing, the H in Howler being a dog who's going awoo. That dog.
Oh,
Straight
Casey's
up.
disconnected. Hold on.
Oh, sorry, I just stepped away from the mic to breathe.
That's all right. Zach's just been telling me some of his homespun jokes.
They're not good. My
I bet
skull-
they're
They're,
amazing.
they're all right in the sense that I see where he was going with them.
All right,
I
well, we
see
cut
where
all
the
that.
joke is supposed to be.
We cut past all that, and now we're back to where we were. So the thing I was gonna say about Howler is that I like that it's a dog, and he's saying "awoo 56709." Did I ever tell you guys? You know, I've mentioned this a bunch of times. I go to the Palo Verde Lounge. That's my bar. That's where I hang out. That's where my homies are. I'm going to Saguaro Man later this month with homies that I met off of the Palo Verde Lounge. That's like my spot. That's where I hang out. Anyway,
Oh, very fun.
when I go in there, if I have my homies in there, like if I have Liz and Rich and Brian and Mike and James and like whoever the fuck else, Lucia, everybody, if I go in there and I have my homies in there, and I will do this for them too, but if I walk in the door and they're there and they see me, they turn over to see who walked in the door and it's me, they will all go, "Ow-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo." I get "ow-woo-woo-woo-woos" when I walk in there, and it makes me feel so welcomed. It's like I'm on Cheers, and everyone's like, Norm! You know what I mean?
Yeah, but your thing is just a dog howling.
It's not ow! It's just a bunch of ow-woos. So if I'm sitting there and it's dead empty, and Liz and Rich come in, I'm like, anyway, it's like a tiny dog barking at something. And so
I was like, where did you go? You barked so hard that only dogs could hear you.
I didn't realize that cut out for you guys.
Yeah.
You know what's weird?
I heard like the
OBS
very start of a bark, and then it was just silent, and I was like, oh.
OBS is
Oh, no.
recording absolutely everything that comes through my mic. But
No, Discord just has a very
Discord has, like, a
aggressive,
noise gate.
high-pitch
Discord is
filter.
Discord is
Yeah.
crazy.
if I'm too loud or too quiet, like sometimes I'll be laughing really hard, but I will see that my circle on Discord is not green, and I'm like, okay,
Same.
well that's lame, but at least, well, not on Casey's end, but for me, I look and I see that my audio is still getting picked up on the recording, and I'm like, okay, well at least it'll be preserved for all time that I laughed, even if they didn't get to hear it in the moment, you know?
Yeah.
While we're on
Anyway.
this page with the Howler logo, I
Uh-huh.
like this. I like this Breaking Bad reference that was snuck in, where she tells them
No
more
half
measures."
measures!
No more half measures.
Oh my god, he played the sound effect!
We got it again, boys.
Bro. Dude, the soundboard is a great addition to season 2. I fuck with it. The audience heard my whole but you guys didn't. It cut
Yeah,
out.
We
that,
did not.
that was weird. That I thought like you had to turn off your mic really quickly, but then you came back in with the fuck with it, and
I was going the whole time.
well,
I
the audience
see.
heard it.
Anyway, awesome wide shot of our characters aside. Next page. We're now,
I do love how many awesome wide shots we get of our characters.
we cut over to Jodio and Paco and the fucking Meryl McKees, like letting them know the fucking obvious basics of heisting. Don't leave your fingerprints, stupid. Usagi
Don't leave your
gets
cup
out of
noodles on the
trouble
floor.
with the security guards by promising to clean it up, but Dragona is like, God damn it! What the fuck is wrong with you?
idiot.
This is like picture perfect pacing for a heist movie,
Yeah.
and like it's just chef's kiss the way that Araki basically frames this whole thing.
Hell
No,
yeah.
That's sort of
his
like a-
his pacing overall has been incredible for the theme that he's going for in this part.
Like I can visualize exactly how this plays out in the anime.
Yeah. All right,
With
next
the-
page. There's some kind of archive room here, and then the driver's license. Finally, here we are. His fucking Hawaii driver's license says Barack Hussein Obama on it, and it has the
Barack
same
Hussein Obama.
like driver's license number and birth year and like city and everything. And so I must imagine that Araki fucking Googled Hawaii driver's license, and the first one that came up was Obama's, and he just used that as a reference and didn't change a single thing on it.
Let me see what happens when I Google it.
He can't read English. In order to write out an English phrase in his manga, I bet you he Googles it. So
No.
like, he fucking
Okay, it's not the first result, but Barack Obama's license is on the first page.
It is on the
Yeah.
first page.
So, like, do you guys actually think that he's implying Charming Man's real name is Barack Hussein Obama? No, not that one, parentheses.
No, not that one.
Or
I don't
do you
think he's
think Araki just copied what he saw on Google and
I
didn't
don't
give a
think
shit?
he's implying. Yeah, I don't think he's implying that one of our party members is Barack Hussein Obama, no relation.
By the way,
but-
can we just bring up that Charming Man's stand diffuses light in such a way where you can make anything look like anything else? Who's to
Now,
say this is his
let me be
real
clear.
face?
No,
Who's to
let me be
say
clear.
this isn't actually Barack Hussein Obama, the president? Yes, that one, parentheses. And he's just
Here's the-
using his Charming Man powers to appear different.
And even make
No, no, no,
himself
but
clear.
even Charming Man aside, this fake license came from Dragona, which implies that at some point she forged Barack Hussein Obama's driver's license.
It was to appease Donald Trump. Also, I'm going to one of the pages where Charming Man is see-through so that we can make the let me be clear joke work.
Let me be clear.
Let me be clear. Also, in this panel, Charming Man is definitely not wearing a shirt, so we're 100% confirmed that he's magicking his clothes on.
Oh my god, you're right.
Yeah. Anyway.
I think it's
So
I
weird.
think it's really fascinating that this woman who works at like a hall of records is looking directly at this driver's license, which says Barack Hussein Obama in the state where Obama was born.
See, this
she's
goes
like-
back.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like a fake name or anything.
I was gonna say, this goes with my theory now that Barack Obama in this continuity is never became a politician,
Was
never
never
became the
president. People
president
don't
of the
know that
United
name.
States. Yeah, he's not a household name. Barack Obama is just a guy.
After Funny Valentine, the whole political timeline changed.
Yeah, man. After
Completely
he took the
shifted.
first napkin.
After he took that dang old napkin.
Do you guys get that?
Everything
Am I a better
changed.
JoJo fan than everyone else?
Is
no,
that what?
we get this. Yeah.
It's funny.
No, I know
it's
the
Funny
name.
Valentine's
His
famous
speech about
speech.
taking the what?
It's his famous speech. It's like his whole ideology. There
Yeah,
needs to
yeah,
be
yeah,
a
but-
man in the room strong enough to take the first napkin.
And what if that man was Jesus Christ?
Well, he thinks it's him, is the point. Funny Valentine is like, he's literally doing a Thanos thing. He's like, the hardest choices require the strongest wills.
The hardest choices require the funniest Valentines.
God sends his, what was it?
There
His
has to
toughest
be a man.
horses to his drunkest drivers.
There has to be a man in the room tough enough to call shotgun.
There has to be a man in this room drunk enough to drive us all home. If
There
we
has to
get
be
someone too sober or only medium drunk, we're not safe. We have to
There
get
has to be
someone
a
who's
president
absolutely
drunk enough to
smashed.
drive this country.
Dude, Marty McFly at the end of Back to the Future,
Valentine
when
does
Doc
chug a beer at some point in part 7. He
comes
could
back with the
be.
upgraded DeLorean and he gets Marty in it, and Marty's like, Doc, it's not safe to drive if you haven't had a couple beers yet. Aren't you gonna have a drink before you get on the road? And he's like, drinks? Where we're going, we don't need drinks.
no drinks.
And the Back to the Future 2 is all about Doc explaining to Marty the joys of doing ketamine and driving. We don't need drinks.
See, alcohol is out. Alcohol is poison. Ketamine is in.
I saw a weird video earlier today that was like a black guy getting interviewed on black and white television in like the 50s or 60s or something. And he's like, yeah, we were doing heroin, but we weren't like our brothers who are out here getting fucked up, drinking alcohol, going out there and stabbing and shooting and beating and killing each other. We would get heroin and just sit there and nod and be high and go into ourselves and have like a inner palace of the mind type situation. And I was like, damn,
He's got a point.
I should start doing heroin.
I saw a great video. It was a parody video of two guys on a podcast, on a parody podcast. And that was the crux of it. They open with, alcohol is out. Alcohol has been a plague on humanity for 100 years plus. Ketamine is in. One is poison that you drink into your body. The other is just a horse tranquilizer.
That's crazy.
If you do enough ketamine, you are legally considered a horse. You can run the Kentucky Derby. They'll just let you.
Wow. They'll just let you.
They'll just let you do it.
All right. Well, back to the chapter beat diddly dee.
Beep-a-lee beep-a-dee beep.
I'm glad I referenced Back to the Future, and I didn't even remember the Back to the Chapter thing existed. But there we are. Anyway, the Dragona and Usagi are talking about the details of the plan and not leaving any fucking identity traces behind and go use the Mate Kudasai. Like, it's very cute how the Mate Kudasai crawls up the wall and then doesn't fully transform into the security camera, but just like schlorps into it. Like his right eye becomes the camera.
Becomes
like
the
that.
camera.
And
Also, is
like,
it just me, or is the Mate Kudasai once again larger than it was the last time we saw it?
It is.
It's the same size, I feel like.
No,
I would like it if it got larger.
It looks like it's the size of like a chicken now.
I like that he still has to summon it by it coming out of the palm of his hand, which is awesome.
Yeah. It just hops out of his little hand.
Yeah, I mean, it has its little chicken legs. How else would he summon it? But also, Can we go back to
I
the
love the
chapter where it was
Mate
first
Kudasai.
used? Did he, like... Yeah, it's at the end of this chapter. It's the Mate Kudasai.
It was tiny when he first used it.
It fit
Yeah.
in the palm of his hand when he first summoned it.
Dragona even then had to say, "I want the camera." Yeah, and it was tinier then, and also it was more robotic looking. Now it looks more organic and more chicken-like.
Yes.
But also, even back then, it had to touch the camera and physically slurp into it. It just did it with its arm.
I'm just thinking, like, if the growth of the Mate Kudasai isn't a major plot point, then by the time the anime rolls around, they're gonna have to find a way to fit a house-sized Mate Kudasai into every scene where it appears.
I would love that. I would unironically love that so much.
That would be the best.
Anyway, so back to the present. The Mate Kudasai morphs into the camera, and then
He goes, Neil.
we're just talking about the fucking plan some more, and the paper records. We need paper instead. Da 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 da.
How is the land specifically going to come to us?
We got the paper records, the documents. We're looking at them. Dragona secretly, she's wearing gloves, so there's no fingerprints. Dragona secretly keeps touching the brooch to the papers, or the brooch, or whatever you want to call it. The rock is vibrating. The papers do a weird self-shuffle, and then they get the fuck out of there. The lava rock moved back there. It sort of vibrated. It reacted. It touched all the original copies, all 50 billy worth, including Hualalai,
Billy.
right? Yeah, it's going to
Hualalai.
come to us, this, that, and the other thing. We haven't done anything criminal. Let's not run. And the fake cameras, like, hell, we're going to get caught.
Also,
Usagi
wait, yeah.
starts fucking dying.
So wait, yeah. Before that, this does confirm something we had wondered earlier: if what the Mate Kudasai's radius is, because we see him peeking out of the door behind them and running back. So I guess there really is only one that he can make, and it has to return to him manually at some point.
You know what? That's a great point. I did not actually think of that at all. I did
just
not
caught
even
that now.
realize those
Yeah.
two little panels.
I love
To be
peeking
honest with
out
you,
the
I didn't
door.
have that much time with this chapter. Like, I read it like once yesterday, really fast in the morning before we started going. Like, I woke up and I read it, and then I had to start doing like cat stuff and house chores stuff because I realized I hadn't done it, and I needed to do it then because if I had just done the podcast, I would have podcasted all the way up until the time it was time to leave for work and had no time for anything else. But I woke up that morning and read the chapter. So I kind of read it a little fast, and I didn't catch this specific meaning of these two panels.
Yeah, I'm just catching it now myself.
And then all of a sudden, Bulgogi
Bulgogi.
starts throwing up. He starts vomiting.
Hey, quit running. I'm out of breath. Oh,
I'm out of breathe.
I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath of the wild.
I need tears of the kingdom. I'm out of breath of the wild.
I'm out of it. I beat it all.
All right, next page. He's still throwing up. Something's
He's
coming
throwing
out.
up a
It
lot.
won't stop. I can't help. What's wrong, Usagi? What
Yeah,
the
so he's
hell?
not
Next
only
page.
throwing up, he's throwing up so much it's impairing his ability to breathe.
Call a doctor. A doctor. What's happening? It's not cause of food. The liquid he's throwing up is cloudy. I can't. What is going on with his skin? Hey, this is an illness. Did Usagi have a chronic illness? How long has he been like this? Did he always have it? It's drug poisoning? Drug poisoning? I don't know. I've only known Usagi for a few days. I don't fucking know, man. Don't ask me about that shit. We should call an ambulance. No! No fucking ambulance. Put that shit away. Those are we don't know yet. Don't call an ambulance. We
don't
fucking
know.
don't want to leave evidence. Are you kidding me? He's gonna die. If it's not a chronic illness. What the fuck? The rock? The paper copies? What happened? His breathing stopped. He's not breathing. Shit! Ah!
It's so crazy to me that it's no one's first thought that, is this a stand attack?
Well, no, I mean, they bring that up at a certain point. Is this an attack? But yeah, it's
Yeah.
nobody's first thought.
Nobody's first assumption is we are under attack.
Hey, you know why? You know why? Because the first person to say that in the mansion
Is Usagi.
is Usagi, and he can't fucking say it.
And he can't say it, yeah.
He doesn't
So
even...
now,
To him, it's not even worth it to communicate that he thinks what's happening is supernatural. He is just like, call a doctor, I'm dying. And he's right.
and he's right.
He's in mortal fucking danger. He's like, call a doctor, and he's right to say that.
So it actually, like in this first wide panel of him throwing up, it actually looks like he's throwing up sand.
Yeah, in the very first one.
Huh.
Not like the
Yeah.
very first panel where he starts throwing up, but like on the God, what page is it?
Well,
Page
it's the one where
31?
it's a wide shot of Charming Man and Dragona, and they're turning back and they say Usagi.
Yes, that one. Exactly.
It does look like he's
That's
throwing
the
up
one I'm
sand,
talking
but I
Interesting.
think that's honestly just a quirk of the illustration and how it looks at that moment when it's first hitting the ground. Because then you get to the next panel and it already looks very oozy and drippy. So like that's once it's been on the ground for a second. It's not actively coming out. Well, I mean, it is actively coming out, but like it's that was a fresh blast as it was happening versus a blast that has concluded mostly, and now it's just drippies.
Now this chapter is actually, or this moment, the ending of the chapter, is really interesting, and I can't wait to see what this culminates in, because there are so many different avenues I think this could go. I do think the most interesting outcome is that this isn't a stand attack, and that this is something to do with the lava rock and with what they just did.
I saw Aeon
But-
Star say on Twitter. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
But the thing is, like, the Usagi doesn't have the lava rock. Dragona has the rock. So why wouldn't the attack have happened to her?
You know what? It's because Dragona secretly loves Usagi back, and the rock is hurting her in a way that is worse than a physical pain. Just get
Or
excited
it-
crack pipe.
Or if it's because Dragona is currently the owner or holder of the lava rock.
Oh, you're not
whatever-
telling me it's Love Train. You're not about to tell me it's Love Train and it redirects fucking... You're not
No,
about to
it's
tell
not
me
that.
it's Wonder of You
I'm
Love
saying
Train.
because Dragona owns the lava rock. Well, I mean, I guess I am kind of saying it's love
I
training to.
knew it!
They're protected by the effect.
Yes, it's
So it would
coming.
have to go to
Will
someone
come
near
to
her.
her because she is the one holding the lava rock.
I suppose so. I don't fucking know. But
I saw a
Aeon
theory-
Star on Twitter. He tweeted, you know what? It would be really, really, really funny if this thing that's happening to Usagi is actually unrelated to Charming Man, the Lava Rock, or the Rock Disease from Part 8.
Oh,
It's
boy.
just a completely
This is
unique
just a
thing.
new thing.
There's like 5 or 6 ways in this universe for your
Oh,
skin to turn into rocks.
Oh, it's just eczema.
Oh
It's
jeez,
just
oh,
eczema.
get him some lotion. I
Rub some
saw a
bacon on
really
it.
I saw a fun theory that Usagi is turning into the land that they just stole,
Oh my god, no.
or he's
That's
like turning into
ridiculous.
some kind of a map of the land.
Wouldn't it be
Map
interesting?
of the land actually seems likely.
Wouldn't it be interesting
Yeah.
if Usagi died, and now
Like,
the crew
right
is
now.
Charming Man, Paco, Jodio, and Dragona? Excuse
That
me, I
would
mean
be a-
Barack.
Barack
Can we just
Hussein
call him
Obama,
Obama
yeah.
or Barack from now on?
Well, I was gonna say that there's your voice for Charming Man.
Yeah, that's true. In the AI dub comic.
Exactly.
Let me be clear.
Now let me be clear. We gotta call him a doctor. His can turn into rock.
The world time is stopped.
The world time has now stopped. And
Time
I
is stopped.
also do wonder if this has anything to do with the fact that Usagi wears the morph suit. Like, was this just a disease that, yeah, like a completely unrelated disease he always had, such that he wore the morph suit to cover it up? And that's why he's just like, yeah, call a doctor. My weird illness is acting up again.
Wait, hang on. Let's reread with that mindset. My stomach's feeling upset, so let's just walk. Might be because of that ramen or the hamburger I ate in the car before that. So Usagi, so far, is not reacting like, what's happening? He's like, oh, my stomach hurts. it's okay. Let's just slow down.
Got
So
a
it could
tummy
be
ache.
something that is regular, but then he's vomiting, right? Quit running. I'm out of breath. Something's coming out. It won't stop. I can't breathe. And that's all he says. And then he stops breathing.
Then the last thing he says is, "Yeah, just call a doctor."
So I think that it's possible that he has had a thing, like a condition, and this is just it acting up again.
Mm-hmm.
At which point, he's like, geez, fuck. My shit, I don't know how to deal with this.
Oh, this is the worst it's ever been. You guys help. Also, I wonder, the liquid he's throwing up is cloudy. It's not because of food. The liquid is cloudy. So what? I'm not enough of a medical buff to know what that could mean.
Seizures could have cloudy vomit.
Let's see. Yeah, a foamy or white vomit is most common among patients who have excess gas or are experiencing acid reflux. It's important to note what food or drinks you consumed before throwing up a foamy white liquid, as dairy products or fizzy drinks can produce a similar consistency.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've thrown up foamy white liquid before, but it was beer.
Ah.
It's one of those things
Maybe
where
there's-
like it's like bubbly and like yeasty in your stomach, and like you know like the head that is on your beer, and when they pour it like from the tap, the head is like the foamy part. You gotta imagine like that's in your stomach too. And when you're throwing up, you don't throw up from the bottom, you throw up off of the top. You know, it's whatever gets to the top first and gets out. So you're throwing up like the head off of your beer, essentially. You're throwing up the foamy part.
I'm sorry. This is one of the images that came up with my search of.
Oh, gross. Okay, alright, I'm gonna go have to show the people that one now. Thanks very much, fucking piece of shit.
Well, it's funny. Look at him. He looks so happy. He's like,
Hey, honestly, he looks at peace.
he looks like he's at peace. He does. He looks like he's having a moment to himself.
He looks at peace. Actually soggy right there.
Simple as.
himself.
Love throwing up.
You
Love-
know, it's a good thing they didn't put him in the water. You know why?
Why?
Because then they'd point at him and they'd be like, you soggy.
You soggy. And then they
The
would
only
say,
other thing I can think of is like
We
maybe
should
he's
end
having.
the podcast on that. We should end the whole episode on the you soggy joke.
you
You
soggy.
soggy.
You
Well, the
soggy.
only other I did have something I wanted to say.
No, it's
is the
okay.
only
'Cause
other thing
we're
I-
right at the end, but yeah, we're still finishing up. But it would be funny if we ended on you soggy.
You
the only
we'll
other
just
thing I can
edit it to the very end again.
The only other thing I can think of, the only other thing I can think of is like maybe Usagi's having an allergic reaction to something that's in the land that's being brought to him.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. We're excited, crack pipe.
It wouldn't be the weirdest thing to happen in JoJo,
It
to be
wouldn't
fair.
be the weirdest work I've cited,
It wouldn't be the weirdest, and it
but
won't
her
be the
aim is
last.
getting better.
But her aim is getting better.
Wouldn't be the drunkest I've ever driven.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
That's a
whoa.
good one. That's a really good one. That's a super good one.
But the thing is, though, when Chris does it, you know he's memeing.
But when we do it,
It's questionable. Are they joking?
all bets are off.
I don't know, man.
It's not the drunkest I've ever driven. That is such a that's a Hall of Famer right there.
It's not the drunkest I've ever driven. It's amazing.
Oh,
It's like your friend, you're gesturing at him, you're like, yeah, he's too high. He's fucked up. You know, he's like, he's not the highest I've ever been.
not the highest I've ever been.
I
that's
swear to drunk, I'm not God.
I swear to Listen, officer.
Ossifer.
Ossifer. Let me drive the car. Let me grab it.
Let me drive the car.
Oh, let me have your gun.
Columbo is there, and he's like, "Now I understand you've been drinking buzzballs. Now, my wife loves those.
My wife
pre-mixed
loves to drive.
cocktail in a circular little thing. It's fantastic.
My wife loves to drive after she's been drinking.
However,
You know?
she needs like 12 of those little guys to fall asleep. If he's only had 5, I think you should let him drive."
I think he's good to drive. Don't you, officer?
And the officer's like, "Well, I do love Columbo the show. And it is very interesting to see you here in real life, Columbo. What is your first name, by the way?" And Columbo's like, "Never mind that.
My wife tells me a lot about first names.
My wife knows my first name. She won't tell me what it is, though. Says it's safer that way."
Joe Biden, why are there 3 of you?
"Obama, my old friend. Good to see you."
Hello?
I don't have a good Columbo impression at all. It's the same as my mobster voice.
It is kind of what Columbo...
Columbo is kind of mobstery, though.
Yeah, he's the mobster of, like, solving crimes.
Yeah, no, dude, he'll like blackmail you and twist your arm. He's like, "We wouldn't want anyone to find out about that, would we?" But he's doing it for justice.
Yeah, and he always makes up, like, characters and, like, relatives that he knows. He's like, you know, I got a cousin named Tommy. Tommy plays baseball. Love Tommy. He's a good baseball player. You know, and he tells me the proper form for swinging a bat. It's just like, okay, Columbo.
The thing is, Columbo's character would be changed entirely if we just got like one shot ever of him arriving home and there's no wife and kids. Like, there's nothing. You're like, he's lying? But because that doesn't happen, you just get kept in this quantum superposition the whole time where you never quite know what's real.
Well, no, because Columbo isn't of this earth. He goes back to the Columbo dimension.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, so I'm going to go back up in our chat here, and I'm going to pin the message of all of our characters that we have. Because Elvis, Columbo, Coolio, and Yujiro Hanma is a pretty good list.
I love how, like, immediately we accepted Elvis and Coolio after the last session.
Well,
like,
Coolio did go back in time and save Elvis from that heart attack. I feel like he's earned his spot.
We had one really solid bit involving both characters, and it's like, yeah, no, we need them now.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving up on these guys.
Give
I'm
them
not giving them
jackets.
back now that I have them.
You see, kids, you don't need to be high to have crazy ideas.
But you do need to be drunk to drive.
Oh, shit, that's true, actually.
Ooh, bringing it all back.
Always remember to have a few drinks before you get behind the wheel. Like Paco here. You don't think he's a little toasted?
No. That's why he's able to read the map and drive at the same time.
It's like in
He
Goku.
wants it more.
It's like in Dragon Ball Z when Gohan gets his hidden potential unlocked. Like, that's what you're doing when you slam 3 Stella Artois before you get behind the wheel.
You don't know what you're capable of until you have all 3.
Yeah. It's like 1 Heineken. Okay. All right. You're a little risky. You're playing it safe. Like, you're stepping outside. You're like, ooh, I'm going to drink and drive. But it's not really happening. 2
Ooh,
Heinekens.
am I going to be bad?
Okay,
Do we want to be
somewhere.
bad?
3 Heinekens, and this is within 1 hour, by the way. You gotta slam those bitches. 3 Heinekens? Ooh, you're right in the sweet spot.
That's exactly where you want to be behind the wheel of a car.
Indeed. Indeed.
Indeed.
Indeed.com/myresume.html.
And it's just like drunk driving.
You've never used Indeed, the website? It's a real thing.
No, I said your resume. It's just a bunch of various jobs involving cars and also drinking.
My drunk driving resume would actually just be like a list of every single time I drove drunk and didn't crash.
2 years experience, professional drunk driving.
Yeah, that's how you get the drunk driver's license.
And the random substance test is to make sure that you are drunk.
You are drunk during the test.
Right, it's like the Bender in Futurama. It's like the joke where like he doesn't have alcohol and they see him get arrested, and on the news it's like, because alcohol is fuel for robots. They're like,
Yeah.
and alcohol was arrested driving today under the legal limit. It was criminally low levels of alcohol in his blood when he was arrested. That's how it is.
Criminally.
Wasn't drunk enough to drive.
That's how it should be.
That's how it should be. That's how it should be. And I'm like looking up at the stars.
And then the stars take the form of a car and a Modelo.
Shut up.
And then
Car
Obama appears and he smiles down.
He winks at me.
And then you
Alright,
look
man.
down in your hand and there's a beer.
Elvis is there for some reason.
Bro,
You turn and Elvis is there.
Casey saw me on Twitter. You know, it's funny. We were talking about Elvis. It's because I mentioned True Romance. It's all because of True Romance. You guys, here's my assignment for you. Between now and next month's podcast, you should really watch the movie True Romance. It's really good. It's got Christian Slater, Patricia Arquette, Dennis Hopper, Christopher Walken, the guy who's one of the three in the standoff besides Joe and Mr. White at the end of Reservoir Dogs. You know him? The younger guy? He's in it. It's really good.
You talk about the
The guy who delivers the amazing speech when Mr. White, Eddie. Mr. White is like, he was a cop. He was about to flip, defending Mr. Orange's decision to kill Mr. Blonde. Mr. White's saying all that. And Eddie's like, you mean to tell me, this very good friend of mine and my father's, who's done right by us, who went to prison for us, who in 10, 15 years never said a word, no matter what deal they dangled before him. You mean to tell me that this man, who now that he's out, we're making right on our commitment to him, that he's just gonna decide out of the fucking blue to rip us off? Huh? That's so good. That's like the greatest fucking monologue in the movie. He's just gonna decide. He plays that role excellently well, and he died from drugs like a few years later. But that guy was such a good actor.
But the important part is he didn't die drunk driving.
Thank goodness.
That guy's so good. Like a few lines later, he says, "You put that gun down now." And he's so cool. He's so collected. He's so badass. And then the thing that starts the standoff is he says, "Larry, stop pointing that gun at my dad!" Like his composure breaks and he's just freaking out because he's just his son who loves his father and doesn't want him to get shot. But also, he's so committed to the code and he still thinks that he can solve the situation somehow. But what he really should have done is just pulled the trigger and shot Larry in the head before he could do anything. But he's not that kind of guy. Even though he's being so menacing and threatening, he's still like a scared little boy somewhere deep down. It's a really good scene. But enough about Reservoir Dogs. We'll see you next month on the Locacacast. The cast of Lococks and restorative fruits. I'm Obama number one.
It's funny because I've been listening to Harmontown, and the latest episode that I've been listening to is the one called "Us of the Dangling Wee Wee."
One of my favorite bits from Harmontown is a bit where he's like, "You guys want me to try doing some stand-up? Yeah, all right, I'll do some stand-up. You, sir, where are you from?" And he says, "Florida." And he says, "Florida? Fuck you! How do you know when you're finished? How do you know when you're finished?"
How do you know when you're finished?
"Florida? Fuck you! How do you know when you're finished?" And then he does it a couple more times, and he keeps saying, "How do you know when you're finished?" And I was doing a podcast with my buddies Austin and Trev one time. It was a fusion of two things. I had a podcast called Receiving Talk with Austin, which was
I think you've mentioned this on the show before.
Oh, really? Well, it's been years since I've talked about it.
In case he hasn't heard about it either. So.
But I had a podcast with Austin called Receiving Talk, off of something he said on our first podcast when it was nameless, where he said, "Yeah, man, no, I love doing this. I love talking and receiving talk." And I was like, "That's what we're doing. We're receiving talk."
That's a great name for a podcast too.
It is a great name, actually. Yeah.
Talking and receiving talk. And so then there's also the Do Nothing Club, which, it's that picture of the dog with the hat on that says Do Nothing Club. I actually have that hat. I bought that hat in real life. It has a palm tree and it says Do Nothing Club. So the combination of receiving talk and the Do Nothing Club is the Do Nothing Nothing Cast.
The Receiving Nothing Cast.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The combination of the Do Nothing Club and the Antisocial Social Club is the Do Nothing Nothing Club.
Oh boy.
The Antisocial Social Club and the Do Nothing Club is the Do Nothing Nothing Club. And so, based off of that, then combining that with receiving talk, it became the Do Nothing Nothing Cast. And so I had these little podcasts, and on the one with Austin and Trevor, the Do Nothing Nothing Cast, he is playing like this Mac Miller record, and Trev gets up and goes and leaves the room and goes to the bathroom, and it's just me and Austin, and I don't really listen to Mac Miller like that, because if I did, I would shut the fuck up and listen to the record, because it's a good record. But instead, I just start freestyling over it, and my freestyle, the chorus is, how do you know when you're finished? Because it's like 4 or 5 in the morning, and like, when do we decide the podcast is over? None of us have work tomorrow. How do you know when you're finished? How do you know when your freestyle energy has sufficiently diminished? Is it when the sun comes up? No, it's got to be sooner than that. How you know when you're finished? And it just lives in my heart and it lives in my brain all the time. Whenever I'm doing a thing, not even just doing a podcast, but like talking to a person, enjoying a video game, having a drink at the bar. How do you know when you're finished? And it's like kind of a small miracle that actually fits over the Migos flow so perfectly. Like the butta. How do you know when you're finished?
This podcast has inherited that legacy of we never know how to end.
Yeah, how do you know when you're finished? That's the whole point of me bringing this up. Are we done now?